Chapter 449. In the dead of the night, the mountain-picking squad had already gone through several battles. This escape allowed them to have a good rest. Lu Chen stared at the night sky in a daze. A figure quietly walked out from behind him. Nameless. Night watch must be boring. Lu Chen turned around. It was Shuang Wu. She walked to Lu Chen's side and sat down beside Lu Chen. Why aren't you going to rest? You've also received a heavy injury today. Yes, it's quite serious. I might not be able to participate in the battle for the next few days. Lu Chen smiled. Don't worry. Nothing will happen. Shuang Wu smiled and looked at Lu Chen. But I can give you a frost arrow. Lu Chen smiled. Hey, do you miss your teammates in the second celestial layer? Lu Chen thought for a moment. He didn't seem to have any teammates. The only thing he was worried about was Kuang Lang's friends. Yes, it's all right. After all, I've only been here for a day. But sometimes I'm worried about them. Are you the leader? You can say that. I'm the leader, but I'm just a boss. Shuang Wu covered her face and laughed. Hee, I think you're quite responsible. You didn't leave any of us behind in the lightning pool. Even if you're not familiar with us, you still had to face our attacks. Lu Chen shook his head. There's competition everywhere in the Zhouqian. Naturally, we'll be on guard against others at the beginning. Sigh. Shuang Wu sighed. Humans claim to be smart, but they're actually the stupidest. After fighting for so long, we finally realized that in the eyes of the other races, we're nothing. Lu Chen looked at Shuang Wu. This girl's knowledge wasn't something an ordinary girl could compare to. Right, Shuang Wu, I heard that there's 5 great powers in the second celestial layer. Do you know what they are? You don't know? You're able to pass the second celestial layer. You really don't know about this? Lu Chen shook his head. Shuang Wu thought for a while and explained patiently. The 5 major forces are the Mu family, the Bei Shui family, the National Army, the Jingguang Temple, and the Hall of Reincarnation. Lu Chen blinked his eyes. If that was the case, then he might have some relationship with 2 of the 5 major forces. There was no need to mention the Wood Manor. From his interactions with Jiu, Lu Chen gradually came to know that the Wood Manor was not an ordinary organization. As for the National Army, he didn't know if the National Yanran was one of them. Where's the Heart Refinement Courtyard? Didn't you say that the Heart Refinement Courtyard is also very strong? The Heart Refinement Academy is not a human force. You should have entered the Heart Refinement Academy when you were in the second heaven, right? Actually, the Heart Refinement Academy is spread across almost all the worlds. From the second heaven to the higher heaven domains, it is said that it is distributed everywhere. Shuang Wu said, actually, the higher the level of heaven domain, the more you will discover that Zhouqian has many secrets beyond your imagination. The 5 great forces are the strongest human forces that I know of. However, I'm not sure if there are any other forces above them. Lu Chen nodded. He had the same feeling. But no matter what, in Lu Chen's mind, his understanding of the 3rd heavenly layer had deepened. Shuang Wu accompanied Lu Chen for a while. Seeing that she was too tired, Lu Chen let her go back first. Go offline and have a good rest. Shuang Wu smiled at Lu Chen. Oh, right. There's one more thing I need to remind you. I've been in Brother Shan's team for a while. In our team, I can be sure that it's safe. However, if you meet a stranger, even if it's the same kind, you can't trust them easily. Things like going offline and resting should be avoided if possible. Anyway, resting in the game is the same. Lu Chen nodded. He was very clear about the nature of humans. They would take advantage of the situation and hit someone when they were down. He had to be on guard. The next day, when the sun had just risen, the boulder behind Lu Chen was gently moved away. libation, and the others quietly came out of the cave. "Hey, Nameless, let's go." Lu Chen nodded and looked back into the forest. That hidden expert really didn't chase after them. Under libation's leadership, the team walked through the forest. There seemed to be no pursuers behind them, and they were in human territory. The team members finally let out a sigh of relief. "Leader, how far are we?" "Not far. The Scholars team's territory is just ahead. We'll be there in another hour or so." "How's the situation over there?" Libation shook his head. "His place is definitely safer than ours. Among the surrounding villages, his place is the most developed. Last time, he told me that he already has 20 to 30 people under him. With 2 defensive formations, it's very safe." Cutthroat frowned. "Then this time, we won't be recruited by him, right? Many teams are a bit. Anyway, it's not very fair." Libation shook his head. "Don't worry, I won't be recruited by him. I've known him for so long. I'll bring you guys to get some military points and see if we can take back our stronghold or build a new one." With Libation's guarantee, everyone felt much more at ease. After more than an hour, everyone saw a village built against a mountain not far ahead. They couldn't see the inside of the village, but the surrounding walls were much more regular than Libation's. The walls completely blocked off the area between the mountains. They were more than 30 meters tall and looked like the walls of a large city. It didn't matter if the village was destroyed or not, but the walls had to be strong. Just as everyone was about to head to the village, Lu Chen suddenly sensed something and shouted, "Wait, don't move." After the lightning pool incident, Lu Chen's words had more or less weight. Libation looked at Lu Chen in surprise. "Nameless, what's wrong?" Lu Chen frowned and stared at the wall in front of him. "Something's not right. Look at that wall. Half of the bricks are different in color. It looks like it was just built." Third Saint said, "That's normal. Although the wall has a defensive array, it will still be damaged when attacked. We also repair the wall frequently." Lu Chen shook his head. "Look at the shape of those bricks." Everyone turned to look. At such a distance, it was actually very difficult to notice. They could only see it clearly if they looked carefully. After observing for a while, Third Saint's eyes widened. He turned to Lu Chen and said, "That area and shape, lightning pool array." Lu Chen nodded. The lightning pool's damage area is roughly an oblong oval. It's about 200 meters long. The new bricks on the wall coincide with that area. Lu Chen's eyesight was extraordinary. In addition, he had personally experienced it. He had also passed through the lightning pool's area. Most importantly, darkness, I had clearly shown the skill's damage area. Lu Chen was even more familiar with this skill. The new bricks on the wall were lighter in color. Lu Chen noticed the difference at a glance. After comparing it to the skill, he quickly found something strange. Hiss, that means that this place was also attacked by that hidden expert. Pulling Mountain was shocked. Lu Chen nodded. "It's very possible. I think that guy attacked this place first, and then went to attack our place. I've been wondering why he didn't chase after us when we lost our stronghold. Now that I think about it, it's very likely that after he released the lightning pool, he was confident that our team would be defeated. So, he rushed to the next village." Everyone thought about it. This was indeed very likely. "Then, should we go in and take a look?" Big Beard looked at Lu Chen. Lu Chen said in a low voice, "There's not a single person patrolling the wall. We also didn't encounter any sentries outside. If I'm not wrong, this place has already been conquered." D****. Pulling Mountain punched the tree stump beside him. "Even the Scholars' village has been conquered. Have these beasts gone crazy recently? We have nowhere to go now." Chapter 450. Just as the team was discussing what to do next, Pulling Mountain received a telepathic message. I am the captain of the militia, Drawing Sword Scholar. The beasts are becoming more and more rampant. Today, they have taken over several villages in the periphery. My village has been taken over. Please gather the displaced people in the nearby villages at the following coordinates and discuss countermeasures. Everyone's hearts tightened. Indeed, this place had been taken over. From the looks of it, it wasn't just 2 villages that had been taken over. Other villages had also been attacked. Pulling Mountain looked at everyone. It seems that the beasts came prepared. They might be planning something. Let's go and meet up with the others immediately. The team quickly moved toward the designated coordinates. Half a day later, the team was already close to the designated coordinates. Before they could enter the area, they were discovered by other players. The Sentinels seemed to recognize the team and jumped out to greet them. Brother Sean, you're finally here. Quick, we've been waiting for you. Come with us. Following the Sentinel into the meeting area, Lu Chen realized that there were already more than 200 people here. According to the calculation of a team of 15 people, more than 10 villages had already been taken over. These people all looked haggard and exhausted. A large number of them were even injured. They looked like a group of defeated soldiers. After the Pulling Mountain squad arrived, Drawing Sword Scholar, and the others immediately gathered everyone. Everyone, almost everyone is here. There's no time to lose, and we can't wait any longer. Drawing Sword Scholar went straight to the point. During this period of time, the beasts have sent experts to attack our stronghold. Everyone should have experienced it. There's a guy among the beasts who knows how to use lightning pools. He specializes in breaking our defense array. We've already investigated. That guy is at the level of a platoon. There was a commotion below. Among them, Lu Chen was definitely the most confused. Platoon leader? The kind with 2 stripes on his sleeves? Monkey bro, what's the level of a platoon? Lu Chen could only ask for help. Monkey bro patiently explained. Brother Sean is the captain of the militia, but there are several levels to captains. Brother Sean is a small captain. A small captain can lead a team of 30 people at most. Above that is a platoon leader who can lead a team of 100 people. A platoon leader can lead a team of 200 people. Any higher, and you won't be a militia anymore. You'll have a military rank. Lu Chen had a general understanding of the situation. In any case, a platoon leader was more powerful than a platoon leader and could lead more people. In order to become a company leader, one had to be at least the strongest among 100 people. These people who could pass the 2nd celestial layer were not ordinary people. They were 1 in 100 among the strong, so their strength was naturally not weak. Brothers, no matter what conflicts or disagreements we have, now is not the time to pursue these matters, sword painting scholars said. Everyone knows that those high-level humans don't care about the lives of us militia. If we lose our stronghold, we'll be homeless. You can't even sleep at the 3rd heavenly layer. Therefore, we must unite and defeat this demonic beast squad. Take back our stronghold. They have mid-level powerhouses, but we have the advantage in numbers, and we're going all out. We may not necessarily lose. The sword painter scholar's words hit the nail on everyone's head. The human experts wouldn't care about their lives. If they wanted to survive in the 3rd heaven, they had to take back their stronghold. Lu Chen could hear the helplessness and bitterness in the players' words. Not only were they guarding the outermost area of the human territory, but they also had to fight back when they were attacked. It was indeed quite bitter. All right, I'll have to trouble each platoon leader to calculate the situation of each platoon. How many people can fight, their professions and their specialties? This time, we can only win, not lose. The scene was bustling, and Mountain Strength also reported the situation of each platoon. Not long after, Mountain Strength returned, shaking his head and sighing. "Platoon leader, how's the situation?" Ice Bear asked anxiously. Mountain Strength shook his head. "It's worse than expected. Every platoon's injuries are very serious. Because of the lightning pool, almost all of the long-range fighters are heavily injured. Only our platoon is slightly better. The close combat fighters are also injured. We have 230 people, and less than 30 of them are fully recovered. As for those who can fight, 100 of them are at most dead." The situation was not optimistic. The meeting was still bustling, but at that moment, everyone suddenly felt the ground beneath their feet shake. Then there was a rhythmic shaking. Boom, boom, boom. The shaking became more and more intense, as if a huge monster was approaching. Noticing this, many people's expressions changed. They're here. They're here. A burst of wild laughter came from afar. "Ha ha ha ha, how stupid." They actually gathered together. Are they afraid that we can't catch them all in one fell swoop? A giant beast pushed aside the surrounding giant trees and revealed a sinister smile. It was a giant ape. Its body was covered in rare blue fur, and it had 2 heads. It was at least 50 to 60 meters tall. Behind it, there was a terrifying army of monsters, mainly made up of giant apes and snow wolves. Each of them was so huge that it was like an army of bosses. "Look at how small you humans are. You think you can get a share of the loot in the third heaven? Are you worthy?" Mountain Strength glared at the giant thunder ape. "Bastard, you're the one who injured Frost Dance. Ha ha, what's there to be surprised about? What's the big deal about injuring a human? In my eyes, you humans shouldn't have entered the Jiutian. I knew you would counterattack like mad dogs. Very well, this time, none of you here can escape. We're going to tear your bodies apart. Draw sword, come over. Your mission is complete." If the giant thunder ape's previous words only made people feel fear and despair, then its last sentence was like a huge rock that slammed into everyone's hearts. The initiator of this gathering, Drawing Sword Scholar, was actually a traitor. This is impossible. "Captain, he's not that kind of person." A member of the scholars' team was stunned. "Impossible?" The giant thunder ape grinned, revealing its sharp teeth. "For the sake of benefits, for the sake of survival, your captain has already surrendered to us. Look at how laughable you humans are. You're already the weakest race in the third heaven, and you're still so deceitful. TSK, TSK, TSK. A race like you should have gone extinct long ago." "No, impossible." Many people were also roaring. Drawing Sword Scholar's betrayal was the greatest blow to them. Without a leader, the team's morale was completely gone. Everyone was doubting themselves. The team's combat strength was already low, and now that the battle hadn't even started, their morale and fighting spirit were already gone. Painted Sword, you tell them to give up completely. Drawing Sword Scholar was already on the side of the monsters. He looked at his compatriots and suddenly laughed. "You're all stupid pigs. Think about how we're treated. Those so-called experts are hiding in the safest areas while we're fighting with our lives on the outside. In the end, we're getting very little military merit. I've been in the third heaven for 2 years, and I've only been promoted to captain after 2 years. I can't even be considered a regular soldier. When will I have the chance to reach the peak and have the chance to go on a treasure hunt? When will I be able to step onto the path of defying the heavens again? Yes, I've betrayed you, but so what? The winner takes all. Today, you'll all die here. Not only will you die here, but you'll also be captured and beaten back to the second heaven. No one will know what I've done." "Ha ha ha, Wait until I'm in a high position. I'll naturally have a way to shut you up. This is power. This is strength. Stop struggling. All of you can die. There was nothing sadder than despair. After hearing Drawing Sword Scholar's thoughts, this team of 230 people, all of their hearts were dead. This kind of team no longer had any combat strength to speak of. At this moment, a calm voice sounded. I didn't expect that there would be such an idiot among the people who could reach the third heaven. A man wearing a red suit walked out and stood in front of the entire monster army. He looked at Drawing Sword Scholar. Haven't you heard of this saying? Those who aren't of our race are sure to have different intentions. You're going to join them? Do you think you'll have a good ending? Lu Chun pulled out his close combat weapon, the reverse water scale sword, and slightly lifted his chin to look at the giant thunder ape. You're really lucky. Actually, if you had appeared earlier in our village, I would have finished you off. Lu Chen's lips curled up slightly. I didn't expect you to take the initiative to deliver yourself to me. Sigh, a beast will always be a beast. Your intelligence is worrying. Today, none of the monster beasts here can escape. These words were clearly said by the giant thunder ape, but they were perfectly copied and pasted by Lu Chen. Sansheng looked at that person in surprise, then looked behind him. He hurriedly said to Chasing Cloud and the rest, "Hey, why aren't you watching that lunatic? He's trying to be a hero." Chapter 4:51. Lu Chen never liked to be in the limelight, but this time, since the giant thunder ape had appeared, he could and had to make a move. He had to stand at the peak of the third heaven in order to have a chance to reach the higher heaven domain. Behind him was a group of people who had lost all hope and fighting spirit. They looked up at that figure, but their emotions were not affected. What's the point of fighting? We can't win. So what if we win? What super expert? What all-powerful? In this place, we're just abandoned chess pieces. Militia? Humph. I relied on myself to get to where I am today, but I can't even be considered a regular army. What's the point of fighting? It was certain that these people who were born in the periphery did not have any background. In the first and second heavens, they created miracles and finally joined a top team. However, when they reached the third heaven, all their efforts were in vain. Heroes don't care where they come from? Ha ha ha. That's probably the most ridiculous thing. Without a background, it's hard to do anything. Brat, accept your fate and stop struggling. Everything is predestined by the heavens. The scary thing about a wavering army's morale was that it would spread. Lu Chun was full of fighting spirit, but the group of people behind him was pouring cold water on him. For a moment, Lu Chun felt like he was fighting alone. He was a little angry and shouted at the people behind him, "Shut up! You used to be strong, but look at you now. Do you even have the slightest trace of being strong? That painted sword's betrayal caused you to be unable to recover? Without him, you can't fight? Did you all rely on others to reach the third heaven?" Lang Chun looked at the crowd angrily. Speaking of background, he came from Earth. Not only did he have no background, but he also climbed up step by step from the bottom. On this path, Lu Chun could only rely on himself. Everything is predestined. Sorry, I have to tell you, bunch of trash, that my life is in my own hands. The Jiuqian path is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. I want to see what's above the Jiuqian. If someone blocks me, I will kill that person. If gods and demons block me, I will slaughter them. If the heavens want to block me, I will shoot through the heavens. If you don't dare to make a move, then scram. Don't get in my way. Lu Chun was really angry this time. In ancient times, those who disturbed the morale of the army would be punished according to military law. This was definitely not without reason. These people did not dare to make a move, but they were still chattering. Lu Chun naturally did not have anything good to say to them. Scram! Lu Chen shouted angrily. These people had long since lost their will to fight. Now that Lu Chen told them to scram, it gave them a chance to live. Many of them turned around and ran. In an instant, only a few people were left from the gathering of more than 200 people. Lu Chen shook his head. Perhaps they had been here for too long, and it was impossible to wake them up with just a few words. If he had to leave, so be it. He was used to being alone anyway. But at this moment, Lu Chen noticed that someone was walking towards him. Looking back, Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. 11 familiar figures walked over reluctantly. In the face of an undefeatable enemy, they stayed. Mountain Strength stood at the front. He stared at the demonic beast army in front of him, his hands tightly gripping his big iron hammers. Mountain Strength seemed to be helpless. He laughed self-deprecatingly. Motherf asterisk Kerr. Nameless. Tell me, why are you trying to be a hero? I was still thinking of bringing our people to escape in the chaos. Now look, we have to fight to the death with the other side. Third Saint shook his head as he raised his hand to increase everyone's defense. Nameless. At first, I thought that you were especially smart. Now, it seems that I really have to reevaluate you. You are simply too stupid. It's fine if you fight by yourself, but you even scolded those people away. Do you want to fight the demonic beast army alone? Chasing Cloud's face was sour. He pinched his sword fingers, and 3 flying swords floated beside him. I already said that he was an idiot. You guys didn't believe me. Reality has proven that my judgment is still very accurate. This time, we might die more miserably. Will it be very painful? Sigh, isn't it just returning to the first heaven? Don't tell me you want to watch a lunatic get beaten up. Just in time to return to the first heaven and catch a few more babies. Beside him, Shuangwu tilted her head and looked at Lu Chen. Why are you using a sword? Where's your bow? I'll give you a frost arrow. Right now, my skill level isn't high, so I can only give the bow a buff. Lu Chen looked at this group of people who were cursing with their mouths, but their bodies were already prepared for a fierce battle. It was really annoying, funny, and a little touching. To them, this was an unwinnable battle. From their words, it wasn't hard to hear that they were even prepared to start all over again. Even though they knew that they would die, they didn't leave Lu Chen behind. One had to know that Lu Chen had only been with them for less than 2 days. Perhaps humans were selfish, but there was a group of people who weren't. Perhaps they were the legendary fools, you bunch of fools. Lu Chen shook his head. We are fools. These words actually came out of your mouth. My God, you don't know your own limits. All right, then you are a madman. Fools and madmen? Ha 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 ha, just right for a team. Lu Chen took a deep breath and nodded heavily. Yes, just right for a team. Mountain Strength tried to suppress his breath. Brothers and sisters, this may be our last battle together. If there's a chance to meet again, I hope you can still remember this useless captain. I don't think there's a chance to meet again. Returning to the first heaven will cause you to be punished by the heavens. It's good enough to be an ordinary person. Moreover, even if we rush to the third heaven, it's almost impossible for us to be together among the billions of humans. Anyway, this is the last time I see you. I have to say, Mountain Strength, you are really useless. Other captains monopolize the majority of the military merits, but you always take the smaller ones. If I were you, I would have been a squadron captain long ago. I agree with this point. Stop talking nonsense. This is the last battle. Bring out your best skills. After this battle, we will be separated from each other. Big Beard was already aiming. Lu Chen shook his head. As expected, you are a group of fools. You are actually saying stupid things. Can you, the most foolish and madman, not open your mouth? Almost everyone said in unison. It was now confirmed that Lu Chen's position in the team was the most foolish and madman. Of course, Lu Chen would not admit it. Lu Chen sighed. Forget it. No matter what he said now, these people would not believe him. The great thunder ape roared. "Want to run? Brat, they can't run away. They are surrounded by my team. And you guys, since you are already prepared to die, very well, I will fulfill your wishes. Roar, tear this trash to shreds for me." The demonic beast army rushed over. The ground trembled, and the surrounding trees were destroyed in an instant. A mere team of 100 people was comparable to a human army of millions. They surged forward like a tide, unstoppable. In front of the huge tide, Mountain Strength's team was like a small boat, too weak to stand up to the wind. Mountain Strength's eyes were red. He roared, "Brothers, kill these beasts." Chapter 452. Are you trying to outnumber me? How naive. Lu Chen snorted. Originator, Furball, Taotai, Chaos. Lu Chen summoned 4 battle pets. Protect them. Lightless Flame Pillar. Black Coffin Realm. God of War Possession. Demon Transformation. None of the 4 opening skills were missing. Clones. Demon Clones. Demon Kings will refresh. Clones. Demon Clones. Su Ping created more clones as soon as his clones appeared, counting Lu Chen's own clones. He had 35 clones in total. Ghost Shadows. 300 images of Lu Chen instantly covered the entire battlefield and moved quickly. All of a sudden, Lu Chen created thousands of clones, and the situation on the battlefield changed. With 42 combat units and a bunch of illusions that could confuse the enemy's judgment, Lu Chen seemed to have formed an army. How? How many clones does he have? The team members looked at this scene in shock. Why did that guy suddenly seem like a different person? All of a sudden, he used so many moves that they had never seen before. Isn't the lunatic an archer? What's going on? The lunatic has 4 battle pets and 2 mythical beasts. Qinghe, as a beast tamer, was shocked. He only had 3 battle pets, and one of them was the gilded black tortoise. However, Lu Chen had summoned 4. As a matter of fact, he didn't know much about Originator and Furball. Of the 4 battle pets, Chaos and Taotai were the weakest. With the help of the clones and battle pets, the team members would be safe. Lu Chen quickly moved toward the Thunder Ape. The Thunder Ape wasn't a boss. It had to be smart to come up with such a great plan to encircle and annihilate the human players. He knew that Lu Chen had some tricks up his sleeves after seeing so many skills. Seeing that Lu Chen was close, the Thunder Ape quickly activated a skill. Thunder Shield. The Thunder Shield was like a small lightning pool that was surrounded by lightning bolts. The Thunder Ape would be heavily wounded if it got too close. Brat, you still have a trump card? I've underestimated you. The giant Thunder Ape's eyes were cold. Very good. Killing someone like you will give me a greater sense of accomplishment. Lu Chen could not be bothered with the great Thunder Ape's provocation and directly attacked. Triple Gate. Earth-splitting chasm. The 2 triple gates were interlocked, and the 2 passes changed the direction of the earth-splitting chasm. Even someone as strong as the great Thunder Ape could not predict this move, and was hit directly. The Thunder Giant Ape had extremely high Shenyuan resistance, and the earth-splitting chasm's level was indeed too low. The original 3 seconds of stun was reduced to 0. 5 seconds. Damn it. Why are there so many variations in this low-level cultivation technique? The great Thunder Ape was fearless. Unfortunately, so what if I hit it with great difficulty? What can you do in 0? 5 seconds? You don't even dare to get close. Lu Chen coldly snorted. There are many things that can be done in 0, 5 seconds. Who says I don't dare to get close? Dark Knight Shadow. With a displacement skill, Lu Chun rushed into the range of the lightning shield. Almost at the same time, Lu Chun was heavily injured by the lightning. Minus 500,000 lightning damage, minus 250,000 chain lightning, minus 250,000 chain lightning. A bolt of lightning quickly triggered the chain lightning effect and instantly took away 1 million of Lu Chen's HP. Debuff, paralysis, 1 stack, attack speed reduced by 20%. Although the lightning shield was a shield, its concept seemed to be different from other shields. It used offense as defense and used high damage and paralysis effects to prevent the opponent from getting close. It was a form of protection. In the triple gate, there seemed to be more elemental damage, and Lu Chen did not have any elemental resistance yet, so the 1 million damage was all absorbed. With the help of Lu Chen's doppelganger and battle pet, the pressure on Pulling Mountain and the others was greatly reduced. At this moment, they also had the time to observe the situation on Lu Chen's side. Seeing Lu Chen rush into the range of the lightning shield and lose 1 million HP in an instant, Pulling Mountain's eyes were filled with anxiety. Nameless, quickly retreat. You can't force your way through the lightning shield. Damn it, that madman actually rushed into the lightning shield. Not good. There are too many monsters. We can't get through. In front of such gigantic monsters, the splitting effect of the doppelganger was actually very poor. In addition, these monsters were not simple monsters. They had intelligence that did not lose to humans, and their strength was not bad. It was not possible to kill them in groups. The illusions created by the layers of ghostly shadows did not have any attack power, and would be seen through sooner or later. Right now, Pulling Mountain's team was not under much pressure, but they were definitely not relaxed. They could not move around freely on the battlefield. Seeing that its opponent was heavily injured by the lightning shield, the giant thunder ape laughed wildly. Ha ha ha, you really are stupid. Close combat. I don't even need to move to electrocute you. But don't worry, I will definitely tear you apart with my own hands. The stun effect was about to end, and the giant thunder ape was already itching to try. Lu Chen coldly snorted. You're too weak. Your HP is dropping too slowly. I'll do it myself. Put him to death. With a whoosh, Lu Chen's HP bar instantly dropped by a large chunk. He had lost 20% of his HP, which was close to 2 million. The attack speed reduction caused by paralysis was completely negligible in Lu Chen's eyes. Dai could increase his attack speed by 80% in the initial stage. In addition to the 80% attack speed brought by madness, a mere 20% was completely negligible. Rapid attack. Fierce tiger descends the mountain. Just as the giant thunder ape regained its freedom, Lu Chen launched his real attack. Minus 930,000 double critical hit, minus 1,320,000 poisoned, minus 1,320,000 poisoned, minus 1,410,000 triple critical hit, minus 1,320,000 10 consecutive hits, 30 consecutive hits, and not including the follow-up damage from being poisoned, Lu Chen had directly dealt 37 million damage. On the other side, Chasing Cloud was attacking when he suddenly saw Lu Chen's damage. The 3 flying swords almost went out of control. Damn, what kind of damage is this? 37 million HP per second? Big Beard put down his gun and stood there in a daze. This guy must be on drugs. How can a person deal such high damage per second? Lunatic, he's really a lunatic. The giant thunder ape had 53 million HP, and this attack almost instantly killed it. However, other than the damage, what was even more terrifying was the passive effect of the 10 consecutive hits. Stun, silence, slow, pure spirit burn, poisoned. Lu Chen was still being bombarded by the thunder shield, and his HP was rapidly decreasing. However, Lu Qin did not care about the 1 million damage per second. Taking advantage of the giant thunder ape being stunned, Lu Qin sneered. Now you know what 5 seconds can do, right? Roar. No. Impossible. You, what kind of thing are you? Why is your damage so terrifying? Impossible. A normal attack had completely emptied the giant thunder ape's 50 million HP. I still have a heaven tier skill. The giant thunder ape's huge body slowly tilted. It was as if it had died with its eyes wide open, unwilling to die. Lu Qin coldly snorted. Heaven-level cultivation method? What's the use of a heaven tier skill that can't be used? Spreading his wings, Lu Qin looked at his teammates. Hey, you guys, hurry up. Pulling mountain strength was speechless. You brat, you're not coming to help us? Lu Qin smiled. If you don't want so many military credits, then I'll take them all. Are you sure you don't want it? Lu Qin's words had indeed hit the nail on the head. With his clone and battle pet pulling mountain strength, and the others were slowly killing the militia beasts. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to earn military credits. With the strength that the brat had just displayed, if he were to come down, they would probably have nothing to do. Wait, lunatic, you must be tired. Hurry up and rest. Leave this to us. Chapter 453. In Lu Qin's eyes, the hundreds of beasts in front of him were just some military achievements. He did not care about these military achievements, but to Pulling Mountain and the others, it was a huge fortune. Although he did not attack, Lu Qin still stopped on a tree and observed the battlefield. As a team with good teamwork, Pulling Mountain and the others followed closely behind the doppelganger and the 4 beasts. Now that the beasts were without a leader, they gradually began to show signs of fatigue. However, Lu Qin was not paying attention to their battle, but the reactions of the beasts. When these beasts could not win, they would run away and cover for each other. They would also be angry, fearful, and panicked because of the death of their comrades. They were the same as Pulling Mountain and the others. They also had the prefix militia above their heads, and some characters that Lu Qin did not recognize to form their IDs. Lu Qin frowned. Although they were not humans, they were definitely not monsters. They were real players. For some reason, Lu Qin felt a strange feeling in his heart. It was as if he saw himself. After a while, Lu Qin shook his head and laughed at himself. What are you thinking? You only have the appearance of a beast. Of course, you are still human. In the third heaven, the beasts are probably not the strongest. We will probably see more of them in the future. After fighting for a few hours, Pulling Mountain and the others were exhausted. In the end, they killed more than 30 beasts, and the other beasts fled for their lives. The beasts' corpses were like the corpses of monsters, and they quickly turned into dots of light. Frost Dance said that if they revived after death, they would be severely injured. If their injuries were too severe and could not be healed in time, their strength would fall to a certain extent, and they would even be demoted to the second heaven. Some players who were tortured to death would even be demoted to the first heaven and start from scratch. In the evening, the team gathered around a bonfire to recover their strength. After some free time, everyone finally had time to digest the situation of the battle during the day. Hey, crazy, you, what is going on with you? Cutting Throat pulled Lu Qin to the bonfire. My God, your damage per second is over 30 million. Even those with high military ranks might not be able to deal such terrifying damage. In reality, Lu Qin's DPS was over 200 million. However, there was no need to be so exaggerated when killing a party leader. That's right. Nameless bro, what's your background? Tell me honestly. I don't believe that you have no background. Didn't you say you were an archer? Why are you so strong in close combat? I've never seen someone with such high damage and such fast attack speed. Hey, did you guys notice that Lunatic's attacks are almost all critical hits, and they also have stun, life steal, pure spiritual energy burning, silence? Oh my god, I can't even keep up with that passive. Madman, your poison damage is 3 million? That's impossible. Are you still a poison master? Lu Chen felt like his head was about to explode. This group of people was like a group of curious children, asking questions one after another. He simply didn't have the time to listen. It was obvious that Lu Chen's small demonstration of his skills had already shocked the party to the extreme. Everyone had too many questions in their hearts. Lu Chen raised his hand. Hey, can you guys be quiet for a moment? So noisy. Yes, everyone be quiet and listen to Lunatic's explanation. Lu Chen was speechless. He didn't intend to explain. Looking at everyone's pleading eyes, Lu Chen shook his head. Forget it. I'll just explain a little. You guys have too many questions. I'm too lazy to explain. So much. I'll just answer 2 questions. The group looked at Lu Chen anxiously. First, I really don't have a background. Although I know some people with backgrounds, I'm just an ordinary player. Second, why is my attack so high? Well, although I treat you guys as friends, this is my secret. You just need to know that we're teammates. The group of people almost vomited blood. Lunatic, what kind of explanation is this? Pulling Mountain thought for a moment and said, Everyone, don't ask anymore. Nameless is right. In fact, we all have our own secrets. Even the best of friends need their own space. Everyone knows how dangerous the third heaven is. None of us are holding back. As long as we can fight with all our strength at the critical moment, why do we need to ask Lunatic about the source of his strength? As comrades, we only need to know the upper limit of each other's strength. When we face the enemy in the future, we will know. We don't need to ask about anything else. Everyone naturally understood this principle, but they were too curious just now. Yes, Brother Mountain is right. Nameless, we were rude just now. Lu Chen smiled slightly and didn't take it to heart. This topic was temporarily over, and Lady May brought up another matter. Lunatic, why didn't you attack when the goblin beasts were running away? At that time, we were already exhausted. You could have killed all the remaining goblin beasts. This was a question that everyone wanted to ask. Lu Chen shook his head and said thoughtfully, They're about the same as us. They're probably not worth much points. Their captain has already been killed by me. They won't be able to cause any trouble in a short period of time. I'm also tired and can't fight anymore. Lu Chen was indeed not in a good state at that time, so everyone didn't pursue the matter. All right, we're done fighting. Captain, let's take a look at our points. Qing, he said impatiently. The group of people perked up again. Lu Chen was also very curious and went over. As the captain of the militia, Pulling Mountain had an additional team points distribution system. He pushed out the system panel so that everyone could see it after it was enlarged. 1 killed 32 goblin militia, 1 small captain, and 1 medium captain. That's a total of 34. Militia gets 1 point, small captain gets 3 points, medium captain gets 10 points. Let me look at the damage ranking. The first is Lunatic. Damn, 83% of the total damage. Lu Chen was dumbfounded. How did he get 83%? He had only killed the giant thunder ape and had been watching the show pretty much. 3 Lives nodded and said, I saw it very clearly from the back row. Lunatic's doppelganger's damage was off the charts. His 4 battle pets were also very strong, especially that rat that could grow bigger. If Lunatic didn't shout that we shouldn't leave the team, I think that guy would have jumped into the crowd of goblin beasts. That guy's attack style is terrifying. Little Furball was called out again. There was no helping it. That guy was indeed fierce, so the damage from the doppelganger and battle pets is also counted as mine. Lu Qin was a little surprised. Pulling Mountain said, "It's still the same old rules. The healer gets 10% of the points. Heartless gets 5 points. The others get the points according to their damage output and damage taken. Lunatic's damage output and damage taken are both number 1. His contribution to the team is around 80%, so he gets 5 points. With the remaining 8 points, there are 9 of us, so each of us gets 1 point. No problem. Haha, this is the first time we got 1 point in one go." Lu Qin frowned slightly. They had fought for so long, and they only got 1 point? That was too little. "Don't split it like that," Lu Qin suddenly said. "I'll take 10 points from the medium captain. You guys split the rest." Chapter 454. Lu Qin did not care about these points. His original intention was to let Mountain Strength and the others earn more points. Naturally, he would not snatch it from them. After a few rounds of evading, Mountain Strength was unable to persuade Lu Qin. In the end, Mountain Strength and the others each received 3 points. "All right, where's that guy?" Cutthroat suddenly asked. Lu Qin said indifferently, "He ran away. That kind of person is used to changing the rudder according to the wind." "You saw it? Then why didn't you stop him?" Lu Qin smiled. "Killing him won't even give us any points. What a waste of time. Don't worry, he'll only suffer more if he's alive. Soon, he'll know what it means to be a pig in the mirror. He's not human anymore." 3 lives nodded. That makes sense. Everyone who participated in the gathering ran away. That means that his matter will spread very quickly. He'll be labeled a traitor, and the monsters won't be nice to him. Lady May said worriedly, "That's right, but I'm afraid that he'll do something extreme. A villain has his own methods." Mountain Strength took a deep breath. "Indeed, we have to be wary of this kind of person." Lu Qin smiled faintly. "I still hope that he can stir up some trouble. Otherwise, the order of the 3rd layer of heaven is too stable. I don't care how it was in the past, but since I'm here, the 3rd layer of heaven should change." It turned out that Lu Qin had deliberately let the sword painter scholar go because he had other plans in mind. Lu Qin's domineering attitude infected the members of the team. Perhaps the moment this newcomer appeared in their village with a dumbfounded expression, their fate and even the fate of the entire 3rd heaven would be rewritten. "Oh, right. Brother Sean, do you know about the Heaven's Punishment Tower?" Lu Qin suddenly asked. "Heaven's Punishment Tower? I think I've heard of it, but I don't know where it is." "Madman, why are you asking about the Heaven's Punishment Tower?" Chasing Cloud asked. "I have a friend who's trapped inside. I'm going to save him." Chasing Cloud, "Do you know where the Heaven's Punishment Tower is?" "I see. I don't know. Ever since we came to the 3rd heaven, we've been in the periphery. We haven't had the chance to come in contact with these things. If you want to find it, you have to go to Ink City." "Mo City?" "Yes, Mo City is the nearest large human city. Perhaps there are people there who know." Lu Qin nodded. Everyone looked at each other before looking at Li Ba Shan. Li Ba Shan hesitated before saying, "Madman, if you don't mind, we'll go with you." Lu Qin looked at Ba Shan in surprise. "Are you guys going to?" Mountain Strength said. Although Painted Sword betrayed us, he was right. Now that the village has been destroyed, it's time for us to make a move. "That's right. I don't want to stay in that lousy village for the rest of my life. Madman, we'll go with you." "The few of us actually have some strength. Besides, it's your first time here, so we can at least be your guides." If you want to be promoted to a militia captain, you have to pass the test there first. We have been to Mo City a few times. Lu Chen smiled. That's great. Let's go to Mo City. 2 days later, Lu Chen's team of 12 arrived outside a large city. Lu Chen could see this majestic Mo City from afar. The city walls alone were tens of meters high, and there were soldiers patrolling the city walls. It was similar to a main city like Lingxiao City. The gate of Mo City was probably 30 meters high, and there was an endless stream of people coming and going. At the gate, there were 20 to 30 people wearing soldier badges who were interrogating the people entering and leaving. They're actually going to be interrogated. Lu Chen was surprised. Although the players had all kinds of equipment, this felt a little like the ancient cities of Huaxia. Of course, they're going to be interrogated. Some of the mutated races have the ability to disguise themselves. In order to prevent them from sneaking in, the soldiers will carefully check everyone who comes to Mo City for the first time. Lu Chen suddenly stopped. That's not right. If that's the case, these guys won't find out my true identity, right? How do we investigate? Lu Chen was a little flustered. Cutthroat put his hand on Lu Chen's shoulder. Just show us your divine aura or demonic aura, because the innate powers of the mutated races are often different from humans. Lu Chen thought for a while. Back then, the tiger serpent seemed to have used dragon aura. At that time, he was still puzzled as to why that guy's innate power was dragon aura. It turned out that the innate powers of the mutated races were different from humans. There were good and bad people. One could become a god or become a demon, but one could not escape from these two. When the time came, he just had to show off his divine aura to pass. As expected, when it was Lu Chen's turn, the soldiers asked him to show off his innate powers. Lu Chen casually showed off his immortal body divine aura and passed. Luckily, he only showed off his divine aura and did not actively use heaven-burning divine aura. Otherwise, many people around would have been in trouble. But then again, although Lu Chen's level 2 immortal body divine aura was higher than many people's extreme mortal body divine aura, it did not attract much attention. From this detail, Lu Chen guessed that there were probably many people in the level 3 heaven who had level 2 innate powers. After entering Mo City, Lu Chen felt like a country bumpkin entering a city. Good heavens, this city was even more crowded. Players wearing different styles of equipment shuttled through the streets and alleys. It was too much for the eyes to take in. There were also people who bought or rented shops in Mo City to sell their goods and help others refine pills and equipment to earn some extra money. The entire Mo City was packed with people. It was very lively. It was his first time in Mo City, so Lu Chen casually looked at the shops. Libation and the others were not in a hurry. Some resources could not only be exchanged from the quartermaster. It was very difficult to obtain military merits. As long as it could be bought outside, it would be more cost-effective to use gold coins. Passing by a herb shop, Lu Chen suddenly froze. He casually summoned Louis. Little Green, didn't you want to increase your alchemy level? Buy more herbs. You can slowly refine them yourself. Okay, boss. See what materials you need. I haven't learned alchemy, so I don't understand those herbs. Okay. There were many herbs in the shop that Lu Chen did not recognize at all. He could only follow behind Louis. Libation and the others also followed behind Lu Chen and whispered softly, "Madman's woman knows alchemy? What kind of pet is this? I've never heard of it. Why do I feel like this guy is a nouveau riche's keeping a mistress?" Lu Yi immediately found the herbs she needed. "Boss, I want to buy some of this draconic tongue grass." "Buy. Boss, how much is this?" Lu Chen said without hesitation, 100 gold coins per stack. 1 stack is 100 grams. Little Green, do you think this price is suitable? Lu E nodded. It's cheaper than what I know. In the past, we sold it more expensive than him. It's good that the price is not a problem. Boss, how many stacks do you have? The boss was already frightened by Lu Chen's attitude. He hurriedly came out from behind the counter and said politely, let me check my bag. I have 100 stacks here. Don't tell me you want all of them. Only 100 stacks. I want all of them. Little Green, continue to choose. Choose more. Ice Bear frowned and looked at the guy in front of him who squandered money like it was dirt. Damn, that guy is a nouveau riche. He doesn't keep a low profile at all. This guy, is he that rich? He doesn't even blink when he spends 10,000 gold coins. Speaking of which, what kind of pills can the draconic tongue grass be refined into? Do you know about absolute life? He can make a lot of it. I looked at the other ingredients Little Green wants. She's probably going to make regeneration pills. No way. 1 military merit can only be exchanged for 3 regeneration pills. This is the ingredient that can make the regeneration pills. Juming nodded and then shook his head. The ingredients are correct, but you can't say that you can refine the regeneration pill just because you have the draconic tongue herb. Alchemists are very dependent on talent. Regeneration pills can be refined as long as one is a 7-star alchemist. However, the success rate is very low, and the effects are uneven. Sigh, being an alchemist costs too much money. No way, then. Little Green can make it. If she can really make it, Madman will be rich. Chapter 4:55. They went to a few medicine shops and went on a shopping spree. Little Green's backpack was filled with medicine. A single immortal pill could increase 1,000 points of spiritual energy. Who knew how long it would take to cultivate? Although it was impossible for Little Green to make immortal pills now. With Little Green's talent, Lu Chun would naturally spare no effort to nurture him. He did not care about spending a few 100,000 gold coins. After that, Lu Chen bought some second-turn mixed energy pills and blood pills. He did not actually use many of these pills. 100 or so pills would probably last him a long time. Mountain Strength and the others also bought some supplies. After purchasing, everyone headed to MO City's army camp. The average person in the city is not much better than us. We still have to ask the people in the army. They are more experienced and knowledgeable, Mountain Strength explained. After walking for a short distance, everyone saw a wall in front of them. There were many people surrounding it. What's going on? Today is not the day of the test. Why are there so many people? Cutthroat asked curiously. The army camp was the most important part of MO City. It took up almost a third of MO City. It was surrounded by walls, forming a city within a city. In MO City, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, such a large area was given to the army. It was obvious how important the army was. Brother Mountain, does the third heaven mean that everyone is a soldier? Lu Chen suddenly thought of this question. Mountain Strength nodded. Yes, as long as you enter the third heaven, the system will assign you a military rank. The higher your military rank, the more frequently you can exchange for items, and the better the items. In the third heaven, military rank is a synonym for status, and strength. Even those who do business in the city have military ranks. They collect resources and sell them in order to increase their strength. 3 Lives added, it's not just us. It's the same for the other races. Frenzy, you can basically understand that the third heaven is a world where all races fight. Lu Chen nodded. I see. Then, how do we enter the fourth heaven? It's still the Skysplit Tower, but the Skysplit Tower is a place that all races fight for. Now, It's the Sky Demon race's territory. Their people can enter the tower as they please, but the other races have to go through their blockade before they can enter the Skysplit Tower. Chasing Cloud shook his head. Not only do we have to deal with the Sky Fiend race, but the Skysplit Tower is actually located in the middle of the Myriad race battlefield. With the humans' present strength, unless all the powerful factions join forces to escort us, we will be surrounded before we even reach the Sky Fiend race's territory. Frost Dance also sighed. Nameless, didn't you ask me about the situation of the 5 major forces? No matter how they fight, there is an agreement between them that the 5 major forces will definitely abide by. Agreement? Lucien looked at Frost Dance strangely. That's right. Every half a month, the 5 great forces will organize a martial arts competition to choose the strongest person. After 2.5 months, they will form a small team of 5 people. After 3.5 months of training, the 5 great forces will join forces to escort them into Tong Tian Tower. Only 5. Yes, the 3rd heaven of Tong Tian Tower is a 5-man dungeon. In other words, only 5 people can attempt it together. The 3rd heaven domain boss was definitely stronger than the spiritual martial apothecary, but only 5 people could attempt it. Even if they entered Tong Tian Tower, the difficulty of the dungeon would be much higher than the 1st or 2nd heaven. Then can we participate in the martial arts competition? Ice Bear nodded. Yes, the martial arts competition is open to all human players. As long as your military rank reaches the titled marshal, you can participate. Lucien was shocked. Titled marshal? Mountain pulling strength had been in the 3rd heaven for more than a year and was only a small militia captain. How long would it take for him to reach the rank of marshal? Lucien had a rough idea in his heart. The 3rd heaven of Tong Tian Tower was located in the Myriad race battlefield, where the battles were the most intense. It was a place that military strategists had to fight for, and the competition was extremely intense. Every race did not wish for other races to enter the higher heaven domain. They would think of ways to prevent other races from entering Tong Tian Tower. If they wanted to enter Tong Tian Tower, they would have to break through many obstacles. With the decline of the human race, just getting close to Tong Tian Tower was extremely difficult. Unless several major forces joined forces to help, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. In order for several major forces to join forces to escort them, the prerequisite was to obtain first place in the martial arts competition. If people from other races wanted to participate in the martial arts competition, they would have to reach the rank of titled marshal. There were 2 conditions to increase one's military rank. One had to reach a certain number of military merits and pass the corresponding military rank test. This seems a little troublesome. Lucien shook his head. Forget it, let's save Mu Xian first. As they spoke, the group had already arrived in front of the military camp's city wall. There was a long queue in front of the city gate. Mountain-pulling strength asked around, and indeed, they were here to participate in the advancement test. There's a notice over there. Let's go take a look. Monkey King's eyes were sharp. He noticed a notice on the city wall, and the group gathered around it. Recently, the demonic beasts have been rampant and have frequently launched sneak attacks on our surrounding villages. In order to deal with the strange movements of the demonic beasts, the Mo City garrison has activated the following emergency measures. 1. The military rank test that is held once a week will be changed to once every 2 days. 2. The cooldown for the redemption of the quartermaster of the regular army will be reduced by 50%. 3. The Mo City garrison will provide 20% military merits for the redemption of military merits for the regular army soldiers. 4. The small teams that have lost their strongholds will be temporarily incorporated into the militia and will be stationed in the temporary camp outside Mo City. However, They will not enjoy the benefits of the regular army. Damn, the benefits of this measure are all for the regular army. Big Beard was rather dissatisfied. They're only letting us live outside the city. If the demonic beasts attack, we'll just be cannon fodder. They're giving all the benefits to the regular army, and they're still using us as cannon fodder. How disgusting. Mountain-pulling Strength shook his head. Otherwise, why would so many people rush here to take the test? If you want to develop in the third heaven, you have to first become a regular army soldier. Not long after, Mountain-pulling Strength found a soldier guarding the city. Old Mountain. That person saw Mountain-pulling Strength and warmly welcomed him. Old 5. Mountain-pulling Strength also smiled. That's Brother Shan's former teammate. Cutthroat introduced him to Lu Chun from behind. Brother Shan takes care of us too much. Many of his teammates have mixed into the regular army, and he's even a small team leader. Lu Chun smiled slightly. Looking at the way Mountain-pulling Strength was distributed, it made sense that his leveling was slow. After Mountain-pulling Strength and 5 mountains and storms chatted for a while, he asked about the Heaven's Punishment Tower. Heaven's Punishment Tower? Old Mountain, why are you asking about this? 5 Mountain's tone became somewhat serious, and his eyebrows were tightly knitted. He looked at Mountain-pulling Strength in astonishment. That place is not a place where ordinary people can go. Mountain-pulling Strength did not elaborate and asked, I'm just asking. Old 5, is there anything special about that place? Of course it's special. 5 Mountains said, the Heaven's Punishment Tower is a forbidden area. The people locked up inside are not simple people, and there are even level 4 heavens. What? Level 4 heavens? Yes, the Heaven's Punishment Tower has a total of 9 floors, and each floor is guarded by a super strong boss. From the moment you enter the Heaven's Punishment Tower, you will have to endure a strong Heaven's punishment, whether it's the people locked up there or the people who trespass into the Heaven's Punishment Tower. Under those circumstances, even an army would be completely annihilated if they went in. Hiss. What kind of Heaven's punishment? Mountain-pulling Strength asked. I heard that there was once a marshal who could not tolerate his lover being tortured by the Heaven's Punishment Tower. He entered the Heaven's Punishment Tower to save her. That marshal's HP was about 10 million, but he did not last more than 30 seconds. What? A marshal could not last more than 30 seconds? Yes, that was the first floor. The higher the floor of the Heaven's Punishment Tower, the stronger the Heaven's Punishment Tower. On the side, Lu Chun was silent. The place where Mu Xian was locked up was the 9th floor of the Heaven's Punishment Tower, but that was not what he was concerned about. As long as one was in the Heaven's Punishment Tower, they would be punished by the Heaven's Punishment Tower. That meant that Mu Xian had been tortured for months. Chapter 456. Wu Yue Fengyun looked at Mount Li and added, Old Mountain, I can tell you the location of the Heavenly Punishment Pagoda, but if you want to save someone, don't force your way in. The quartermaster has a pardon order. Once you become a titled marshal, you can change it. Listen to my advice. Don't be so stupid. Be selfish when you need to be. Level 3 is too dangerous. Enter the regular army as soon as possible. After coming out of the barracks, everyone gathered in the suburbs. Lu Chun did not speak the entire time. Madman, don't be anxious. Which level is your friend locked in? Lu Chun took a deep breath. The 9th level. What? 9th level. Everyone was shocked. On one hand, being locked in the 9th level meant that the difficulty of saving someone was unimaginable. On the other hand, being locked in the 9th level meant that Madman's friend had an extraordinary identity. Sai, if it's the 9th level, I don't know what military rank is required to exchange for a pardon order. Sansheng sighed. He was afraid that this matter would not work. At this moment, Lu Chen suddenly raised his head and looked at his teammates. I've already thought about it. I want to force my way into the Heaven's Punishment Tower. When these words came out, everyone was shocked. Madman, don't be impulsive. Didn't Old Five say that it's impossible to force your way in? Not to mention that your friend is locked in the 9th level. Yes, even if you're strong, the Heaven's Punishment Tower is not a joke. Lu Chen shook his head and stood up. My friend was locked in the Heaven's Punishment Tower to save me. I didn't know that the Heaven's Punishment Tower was so cruel. Now that I know, I don't want to wait any longer. Lu Chen looked at Mount Li and the others from the boat and smiled. I'm very happy to meet you. This time, you don't have to accompany me. I'll go alone. But when I come back, I'll fight with you. With that, Lu Chen's figure flashed, and he left. Mount Li and the others were still in a daze. After a while, they regained their senses. Lu Chen was probably already far away. This lunatic, Ba Shan frowned. How can he just leave like that? He doesn't want us to die with him. 3 Lives sighed. The Heavenly Tribulation Pagoda is known as the forbidden ground of the 3 heavens. No matter how powerful the madman is, how will he be able to pass through all 9 levels of the Heavenly Tribulation Pagoda? Captain, are we just going to watch this lunatic die? Li Ba Shan frowned. He was both angry and anxious. He stood up and paced back and forth. Suddenly, pulling mountain strength stopped and looked at the remaining people. I can't ignore Madman. What do you guys say? Frost Dance stood up. I'll go with you. I'm going too. Mother Fasters Kerr, you're all crazy. Sigh, why do I have such teammates? Forget it, I'll go too. Ever since Lunatic came, I've been dying every 2 to 3 days. Although my heart can't take it anymore, it's really exciting. Count me in. Sure enough, birds of a feather flocked together. The 11 of them quickly chased in the direction of the Heavenly Punishment Tower. The Heavenly Punishment Tower was quite a distance away from Ink City. Here, even the 3 heavens couldn't casually ride a mount. It would be very easy to expose oneself. After traveling day and night for 2 days and 2 nights, Lu Chen finally saw the ancient pagoda in the distance. Above the pagoda, dark clouds covered the sky. Lightning flashed in the clouds, and the surrounding sky was completely different. The closer he got, the darker the sky became. The wind wreaked havoc in the forest, and the trees slanted. Lu Chen walked against the wind. His robe and hair danced in the wind. Not far away, there was a stone tablet. Heavenly Punishment Pagoda. Heavenly Punishment Pagoda. No one is allowed to enter. Gods and demons of all races. Avoid it. This was probably the most domineering inscription Lu Chen had ever seen. The meaning was very simple. No matter what race you were, no one was allowed to approach the Heavenly Punishment Pagoda. Lu Chen snorted coldly and stepped into this area. Luckily, it's a forbidden area. Otherwise, it would be impossible for me to not encounter any obstacles along the way. Lu Chen walked towards the pagoda. Not long after, Lu Chen stood in front of the 9-story Heavenly Punishment Tower. He looked up and saw the towering pagoda covered by dark clouds. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Standing alone in front of the Heavenly Punishment Tower, Lu Chen was like a tiny black dot. Mu Xian, I'm sorry for making you wait. Lu Chen took out the reverse water scale sword. I'm coming. After saying that, Lu Chen pushed open the dusty wooden door and entered the first floor of the Heavenly Punishment Tower. 10 minutes later, a team of 11 people appeared in front of the Heavenly Punishment Tower. Looking at the Heavenly Punishment Tower standing in the middle of the thunderstorm, Li Beishan and the others felt a great pressure. They had never encountered such a thing in their lives. This is the Heavenly Punishment Tower. Dark clouds cover the sky, strong winds blow, lightning flashes, and thunder rumbles. It's as if someone has offended the heavens. Just standing here already makes me feel breathless. It's hard to imagine how terrifying the inside of the Heavenly Punishment Tower is. A marshal is only one step away from becoming a titled marshal. If we force our way in, we can't even last 30 seconds. We're just here to die. To them, the Heavenly Punishment Tower was definitely a forbidden area. Look, the wooden door is open. Madman has already entered. Let's go. Second heaven, in the monster forest outside the heart-refining courtyard, a beautiful girl in white was hunting the orange quest boss alone. Her white clothes fluttered past, and the huge rock scale python fell to the ground. Quest completion progress plus 1 inch. I've been here for more than 2 months, and my progress is quite fast. However, I still need to practice more to hunt the boss of the Rainbow Gold Gem quest. As for Black Rubber, sigh, compared to Big Brother, I'm still far behind. Let's see what the boss dropped. It would be great if it dropped a dazzling gold equipment. At this moment, the girl suddenly frowned. Taking out a bronze mirror, the girl saw a man in red enter an ancient tower. The girl's eyes widened. That's the Heavenly Punishment Tower. Big Brother, why are you going to the Heavenly Punishment Tower? As a member of the Beishue family, the girl naturally knew what kind of place the Heavenly Punishment Tower was. Militia? Big Brother, are you trying to force your way into the Heavenly Punishment Tower? In the Monster Race's frontline base camp, a skinny mountain cat quickly entered the camp and transformed into a half-human, half-cat woman. Although she was half-human, half-cat, this woman was very seductive. When she walked, she was even more enchanting. Even if a human saw her, they would probably let their imagination run wild. At this moment, there were 7 to 8 2-meter-tall Monster Race members who had the face of a beast and the body of a human. They were studying a map. Monster Race members could have huge bodies. However, if they wanted to accommodate the real bodies of all the soldiers, the construction work would be too much. Thus, they only appeared in their current form in the camp. Mountain Cat, you're back? A tiger-faced man looked at the woman and immediately walked over. How was it? Did you find out who killed Lei Ming? I found out. The Mountain Cat woman smiled seductively. It's a human recruit, but I have a more interesting piece of news. Oh, what news? That fellow went to the Heavenly Punishment Tower. What? Force his way in. Could it be that he went to snatch that treasure? A bear monster beside the tiger man said disdainfully, "What are you afraid of? There are many people who want to force their way into the Heavenly Punishment Tower. Can anyone come back?" The Mountain Cat woman smiled. "I'm afraid there's nothing to be afraid of. Until now, no one has been able to obtain the treasure in the Heavenly Punishment Tower. However, according to the usual practice, it's best that we send people to monitor it. The Sky Demon race, Undead race, Descendant race have already sent people to monitor it." The Tiger Man nodded. "And I wonder if that fellow can come out alive." The Mountain Cat woman put her hand on the Tiger Man's shoulder. "That's right. That way, we can capture him alive and let the humans know how terrible the consequences of killing our people are." The Tiger Man smiled. "All right. This time, I will go personally. I must treat this fellow well." Chapter 457. Mountain Lee and the others had already entered the first level of the Heaven's Punishment Tower. The Heaven's Punishment Tower was similar to the Tong Tian Tower, but the inside was bigger than the outside. Torches were lit all around, and the light from the flames flickered. They could see that there were cells all around them, and there were cries and screams coming from within. "I beg you, let me out. I'm willing to be your slave. Please let me go. I know I was wrong. Please, don't go. Don't lock me up here anymore. Please." Mountain Lee and the others did not have time to care about these people. "HM, where's the boss? Where's the heaven's punishment?" Cutthroat looked around strangely. Not long after, Ching He's little fox returned and chirped a few words to Ching He. "Ching," he then said to everyone with certainty, "there's no boss." Mountain Lee looked around and frowned. Could it be that the mad scientist has already passed the first level? It seemed like this was the only possibility. No wonder the people in the cells were only crying and begging, and not wailing like the rumors said. The person they're talking about should be the mad scientist. That guy actually passed the first level. That's too strong. Quick, let's go to the second level. There were much fewer cells on the second level, and the people locked up here were much stronger than those on the first level. However, the pleading sounds coming from the cells were no different from those on the first level. Even if they were strong, they could not endure the attacks of the heaven's punishment. They only wanted to get out, and they did not care about their dignity. "Brother Sean, if we can make these people work for us." Three Lives could not help but feel a little moved. Mountain Lee shook his head. "People are fickle. We can agree to any conditions now, but once we get out, we can't control them at all. We can sign a contract. Now is not the time to talk about this. Let's catch up to the mad scientist first. That guy actually passed the second level. In front of the Heaven's Punishment Tower, many teams had already arrived. There were various races, including the Beast race, the Descendant race, the Demigod race, the Sky Demon race, the Night Demon race, the humans, the undead. There were more than 10 races that had heard the news and rushed over. Strangely, when the various races arrived in front of the Heaven's Punishment Tower, they did not fight. They maintained a safe distance from each other and minded their own business. The human troop was a garrison of Mo City. The leader of the troop was a major general with the ID of Hung Dao. At this moment, one of his subordinates, whose ID was Yu Fei, quickly walked up to him and whispered in his ear, "General Hung Dao, a total of 13 races have sent people here." Hung Dao's face was solemn. "Yes, I know. We'll be the last to leave after that kid comes out." These troops were here to monitor Liu Chen's attempt at the tower. Although no one believed that a mere human militia could break through the Heaven's Wrath Tower and obtain the treasure, it seemed to have become an established rule. It was as if all the major races were very afraid of that treasure. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance, they would absolutely not allow anyone to take that treasure away. "When did that guy go in?" Hung Dao suddenly asked. Yu Fei replied, "General, we're not too sure either. When we arrived, he had already gone in, but the group of people who arrived later had already gone in for 20 minutes. 20 minutes? Hung Dao frowned. Did he die inside? That's not right. The Heaven's Wrath Tower doesn't keep people inside. Even if they're dead, their bodies will be thrown out. Could it be that they can really hold on for so long?" Yu Fei suddenly thought of a question. "General, and I'm saying, if they come out alive, should we protect their safety?" Yu Fei emphasized that this was just a hypothesis. After all, it was already a miracle that they came out alive. Hung Dao looked at a demigod troop, not far away, and shook his head. "It's useless for them to come out alive. The 13 major races are here. We can't protect them even if we want to, unless they can obtain that treasure. Otherwise, whoever wants to capture them can do so. We can't do anything about it." Humans were the weakest existence in front of this group of people. It was difficult for them to even protect themselves. They had to wait for the other races to leave before they dared to leave the Heaven's Wrath Tower. Asking them to fight with these strong races was tantamount to courting death. Besides, you're just asking unnecessary questions. Do you think that a few militiamen can come out alive? We just need to complete our surveillance mission. Don't worry about it. Yu Fei frowned slightly. Although the general's words made him feel uncomfortable, the other races would do their best to protect them when they encountered any disputes. However, humans could only swallow their anger. At this moment, he even imagined that those people could bring out the treasure and let the humans hold their heads high for once. 10 minutes later, there was still no movement from the Heaven's Wrath Tower. The surrounding races had already started to discuss. What's the situation? He's still not coming out. What's going on? Why is there still no movement after so long? Tiger King frowned slightly. That kid had been in for a long time and hadn't come out yet. Something's not right. Cat Lady leaned on Tiger King's shoulder. It's indeed a little unusual. No one can last for so long. Could it be that the kid can really pass a few levels of the Heaven's Wrath Tower? Tiger King narrowed his eyes. I heard from the group of trash that escaped that the kid seems to be very strong. His damage can reach 37 million. If that's the case, with his strength, he should be able to become a titled marshal. Maybe he can pass 1 or 2 levels. Titled marshal? Bearman also frowned. No wonder the teams that came to monitor this time are all of high levels. Tiger King snorted. Hi. Only the humans sent a major general. Humans are the weakest. A major general isn't even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. The others who have some strength are all at the captain level. They're about the same as me. I'm not afraid of them. Let's wait a little longer. I don't think that kid can last much longer. When the time comes, we'll capture him alive. At the entrance of the Heaven's Wrath Tower's 7th floor, Lu Chun took a deep breath. At this moment, his HP was maintained at a red blood state. Only when he encountered a strong enemy would Lu Chun maintain such a low HP to fight. However, although this state was strong, it also meant that Lu Chun was always on the verge of death. The boss on the 6th floor is so strong. Coupled with the hellfire damage, it's going to kill me. Lu Chun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Under the heavy injury, there was indeed a problem with his body. He didn't know if it was an internal injury, but he had been bleeding since just now. 3rd celestial stage injuries will affect the use of skills. Let's check the skills. Lu Chun looked at his skills. Among them, the Mute Dust Pearl's spiritual energy storm was sealed. At the same time, because his spiritual core was damaged, all skills damage was reduced by 25%. Damn, this debuff can't be removed. You must recuperate and adjust your breathing to recover. Lu Chun frowned. The first 6 floors were already difficult for him, but now he had 3 more floors. Moreover, they were the most difficult 3 floors. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chun spat out a mouthful of blood. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared at the entrance of the 7th floor. Mu Xian, wait for me. I'm coming. Chapter 458. When he reached the 7th floor of the Heaven's Punishment Tower, Lu Chun had already entered the battle. Debuff. Heaven's Punishment. Wind erosion. Below the true divine constitution, the body will be affected by wind erosion, leaving no flesh and blood. Lu Chen's eyes widened. What kind of Heaven's punishment is this? It directly damages the body. This is even more unbelievable than the previous Heaven's punishment with high, continuous damage. A gust of wind blew past. What Lu Chun felt was not the feeling of wind brushing past his skin, but a sharp blade that cut his body. In an instant, Lu Chen's whole body was covered in blood. Please note, your body has been damaged. Your left arm has been damaged by more than 10%. Your left arm's mobility is reduced by 10%, damage is reduced by 10%, and maximum health points are reduced by 5%. What the F? *CK. It directly reduced my maximum health points. Lu Chen was shocked. Is heaven's punishment always so overpowered? Heaven's punishment was a continuous attack, which meant that as long as Lu Chen stayed here, he would be damaged by the wind erosion. The reduction of his maximum health points would affect him too much. He had to find the boss quickly and kill it. Only by killing the boss could the heaven's punishment stop. Fortunately, the boss was not hard to find. In the gust of wind, 100-meter-long giant scorpion stood in the eye of the wind, staring at the intruder. I didn't expect that someone would be able to break into my place. Through the translation program, Lu Chen understood the giant scorpion's words. Very good. I've been bored for too long. Finally, there's someone to play with me. After saying that, the giant scorpion flew toward him. The system reminded him again. Please note, your body has been damaged. Your left leg has been damaged by more than 10%. Your mobility is reduced by 10%, damage is reduced by 10%, and maximum health points are reduced by 5%. Lu Chen said angrily, "Shut up! Cancel the notification." Triple door. Earth chasm. On the 6th floor, the Cerberus guarding the door already had close to 800,000 damage. This scorpion must be even stronger. Lu Chen did not dare to be careless. He started with a strong control. As long as that guy was stunned, he would have a chance to quickly pass through here. With the help of the triple door, the earth chasm smashed onto the giant scorpion. With a loud bang, the ground shook. However, after being hit by the earth-splitting chasm, the giant scorpion was not stunned even though it had dealt a few 100,000 damage. Lu Chen was shocked. How is that possible? I clearly hit him. Is it strange to be a human? Immunity to stun. As it spoke, the giant scorpion had already arrived in front of Lu Chen. It waved its huge pincers and bombarded the ground in front of Lu Chen. Lu Chen also did not expect that this fellow would not attack him, but instead attacked the ground. But he soon understood. With a loud bang, the ground beneath Lu Chen's feet cracked and collapsed. Lu Chen suddenly lost his footing and found it difficult to control his body. This should be a skill similar to Universal Annihilation, Sky Shaker, but with a larger area of effect. Just as Lu Chen's body was floating in the air and he lost control of his body, a huge scorpion tail descended from the sky and stabbed straight into Lu Chen's head. Above him was actually a human's blind spot. The giant scorpion's body was huge, its tail was tall, and its speed was extremely fast. It was originally difficult to detect, not to mention that Lu Chen was still floating in the air. Fortunately, Lu Chen had the Eye of the Dark Gods, and the Eye of the Dark Gods gave him a timely warning. Only then did Lu Chen realize that the opponent had already made its move. At this time, it was very difficult to dodge. For most skills, the first condition was to move on the ground and step on the ground to provide power. Because of this, once the enemy hit you into the air, it was very difficult to use displacement skills to dodge the opponent's subsequent attacks. Lu Chen's HP was very low now. If he was hit, he would probably die again. But this was only the 7th floor. Lu Chen definitely could not waste another life here. Blood, sacrifice shield. Lu Chen shouted angrily. The giant scorpion sneered. You're courting death. My attack is piercing damage. It's specially designed to break your shields. Sure enough, the moment the scorpion tail touched the blood sacrifice shield, the blood sacrifice shield with millions of durability was instantly broken. Lu Chen's eyes widened in anger. This was bad. At this moment, An angry roar came from behind him. Puppet's secret technique: blood, sacrifice, soul pull. Suddenly, Lu Chun felt his hands and feet being pulled by someone. Just before the scorpion tail fell, he was ruthlessly pulled away. It's a puppet master. After Lu Chun dodged the attack, he turned around in surprise. The one who had attacked him was his teammate, the unlimited puppet master of the mountain picking team, Mei Nyang. At this time, she was bleeding from all 7 orifices. Her hands seemed to be pulling an invisible string, and the other end of the string was pulled to her body. After using this move, Mei Nyang suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, a few people rushed out from behind her and supported her. "It's you guys." Lu Chun saw the 11 familiar figures. They had actually chased him to the Heaven's Punishment Tower. The 2 heartless brothers raised their hands and gave Lu Chun a rejuvenation spell. Mei Nyang endured the pain and quickly pulled Lu Chun to the side of everyone. "Madman, you actually made it to the 7th floor. Oh my God, there are a lot of depressions on the 6th floor. I knew you should be on the 7th floor. Damn, what kind of punishment is this? It directly reduces the upper limit of one's HP." "Madman, how did you get through the previous few floors? Stop talking nonsense. Madman only has a little HP left. Let's help him block it first." Mei Nyang suddenly stopped everyone. "Passive. That scorpion is not a living thing." Ah, this time, even Lu Chun was dumbfounded. "What? That scorpion was not a living thing?" "That's a puppet." Mei Nyang panted heavily and stared at the giant scorpion. "Madman, you almost fell for it. He used the blood sacrifice soul pull, the same one I'm using now. Mei Nyang, you've never used this blood sacrifice soul pull before." Mei Nyang took a deep breath and tried to calm her breathing. "This is a secret technique. I thought I was the only one who knew it. I haven't found a suitable puppet yet, so I didn't have the chance to use it." Lu Chun suddenly realized. No wonder that guy was immune to stun. It turned out that it was a puppet. There was someone controlling it from behind. How could it be stunned? At this moment, a person slowly walked out from behind the giant scorpion. This person was not human. He was ridiculously thin and had a big head. As he walked out, he was still clapping. His tone of voice was also strange. "I didn't expect that the one who recognized my blood sacrifice soulbind would be a human puppet master." Then, the person looked at Lu Chun. "Kid, if your friend didn't recognize that this was a puppet, you probably wouldn't even know how you died. I can play you to death." This time, Lu Chun only felt sweat on his back. He didn't even know who his opponent was. How could he win this battle? Lu Chun stood up and wiped the blood. He could no longer control his injuries and learned to bleed. "Mei Nyang, thank you. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would have died here." Mei Nyang nodded. "Madman, we'll cover you. Retreat quickly." Lu Chun smiled. Although his face was covered in blood and his limbs were numb, his smile looked a little forced. "I won't leave. I promised my friend that I would save him. No matter what, I will save him. Knowing that guy is a puppet master, I don't think I will lose again." With that, Lu Chun turned around and walked back to the battlefield. Chapter 459. This was Lu Chen's first time fighting a high-level puppet master. Puppet masters were generally weaker, and their attributes were not outstanding. However, the most terrifying thing about a puppet master was the puppets in their hands. Mei Nyang was a fifth-line puppet master. She could control fearless puppets at the same time. Among the 5 puppets, there were meat shields, close-range fighters, and long-range fighters. In addition to the puppet master's own enhancement of the puppets, It was no exaggeration to say that a high-level puppet master's combat power was comparable to a small team. The strength of a puppet master was mainly determined by the level of the puppet technique. The higher the level of the puppet technique, the more puppets one could control. Mei Nyang was a fifth-line puppet master. She could control a maximum of 5 puppets. Her strength was considered very strong among the puppet masters Lu Chun had encountered. On the other hand, besides the number of puppets, a puppet master also had to look into the strength of the puppets themselves. There were all kinds of strange puppets in Jiutian. They could be made by collecting materials. There were also some other methods to make special puppets. There were even some extremely special individuals that could be used as puppets from birth. The stronger the puppet, the more special the puppet technique and puppet strings needed to control it. Blood, sacrifice, soul traction was a type of puppet technique. At the same time, it came with a special puppet string. It used one's own blood qi to form strings. It was extremely rare. Obviously, this puppet master was not simple. 7 stars chasing the moon. Lu Chun targeted the puppet master's body. He leaped a few times, trying to get close. You think the puppet master will let you get close? Dream on. The puppet master smirked. His hands were behind his back. This way, no one would be able to guess his attack from the movements of his fingers. Second in command, come out for a walk. Just as Lu Chun was about to get close to the puppet master, the ground suddenly split open. A huge gray shadow darted out from the ground and blocked the puppet master's path. Halfway through Lu Chen's attack, a gray shadow darted out and used Tiger descends the mountain in an attempt to repel the puppet master. 10 consecutive hits, 30 segments of damage. Immune. Lu Chun was shocked. He used the remaining 7 stars chasing the moon and quickly retreated. Only now did he see the new puppet clearly. It was a gigantic creature that was covered in rocks. It was 30 to 40 meters tall, but upon closer inspection, it wasn't a stone golem. Its skin was covered in rocks, but when its joints were bent, one could see its flesh and blood. Its rock head emitted 2 faint white lights as it stared at Klein. Ha 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 ha, I told you that you can't get close to me. The puppet master laughed. Are you surprised? Your attacks were invincible in the first few floors, but why are they useless against me? I'm sorry, but you can't even get past the second master. Mei Nyang's eyes widened. That guy actually had this puppet. That's a rock troll puppet. He actually has this puppet. Bashan hurriedly asked. Mei Nyang, is this puppet very difficult to make? It's not difficult. It's that no one knows where to get it. Mei Nyang shook her head and said, It's said that the rock troll is a demonic creature that lives underground. It's nurtured in underground fire and cultivates in underground lakes. Its body fuses with underground metal, ores, and seeds. Its attacks contain the 3 elements of metal, earth, and fire. It's immune to physical attacks, and its resistance to metal, wood, water, fire, and earth elements is over 80%. It has an almost invincible defense. What? Bashan was shocked. It's immune to physical attacks, and its elemental resistance is over 80%. How can we fight it? Mei Nyang's face was not relaxed at all. She nodded. That puppet is the tank-type puppet that almost every puppet master dreams of. Unless it's a special elemental attack, it won't move at all. It's just that no one knows where to get this puppet. Chasing Cloud's brows were tightly knitted. Spiritual energy attacks are actually elemental attacks without any attributes. With the improvement of one's cultivation technique, one will eventually approach an element with high affinity. This fellow has such high resistance to all 5 elements. He's indeed an excellent meat shield. Then all that's left is the heavenly might attack. Cutthroat frowned. However, Mei Nyang shook her head again. I previously said that blood sacrificial soul traction is a secret technique. The most powerful aspect of this puppet technique is that it greatly reduces damage. Everyone knew that puppet masters could share the damage with their puppets. However, it was only to share the damage. The total amount of damage would not be reduced. However, blood sacrificial soul traction could actually reduce damage. The others had never heard of it before. Blood sacrificial soul traction does not share the damage, but completely reduces it. Mei Nyang continued to reveal a piece of despairing news. The damage the puppet receives can be transferred to the puppeteer through the blood veins. While the blood veins transmit the damage, the 360 blood veins can greatly reduce the damage caused by the heavenly wrath. By the time it reaches the puppeteer, there won't be much left. At this moment, the power of blood sacrifice soul bind is displayed. It provides a second transfer of damage. The puppet master can transfer the damage to the puppet. In this way, the damage reduction will be doubled during the entire process. Only the puppet will suffer the damage, but it's already the damage after the second round of damage reduction. I've calculated that currently my blood sacrificial soul traction can reduce damage by 60%. That guy's damage is probably even higher. What? The others almost broke down. That's too crazy. 60% damage reduction. The heavenly might damage will also be reduced by more than 60%, with immunity to physical attacks, elemental resistance of more than 80%, and a damage reduction of more than 60%. Standing in front of the puppet master was truly an indestructible, heavy tank. No, if Lunatic doesn't know this guy, he'll definitely be at a disadvantage. Mei Nyang hurriedly shouted at Lu Chen, "Lunatic, that's a rock troll. It's immune to physical attacks, has elemental resistance of more than 80%, and has a damage reduction of 60%. It also has a defensive skill that's almost invincible." When Lu Chen heard Mei Nyang's warning, he instantly broke out in cold sweat. What the F*** CK? Did this guy have to be so strong? The rock troll's mission was to protect the puppet master at all times. In order to kill the puppet master, they had to kill the troll puppet first. The giant scorpion, with its powerful control ability, probably wouldn't just stand by and watch the puppet master look at Mei Nyang, who was behind Lu Chen, in slight surprise. This woman knows quite a lot. I really like your surprised looks, and I like the feeling of helplessness in front of me even more. Since that's the case, let's make this feeling even stronger. Come out, all of you. As soon as the puppet masters finished speaking, 4 rock troll puppets jumped out from the ground. This time, Mei Nyang and the others' faces turned pale. Oh my God, this guy has 5 rock troll puppets. This guy is a 6th-tier puppet master. He has a troll puppet squad under him. Does he have to be so exaggerated? What the F*** CK? Can anyone kill this guy? Mei Nyang's face was pale. 5 rock troll puppets. If the damage is spread out evenly, oh my God, how much damage would he have to deal to kill them? At this moment, everyone saw Lu Chen's expression change as he held his left arm. Oh no, the injury on Lunatic's left arm is getting worse. And his left leg. It's one thing to have an undefeatable boss, but he still has to endure the insane heavenly punishment. There's no way out at all. Oh my God, is this the heavenly punishment tower? No wonder no one can get through here. Lu Chen gritted his teeth. His body was hurting more and more, almost to the point where it was unbearable. His limbs weren't listening to him anymore. The puppet master opposite him had a group of rock troll puppets with heaven-defying defense and a giant scorpion. It's the 7th level. After this level, there are only 2 levels left. Lu Chen stared at the puppet masters. Damn it, I didn't expect that I would have to go all out on a mere 7th level. Instantly, Lu Chen's eyes glowed green. His body gradually split open. A ferocious-looking, majestic demon broke out of the human skin cocoon, unable to endure the thirst. The only thing that was out of place was the pair of white furry ears behind the thick horns on its head. They couldn't help but itch and move mischievously. Chapter 460. The rock golem was not only good at defense. 2 rock golems stood in front of the puppet master and activated Iron Bastion at the same time, blocking the illusions outside the protection area. The other 3 rock golems and giant scorpions pounced on the illusions around them. Earthquake. Blazing fist. Unfortunately, the illusions left behind by the ghost shadows were unable to cause any damage. Their only use was to identify Lu Chen's real body. The puppet master was enraged that he could not find Lu Chen's real body even after casting many illusions. He roared at the illusions in front of him. "Kid, do you think you can touch me just by transforming into a few illusions that have no fighting power? No matter what skills you use, you can't hurt me." Lu Chen did not get close to the puppet master. The Iron Bastion blocked the illusions outside, so he could not descend to the puppet master's side. Moreover, his target was not the puppet master at all. A rock golem was pouncing on an illusion. Its huge fist was too hot, emitting thick smoke. In the environment of heaven's punishment, the smoke was very strong. Just as its fist was about to hit the illusion suddenly turned around. Dragon blood boil. Tiger descends the mountain. Being able to use skills meant that this illusion was Lu Chen's real body. However, when everyone saw the skill he used, they could not help but feel nervous. Tiger descends the mountain? Isn't that a physical attack? The rock golem is immune to attacks. What's wrong with Madman? Don't talk nonsense. Can you think of a way to hit the rock golem? The number of heaven's wrath attacks is limited. It must be used at a critical moment. Madman needs to ask the rock golem for help. Sigh, I'm afraid we can't pass this time. The enemy is too strong. Seeing that Lu Chen only used Tiger descends the mountain, the puppet master could not help but laugh. Ha ha, you're really at your wit's end. Stop struggling and wait for your death. Heaven's Punishment Tower is not a place you can enter. Fierce Tiger descends the mountain was about to arrive. At this time, Lu Chen shouted out, Demon's 3 transformations, darkness element conversion. Of the 3 god and demon transformations, the 3 god transformations could transform attacks into thunder elemental attacks, while the 3 demon transformations could transform attacks into darkness elemental attacks. These 2 types of attacks weren't within the defensive range of the rock golem. However, due to the powerful damage reduction effect of blood sacrifice and soul pull, Lu Chen needed to maximize the damage he dealt. Hence, his first choice was still the 3 demonic transformations. Although the rock trolls had extremely high damage reduction, in the 3 transformations of the celestial demons, one of the 3 passive skills, Tunnel, could increase elemental attack damage by 100%. Even if the opponent had 60% damage reduction, Lu Chen's damage was still off the charts. -7, 4 million dark elemental damage. 12, 6 million damage reduction. -2, 72 million. 4, 23 million damage reduction. -2, 72 million. 4, 23 million damage reduction. -7, 47 million. -2, 72 million. -2, 72 million. A series of numbers stacked together and floated out. 30 hits, a total of 130 million damage. As a rare elemental damage, the rock golem had no resistance at all. Other than the damage reduction effect of blood sacrifice and soul pull, it took all the damage. The rock golem's health points were just over 100 million. Before Lu Chen's damage was done, the rock golem's health points instantly disappeared. This was after the damage reduction twice. If there were no damage reduction, Lu Chen's attack would have dealt 390 million damage. The rock golem's huge body fell to the ground. Not far away, the puppet master spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Chen didn't give him any chance to breathe. In the Heaven's Wrath Tower, he couldn't afford to waste any time. Phantom shadows, descend. Before anyone could react, Lu Chen's real body had already appeared in another location. This time, he chose the giant scorpion as his target. Tiger, descend. The giant scorpion had 80 million health points. Moreover, it was not controlled by blood sacrifice and soul pull. Halfway through Tiger Descend, the giant scorpion rolled over and retracted its legs. It was no longer moving. Phantom shadows, descend. Tiger, descend. Phantom shadows, descend. Tiger, descend. Phantom shadows, descend. Tiger, descend. Lu Chen moved in a way that was difficult to capture. In an instant, he appeared in various locations on the battlefield and killed all the remaining rock golems. Wherever he went, the rock golems, which were known for their defense, couldn't even withstand a single attack. They were almost like paper, dying with a single touch. Everyone who was sweating profusely for Lu Chen just now was stunned. Oh my God! What kind of damage is this? The damage is over 100 million, and this is under the 60% damage reduction. What kind of skill is this? Does the lunatic skill have no cooldown? Can anyone explain this? The lunatic is actually so strong. Oh my God. It's fine if the damage is high, but the skill doesn't have a cooldown. Coupled with this displacement skill, this is AF * King Harvest. Pulling Mountain shook his head. The lunatic's strength had once again shattered his understanding of it. He's too strong. I've never seen such a strong person. Moreover, when he fights, his mind is very clear. At the beginning, he used phantom shadows to fill the battlefield. He had already planned to kill the rock golems first. I finally know how he made it to the 7th floor. This kind of strength, this kind of calmness, that guy isn't human at all. On the battlefield, when Lu Chen arrived in front of the puppet master, who had lost his protection, the bodies of the 3 or 4 rock golems around him were still slowly tilting. Phantom Shadows was just that fast. The puppet master didn't dodge or struggle. He just looked at the person in front of him in disbelief. 9 transformations of gods and demons. You actually have the 9 transformations of gods and demons. A heaven-tier taboo skill. This person was quite knowledgeable. He could actually identify the 3 transformations of gods and demons. However, this guy said 9 transformations, but Lu Chen clearly used the 3 transformations of gods and demons. Lu Chen's first reaction was that the 3 transformations of gods and demons in his hands wasn't complete. Facing his impending death, the puppet master suddenly laughed. I have nothing to say about losing to the 9 transformations of gods and demons. However, kid, I'm very curious. Will you become a god or a demon in the end? Now, it seems like you prefer becoming a demon. Lu Chen frowned slightly. What did the 3 transformations of gods and demons have to do with becoming a god or a demon? It was just a set of skills. Lu Chen's raised hand was interrupted by the puppet master's question. What do you mean? Ha ha ha, so you don't know? I won't tell you. The puppet master wasn't too stupid. He knew that whether he said or not, the result would be the same. Therefore, he might as well not say anything. without any bargaining chips to exchange. He would just disgust the other party. Lu Chen suddenly realized that this guy wasn't beaten for no reason. If he didn't want to tell, then so be it. Lu Chen didn't buy it. Tiger descends the mountain. The puppet master didn't even struggle. This was what happened to puppet masters when they were closed in on. Even if he was a six-string puppet master, after losing his puppets, he had no power to resist. He only had 10 million HP, much lower than the boss Lu Chen had encountered before. He was instantly killed by Lu Chen. When the puppet master's HP reached 0, a white light instantly engulfed the entire floor. Suddenly, the wind erosion on the 7th floor disappeared. The surrounding fog dissipated, and the entire floor could be seen clearly. Even the surrounding prison cells could be seen clearly. The puppet master's corpse on the ground hadn't disappeared yet. It must have dropped something. However, Lu Chen didn't manage to hold on until his favorite part of looting the corpse. His vision turned black, and his body fell straight to the ground. In a daze, Lu Chen saw a line of red words from the system. Your physical body has suffered more than 40% damage. Please recover as soon as possible. Chapter 461. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Chen slowly woke up. When he opened his eyes, he realized that he was sitting cross-legged with 2 people supporting him. There was also someone pressing down on his back. It was similar to the scene in wuxia television dramas where internal energy was used to heal injuries. Madman, you're awake. Don't move around. Heartless is healing your body. Lifeless said. Zhu Ming said, although we are pharmacists, without pills, the effect might not be very good. Lu Chen checked his body's condition. Currently, the system gave him a damage level of 32%, which was 8 points lower than before. It seemed that Heartless had helped him recover quite a bit. At that moment, Heartless suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and the healing was interrupted. Heartless! Everyone hurriedly checked on Heartless. Pulling Mountain said, Spirit infusion is too much of a burden on your spiritual core. Heartless, rest for a while. Lu Chen also hurriedly turned around. Heartless looked very tired. Heartless, don't force yourself. Thank you. Physical injuries were not something that could be healed with just spirit infusion. Lu Chen had a deeper understanding of this point. Previously, everyone had been under the effects of the wind, erosion, heavenly punishment. Their bodies had all suffered varying degrees of damage, so they sat to the side to rest. Pulling Mountain sent a trade request. Madman, these are the items that the puppet master dropped. I didn't know when you would wake up, so I picked them up for you. I don't know if I did something wrong. Why did only 2 items drop? Lu Chen smiled. Brother Shan was afraid that Lu Chen would think that he had embezzled the loot, so he stammered. Brother Shan, you're much luckier than me. The previous bosses rarely dropped 1 piece of equipment, but you actually got 2. Pulling Mountain let out a sigh of relief. When he had looted the corpse, he had specifically asked someone to record it. He was afraid that there would be too many items and he would forget. In the end, he had only looted 2 items. He thought that the items had disappeared. This boss is so strong, but it only dropped 2 items. Of the 2 items, one was the puppet master's puppet robe, a dazzling piece of equipment. The other was a giant rock puppet. Lu Chen put away the 2 pieces of equipment. The boss here might not be a boss that drops equipment. It should be an NPC. Even if it's killed, it's just a drop. The chances are very low. Pulling Mountain Strength thought about it, and realized that the puppet master did indeed look like a player. It was just that he was from another race. Lu Chen turned his head and saw Mei Niang. Her injuries were also very serious. It seemed to be the aftereffects of using blood sacrifice on a living person. Main Yang, it's all thanks to you this time. I have no use for these two pieces of equipment. You don't have a suitable puppet to use blood sacrifice and soul bind, right? It just so happens that the rock troll can use it. After saying so, Lu Chen handed the two pieces of equipment to Mei Yang. Lady Mei hurriedly sat up. Madman, this thing is too precious. I can't take it. Lu Chen smiled faintly. It's precious in the eyes of the puppet masters, but it's actually useless to me. Without your guidance, if I wanted to win this battle, I would have to lose at least one of my lives. Besides, with the rock troll, I can slack off when our team fights in the future, can't I? The dazzling gold robe was also a good item. However, in front of the rock troll puppet, its value was too low. That was the dream of the puppet masters. With the rock troll puppet, when the team fought in the future, it was equivalent to having a super strong meat shield. It could relieve everyone's pressure. Madman, will you still fight with us in the future? Mei Yang looked at Lu Chen nervously. Lu Chen looked at these people. Although he had only been with them for a few days, they had already received Lu Chen's approval. They had stayed behind to fight against the monster race army with him. They had charged into the Heaven Punishment Tower without hesitation. They were brothers who were willing to go through life and death with him. What reason did he have to not acknowledge them? As long as I don't die, we will charge through the third heaven together. Lu Chen said firmly. The same emotion could be seen in everyone's eyes. All right, our militia team will charge through the third heaven together. Since Madman would still be with everyone in the future, the others also advised Mei Yang to accept the two pieces of equipment. Her increase in strength was also a good thing for the team. At this moment, Lu Chen suddenly found that someone was touching his ear. Hiss, I felt it just now. So, this ear is really on top. Cutthroat's attention had been on Lu Chen's ear since just now. Frost Dance finally couldn't help it. Really? I thought it was faked. It looks very strange. Let me touch it. So soft. So cute. If I pull hard, I really can't move it. Demon was speechless. Even if he had a bunch of hairy ears, most of his body was still that of a demon. His muscles were hard all over. What did it have to do with being soft? What did it have to do with being cute? Was it appropriate to pull a seriously injured person's ears so hard? You too. Can you stop touching it? It hurts. Can I touch the tail? Tail. Not even. Qingha, I said don't touch the tail. Lu Chen felt like there was nothing left to live for. As expected of people from the third heaven, each and every one of them was too daring. Oh, I just wanted to see if it was the same type as my little fox. I really can't help it. Lu Chen really had no other choice. He quickly rushed out of the encirclement and secretly made himself invisible. He changed into human skin and reappeared in front of everyone. Without the strange ears and tail, Lu Chen finally heaved a sigh of relief. Madman has changed back. Hey, Madman, what's going on with you? Is it the effect of the 3 transformations of gods and demons? Sancheng frowned and asked, as a heaven-rank forbidden technique, the number of people who had seen the 3 transformations of gods and demons could be counted on one hand. It was just enough to be used as an excuse for Lu Chen. Lu Chen didn't explain too much and ambiguously let it pass. More or less. After a short break, Lu Chen looked at the 8th step. Seeing Lu Chen's gaze, everyone stopped joking. The next 2 steps were the hardest. Chasing Cloud patted Lu Chen's shoulder. Madman, I'm afraid your body won't be able to take it. If the 7th step of Heaven's punishment is already so strong, what comes after will definitely be even more terrifying. Your HP has decreased by more than 30%. I'm guessing your technique has also been affected. Why don't you rest for a while? Yeah, I know you're anxious to save people, but if you lose, you won't be able to save people at all. Sharpening the knife won't delay the work of cutting wood. Lu Chun frowned and took a deep breath. Finally, he nodded. Yes, Chasing Cloud, you're right. I didn't expect the Heaven's Punishment Tower to be so strong. If I rush it, all my efforts will be for naught. Let's rest here for the night. Many people said that the Jiuqian was a real world. There was one thing that could be proven. At night, there were many poisonous mosquitoes in the forest to be able to create such details. If the Jiuqian wasn't a real world, it could only be said that the mysterious organization, Tianhang, was too sick. With a smack, he slapped another mosquito to death. Damn it, even mosquitoes have cultivated. Such a big one. Outside the Heaven's Punishment Tower, teams from more than 10 races had already begun to set up camp. Some of them had cooking skills and were cooking supper. Originally, this group of people wanted to wait for more than 10 minutes. But now, a few hours had passed, and the target had yet to appear. On the surface, the teams from the various races looked lazy, as if they were having a picnic. But this was obviously a facade for their opponents. From the back of the various camps, figures flashed out one after another. They were rushing to the main camp to gather troops. A piece of news was spreading quickly. Someone might have obtained the Heaven's Punishment Tower's treasure. Chapter 462. In the quiet night, the undercurrent was surging. Lu Chun and the others were unaware of this. At this time, Chasing Cloud was personally making food for everyone to fill their stomachs. Let me tell you, cooking is really strong. This roasted meat that I roasted can speed up the recovery of physical wounds. The ingredients are very hard to find. They did not expect that Deadface to be so passionate about cooking. It was really surprising. However, in the first and second levels, the player's sense of taste was not very obvious. However, in the third level, Lu Chun tasted the roasted meat and immediately widened his eyes. Damn, it's crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. It's delicious and juicy. The seasoning is just right. Delicious. Even if it's delicious, you can only eat one piece. I need to gather the ingredients for a week. Chasing Cloud limited everyone's food intake. Forget it. You and Mei Yang are injured. I'll give you one more piece. The others will limit it to one piece. Although delicacies could speed up the recovery of the physical body, it was still just a support. If they wanted to recover their physical wounds in a short period of time, they would need pills. Pulling Mountain walked over and sat beside Lu Chun. Frenzy, your wounds are more than 10%. Normal regeneration pills will have their effects reduced, but they can still heal a part of your wounds. Today, only my quartermaster can exchange for them. Give me your military merit points, and I'll exchange for more regeneration pills. And right, everyone give your military merit points to Brother Mountain. Frenzy's wounds are more than 30%. For wounds below 10%, the regeneration pills can heal 1%. For wounds above 10%, the effect will be reduced by half. For wounds above 30%, the effect will be reduced by another half. In this way, for regeneration pills can heal 1%. Everyone, calculate how much you can exchange for. 1 military merit point could be exchanged for 3 regeneration pills. They had 45 military merit points and could exchange for more than 120 pills. It was just enough to completely heal Lu Chen's wounds. Pulling Mountain gave a pile of regeneration pills to Lu Chun. Frenzy, eat them. Lu Chun nodded and ate all the regeneration pills. His physical wounds were finally healed. Frenzy, we don't have much savings. This time, we have recovered, but after the 8th level. Pulling Mountain looked at Lu Chun worriedly. Lu Chun nodded. What mountain picking strength meant was that if the 8th level was damaged again, there would be no way to recover. Don't think too much. We'll talk about tomorrow's matters tomorrow. Rest well today. Ice Bear patted Lu Chen's shoulder. Although the Heaven's Punishment Tower was dangerous, the most dangerous place was also the safest place. This night, everyone slept the best they had in a few days. Early the next morning, the teams got up one after another. In front of the entrance to the 8th level, Lu Chun stopped. Don't go up. The heavenly punishment of the 8th level will definitely be even more terrifying. Good. Lunatic, we'll give you a buff. 3 lives, impregnable fortress, armor formation, frost dances, frost arrow, cruel life's elemental resistance, firearm masters, fire elemental damage bonus. A whole bunch of skills, useful or not, were thrown at Lu Chen. Lu Chen's status bar was full. Lunatic, be careful. If you can't beat it, think of a way to retreat. We can still hold on for a while. Lu Chen nodded. He understood everyone's intentions, but he would definitely not bring the boss down. At the entrance to the 8th level, Lu Chen directly activated the 3 demon transformations. The 7th level was already so abnormal. The 8th level would definitely be even more difficult. He could no longer preserve his strength. As soon as he stepped into the entrance of the 8th floor, Lu Chen immediately entered battle mode. Heavenly punishment. 9 suns burning body. Below the true immortal physique, the physical body will be affected by the high temperature and will quickly wither. Please note, your physical body has been damaged. Your physical body has been damaged by 2%. Your damage will decrease by 2%. Your max HP will decrease by 2%. Please note, your physical body has been damaged. Your physical body has been damaged by 4%. Your damage will decrease by 4%. Your max HP will decrease by 4%. Lu Chun was secretly shocked. He had just recovered from the injuries on his physical body. Now, his entire body was being damaged at a rate of 2% per second. The 9 suns burning body was even more powerful than the wind erosion. Moreover, it burned his entire body. At this moment, Lu Chen's body was emitting steam. It seemed like the water in his body was evaporating quickly. The dark green runes on his body were also becoming dim. 2% per second. Lu Chen only had a few seconds left. He quickly looked up to find the boss. The boss was easy to find. In the middle of the room, a man had his back facing him. He could not tell what race this guy was. His entire body was covered in flames. He was completely on fire. Lu Chen's eyes widened. He had never seen anyone on fire. Someone actually made it to the 8th level of the Heavenly Punishment Tower. The man slowly turned around. His red eyes looked through the golden flames and landed on Lu Chen. It's a demon. Interesting. This guy immediately recognized Lu Chen's state. The Qian Ji he mentioned should be the puppet master from the 6th level. Kid, you've reached the end of your journey. To be able to witness my 9 suns flowing flame art, your trip to the Jiutian was not in vain. Lu Chen roughly guessed that the other party state should be similar to the 3 transformations of demons and gods. However, the effect of his 9 suns flowing flame art was to cover his entire body in flames. Lu Chen did not have time to talk to him. He started to attack with Ghost Shadow Lair. The man snorted, "Why are you in such a hurry to attack? Are you unable to withstand the heavenly punishment? You dare to use an earth-grade martial technique. In front of me, flowing flame, mystifying track." The man suddenly turned into dozens of flaming lights and shot out in all directions. "Lu, Yin quickly pierced through the illusions. At the same time, a large hole appeared on the illusions as if they were burned by fire. Following that, the illusions that were burned instantly evaporated. Lu Chun was shocked. That guy's flowing flame, mystifying track, could actually clear illusions? Do you want to descend? You have fewer and fewer choices. The man's voice came from all directions. Lu Chun frowned. His ghost shadow layer had been seen through by this guy. Now he could only fight head-on. To fight this kind of guy, the level of his movement skill must be high enough. Although Lu Chen's other movement skills were low level, with the no cooldown attribute, the nature of the skill was completely different. As the number of ghost shadows decreased, Lu Chen continued to descend and change his position. Seeing that there were only 2 ghost shadows left, Lu Chen suddenly controlled the other ghost shadow to rush in his direction. All the surrounding flowing flame, mystifying track, dragged their fiery tails and rushed over. Now's the time. If he could not find the enemy's real body, then he would let the enemy's real body come to him. If he let those balls of fire gather, he would have a way to deal with Fireman. When the last ghost shadow and Lu Chen's real body gathered together, the enemy would definitely attack him. Now was the best time for Lu Chun to test the enemy's real body. Dark element transformation. 3,000 body flicker. Continuous slash. Lu Chun created another illusion, while his real body had already launched 11 jumping attacks on the surrounding balls of fire. The 11 attacks all hit the balls of fire. The moves directly passed through the flames, without showing any damage value or any status like immune. Since the first wave of 3,000 body flickering slash did not find the real body, Lu Chen quickly followed up with another 3,000 body flickering slash. For a moment, Lu Chen's figure turned into a green shadow, jumping wildly in a group of balls of fire. Damn it, this guy's skills don't have cooldowns. A voice finally could not help but curse. What kind of scoundrel is this? Chapter 463. Fireman could see that the guy's skill really had no cooldown. In Zhou, even the heaven-level skill had a cooldown. Could it be the effect of a forbidden skill? Fireman quickly thought of this possibility. No wonder you can break into my place. Sure enough, you do have something. However, even if you know the forbidden skill, I will still suppress you if you dare to break into the heaven-punishing tower. Fireman said and shouted, Kid, don't be complacent. You are not the only one who can transform. Flowing fire maze Vulcan. The surrounding fireballs instantly rushed toward Fireman's real body. A large number of fireballs merged. Fireman's real body continued to expand in the flames, growing to about 10 meters. At this time, Fireman's image was clearer. He was wearing golden armor, holding a Zamadeo, and his whole body was wrapped in raging flames. He was huge and majestic, like a god. Lu Chun had seen this kind of god image many times, but it was basically in the form of possession, appearing in the form of an afterimage. Lu Chen's god of war possession, Lin Gu, apothecary's Shenong protection, and Poison Master's possession were all like this. At this time, Fireman directly transformed into Vulcan. This situation was similar to the Devil transformation and the 3 transformations of Celestial and Demon. Fireman could guard the 8th floor of the heaven-punishing tower. Obviously, the quality of his skill was far beyond the Devil transformation. It was probably on the same level as the 3 transformations of Celestial and Demon. Lu Chen stopped and stared at Fireman. Fireman might have underestimated Lu Chen before, but at this moment, both sides had sacrificed their strongest transformation. Obviously, the foreplay was over, and the real battle had just begun. What followed would be an unprecedented fierce battle. Fireman raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Kid, to be honest, you surprised me. I haven't exercised properly for a long time. Today, I will exercise properly. I'd like to see if your devil transformation or my Vulcan is stronger. After that, Fireman turned into a fireball and shot toward Lu Chen. 3,000 instantaneous slash. Lu Chen waited for the opponent to enter the attack range and quickly launched the skill. Just as Lu Chen left an illusion and was about to attack, Vulcan suddenly turned into countless flames and flashed away. 3,000 body flicker slashes. Missed. Even Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. That guy had already found a gap in the 3,000 body flickering slash. 3,000 body flickering slashes left behind illusions to confuse the opponent. At the same time, the real body passed through and swiftly executed 11 consecutive slashes. However, this set of moves was not a seamless attack. After leaving behind an illusion, there was about a fraction of a second for the user to close in. And it was during this brief moment that Vulcan caught him. This guy's reaction was too fast. Just as Lu Chen's cold voice sounded, flames gathered around Lu Chen's body. Lu Chen suddenly turned his head and saw a flaming Zamadeo chopping down. Raging flame saber. Dark Knight blink. At this critical moment, Lu Chen's figure instantly disappeared from where he stood. Dark Knight shadow. For the second time, Lu Chen flashed behind Vulcan from another direction. Tiger descends the mountain. Fire God's body once again disintegrated into a large number of flames. After dodging the attack, it instantly condensed beside Lu Chen. Another saber slashed down. The battle between these two could only be described as unimaginable. The cooldowns of their skills were almost negligible, and their attacks and defenses were seamless. Their figures were difficult to catch. In the blink of an eye, dozens of attacks and defenses had been exchanged. Both sides were competing for a fraction of a second to react. On the 7th floor, Pulling Mountain and the others waited anxiously at the door for a while. Although the lunatic is strong, he doesn't seem to have a deep understanding of the various classes. If he meets an opponent like the Puppet Master, it will be troublesome. Let's go take a look. Yeah, we've been in the 3rd heaven for so long, and we know almost all the classes. Even if we can give the lunatic some information, it'll be good. Pulling Mountain hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. Let me say this first. We'll just take a look at the boss. If we can help, we'll help. If we can't, we'll come down. Don't distract the lunatic. Understood. After some discussion, everyone decided to quietly enter the 8th floor to take a look at the battle. After entering the 8th floor, they did not even have time to see the effects of heavenly punishment. Instead, they first noticed the fierce battle between the two. As soon as they saw the battle between the two, the 11 of them were dumbfounded. The dark green demon and the golden fire god were moving at an unimaginable speed. They dodged, attacked, dodged, and attacked. No one had a chance to breathe, and no one gave the other any time to rest. On the battlefield, only the green and golden figures could be seen jumping and entangling. They thought that the 8th floor would be more difficult and dangerous. However, when they saw the two fight with their own eyes, the intensity of the battle still shocked them to the extreme. Damn, what kind of battle is this? So fast. Both of them are attacking crazily. Their skills have no cooldowns at all. Neither of them has a moment to rest. This kind of intense battle is too terrifying. With their attacks, victory, and defeat will be decided in an instant. This is no longer a battle of attributes. It's a battle of reflexes and perseverance. Maintaining such a high level of concentration for a long as you're human, you'll make mistakes. At this time, it's a battle of who can last longer. if the puppet master of the strange race was the strongest in terms of defense, then the fire god of the 8th floor was the strongest in terms of attack. After learning the 3 transformations of Divine Demon, Lu Chen had never used his skills as crazily as he did today. To be honest, having no cooldowns was not easy to control. Not only was it difficult to control, but it also put an exaggerated burden on his body. Please note, your physical damage has exceeded 40%. The 3 transformations of Divine Demon are accelerating the burden on your body. Blood kept gushing out from the corner of Lu Chen's mouth, but he was still desperately attacking his opponent. At this time, a moment of carelessness could cost him his life. Ha ha ha, kid, why are you so slow? It's not satisfying enough. Come on, attack me. I'll let you know what the strongest attack is. 1,000 army break. Lu Chen gritted his teeth. 7 stars chased the moon. He flashed behind Fireman and stabbed Fire God with a normal attack. Fire God turned into flames and quickly gathered beside Lu Chen. You only know how to use normal attacks. It seems that many of your skills can't be used anymore. Go to hell, Fire Extinguishing Blade. Please note, your physical damage has exceeded 50%. The upper limit of pain has increased to 500%. The 3 transformations of Divine Demon are accelerating the burden on your body. At this moment, Lu Chen felt a little powerless. If it was a fair environment, he was confident that he could beat Fire God. However, this was the Heaven's Punishment Tower, and it was the 8th floor. Under the Heaven's Punishment, his condition was getting worse and worse. Almost all of his offensive skills could not be used. Only rapid movement and 7 stars chase the moon were left for him to use. If he could not kill Fire God, even if his skills were not inferior to Fire God's, he would lose without a doubt. He glanced at the skills that could still be used. The only ones left were the 3 transformations of Divine Demon and the triple door. The 3 transformations of Divine Demon were useless now. Other than that, he did not even have a single offensive skill. The pain from his body was getting more and more unbearable. Forcefully using his heavily injured body had affected his elixir. His upper limit of life was only half of what it used to be. After enduring a huge amount of pain for a long time, Lu Chen's consciousness seemed to become less clear. His reaction gradually slowed down as well. In this battle, he would die if he was slow. Behind him, Fire God's 9 suns blazing saber was already coming at him. However, Lu Chen could not react in time. Lu Chen's gaze weakly swept toward the stairs not far away. Old man Mu Xian, I'm just below you. I'm on the 8th floor. Just one more floor. Chapter 464. This slash landed directly on Lu Chen's waist. Minus 840,000 double critical hit, minus 500,000 fire damage. Debuff. Ignite. 500,000 fire damage per second. It hit. It instantly took away 1/3 of Lu Chen's HP. He even had to take a huge amount of ignite damage. Ha ha ha, I finally won. Fire God laughed maniacally. Although you lost to heavenly punishment, which makes me a little unhappy, as long as you're dead, no one will care. The strong never cared about how they won. They only cared about the result. Fire God did not let his guard down. He spun his Zamadeo and flicked it upwards. I'll break your arm first. Flaming Zamadeo. The Zamadeo instantly attacked Lu Chen's right arm several times. It targeted Lu Chen's right arm and dealt a heavy blow. Lu Chen's body was already severely damaged. Now that his right arm suffered such a heavy blow, his right arm's damage had reached 100%. His right arm was dislocated. You have lost your right arm. The combo effect has failed. At the same time, Lu Chen's HP was almost empty. With another ignite effect, his life would be over. Madman! Pulling Mountain saw that Madman was heavily injured and wanted to rush forward with his teammates. At that moment, Lu Chen suddenly shouted, "Don't come over!" He pulled out a Buddhist staff from his back with his left hand. Celestial artifact, Xidagarba's staff. Buddha saves all lives. Lu Chen shouted with all his might, "Triple door!" Buddha saves all lives. It forcefully canceled all continuous damage and ensured that Lu Chen would not be killed by ignite. At the same time, the exclusive weapon had a special effect. All attacks could be turned into Buddhist seal attacks. It canceled the attacks and reduced the chances of activating passive effects by half. The triple door could teleport Lu Chen's Buddhist seal attacks. The Buddhist seal attacks did not have a trajectory, so they were even harder to dodge under the triple door's teleportation. However, considering that Vulcan's reaction was extremely fast, it might not be impossible to dodge. To be on the safe side, Lu Chen had to use the 3 gates to teleport this attack 3 times, using the unpredictable change of position to hit Vulcan. The 3 gates of the triple gate provided 3 opportunities to switch between skills. However, Lu Chen's combo had failed, and his attack speed had been greatly reduced. In that instant, he had only sent out 2 palms. Even Vulcan did not expect that guy to not give up at this time. This move was indeed profound. The fire deity was careless and had a hard time dodging it. A Buddhist seal directly hit his back. Minus 170,000, minus 440,000 double critical hit. The fire god had 27 million HP. Although it was not as high as a boss, it was still much higher than the average player. In addition to his terrifying strength, his 27 million HP was even more terrifying than Master Spiritual Martial Apothecary. In front of 27,610,000 yuan was only a small drop. Lu Chen stared at Vulcan nervously. This attack was nothing, but the key was that it was passive. In a situation where the number of attacks had been greatly reduced and the passive trigger rate had been halved, would these 2 attacks cause stun? Originally, the critical hit rate was 100%. Now, only 1 attack had caused double critical hit. Would it cause stun? There was an additional debuff on Vulcan. Unfortunately, it was not stun. It was not even silent. Lu Chen's heart tightened. Sure enough, there was no critical hit. He had always been unlucky when it came to gambling on luck. Taking a closer look, Lu Chen saw hope again. Elixir depletion. Pure spiritual energy exhausted. Lu Chen was suddenly stunned. Vulcan was out of mana. Speaking of which, Vulcan's appearance was very flashy. His whole body was covered in flames. This skill should have consumed pure spiritual energy. Moreover, that guy had been constantly using techniques, constantly transforming into flames to dodge the attacks. Lu Chen's spiritual energy was definitely high among the players. He had consumed a large number of elixirs, and his spiritual energy was more than 40,000. But even for him, in such a high-intensity battle, although his pure spiritual energy was not completely depleted, there was not much left. The Buddhist seal did have the passive trigger rate, but there were still some passives that were not affected, such as Taotia's pure spiritual energy combustion. Pure spiritual energy combustion was a special effect attached to the attack, and then the opponent had a certain proportion of pure spiritual energy. This was a passive effect, but the trigger rate was inevitable. The passive nature of pure spiritual energy combustion was not the same as that of critical hits and stun, which were triggered according to probability. Therefore, the Buddhist seal did not reduce the trigger rate, and every attack still carried pure spiritual energy combustion. The last 2 attacks had also triggered a considerable amount of pure spiritual energy burning effect, causing the fire deity, which was already lacking in pure spiritual energy, to be completely depleted. Without pure spiritual energy, it was equivalent to half a silence. It silenced all the active techniques of the clone. Vulcan was a little embarrassed. Not only was he hit by Lu Chen's attack before he died, but he also didn't expect that guy's attack to have a mana-burning effect. The flame effect on his body suddenly disappeared. There was insufficient pure spiritual energy to provide a continuous burning flame effect. What's going on? Lu Chen's voice came from beside him. Even if you have unlimited skills, you will still die without mana. Vulcan still wanted to take pills to restore his spiritual energy, but how could Lu Chen give him time? Demon clone. Demon kings will refresh. Demon clone. Cancel the Buddhist seal attack. Lu Chen clenched his teeth and launched his clone. His clone made another clone, and more than 30 clones quickly rushed to Vulcan. If he couldn't use active skills, then he could no longer dodge. In the face of more than 30 Lu Chen, even if they all had a broken arm, even if they didn't have the combo effect, Vulcan still couldn't dodge. Minus 140,000, minus 170,000, minus 420,000 double critical hit. A string of small damages quickly floated out, densely packed, and could no longer be seen clearly. At the same time, the debuffs on Fireman were crazily refreshed. Stun, silence, speed reduction, mana burn. The pure spiritual energy recovered from the 3-turn mixed energy pill that he had just eaten was instantly depleted. The damage of Lu Chen's clones was much lower than before, and the passive trigger rate was reduced by half. Fortunately, there were many clones, and their attack speed was not low. Under the siege of a group of clones, Vulcan had no chance to wake up. No, impossible. I can't accept this. Lu Chen was now in a race against time, and he didn't even have time to answer Vulcan. He himself couldn't hold on any longer. Minus 440,000 double critical hit. A moment later, Lu Chen's sword hit a critical hit, and Fireman finally fell. A golden light swept through the entire 8th floor of the Heaven's Punishment Tower, and the Heaven's Punishment disappeared. Lu Chen's injury had reached 74%. The moment Vulcan fell, his legs went soft at the same time, and he also fell. The clones dissipated, and in the field, the two who had been attacking infinitely before both fell to the ground. The two were not far apart. In a daze, Lu Chen seemed to hear Vulcan speak. "Kid, you won. I almost got that treasure, but in the end, I didn't get it. If there's a chance, let's have a fair fight outside." Lu Chen could no longer hear clearly, and his consciousness was blurred. Did he win? Very good. There was still the last floor. Chapter 465. This time, Lu Chen had been unconscious for a long time. When he woke up, he realized that his injury ratio had dropped to 65%. However, the Heartless brothers were not in good condition. As they rested by the side, their faces were pale. They had probably forcefully healed him, causing his body to be unable to take it. "Madman, you're awake." Brother Monkey saw Lu Chen open his eyes and immediately ran over. "Madman! That's great. Madman is awake." Lu Chen nodded. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly saw his right arm. Below it, there was nothing. "My arm." Lu Chen's eyes widened. In a faraway place, in the game cabin, Lu Chen subconsciously touched his arm. In reality, Lu Chen's arm was still there. However, the game experience was too realistic, making it difficult for him to distinguish between reality and illusion. No matter what the reality is, in short, in the 9 days, Lu Chen lost his right arm, pulling mountain strength, and the others lowered their heads. "Madman, your arm is seriously injured. It can't be reattached. Is there a way to regenerate it?" There is a way, but the limb regeneration pills grade is too high. We can't afford it for the time being. Madman, don't worry. There are so many of us. We can slowly earn military merits. We will definitely exchange for the limb regeneration pill first. Lu Chun was not as desperate as the others. He put down his broken arm and forced a smile at everyone. It'll be fine as long as it can grow back. There's still one last level. I'll go up and take a look. Madman, you're seriously injured. Are you going to die? Chasing Cloud put down the barbecued meat and said angrily. Lu Chun shook his head. There are no more regeneration pills. My injuries can't be healed. Instead of wasting time here, it's better to go up. What Lu Chun said was also the truth. With such a serious injury, it was useless to rely on rest. After being unconscious for so long, Lu Chun was at least conscious. He had nothing to prepare. Once Lu Chun had decided on something, even 8 bulls would not be able to pull him back. At this moment, everyone could only remain silent. Then, at least eat the roasted meat before going. You also need to rest. Chasing Cloud reluctantly found an excuse. The ingredients for my roasted meat are very difficult to find. Lu Chun could not help but laugh. Chasing Cloud really treated the barbecued meat as a treasure. Oh well, this might be the last meal in the third heaven. All right, Lu Chun replied. Lu Chun was on the 8th floor of the Heavenly Punishment Tower, waiting for the fragrant barbecue. Outside the Heavenly Punishment Tower, more and more people were gathering. Tiger King, it's been 2 days. Those people still haven't come out. The Tiger King was in the temporary military tent, surrounded by a group of low-ranking officials. Everyone was frowning. In the beginning, he had planned to capture the group of humans alive and entertain them. But now, the situation was completely different. He hadn't come out for 2 days. That guy was really challenging the tower, and it was very likely that he had broken through more than one floor. Mountain Strength and the others had said that they would go to the 8th floor to take a look. If it didn't work, they would retreat to the 7th floor. In fact, they, including Lu Chun, did not know much about the Heavenly Punishment Tower. The Heavenly Punishment Tower could only be entered and not exited. To be precise, one could not leave alive. It was easy to come out. One just had to die. If I remember correctly, after each floor of the Heavenly Punishment Tower is broken through, one cannot stay for more than 24 hours. The Heavenly Punishment Tower will send out a new Tower Guardian. If one stays on a certain floor, they will meet a new Tower Guardian. That group of people has been inside for at least 2 days. That is to say, they have either defeated the Tower Guardian twice or reached at least 2 floors. The cat girl's face lost its charm and was filled with worry. To be able to pass 2 floors of the Heavenly Punishment Tower, what is the strength of that guy? The Tiger King shook his head. What I am worried about now is how many floors that guy has passed. Actually, passing 2 floors is not scary enough. The human titled Marshal has the strength to pass 2 floors. Our lieutenant generals can pass 2 floors. However, due to the rules of the Heavenly Punishment Tower, if you can't pass 9 floors, then don't try. Otherwise, the result will be the same no matter how many floors you pass. Even if that kid passes the 8th floor, he still won't be able to get the treasure. I am afraid that if he passes the Heavenly Punishment Tower, a cow-faced officer at the side frowned and continued the Tiger King's words. If he passes the Heavenly Punishment Tower and the treasure appears, then the situation of the 3rd heaven may change greatly. The atmosphere in the tent instantly became extremely solemn. In the vast and boundless 3rd heaven, who knew that in this small place there might be an event that could change the entire 3rd heaven? Oh, right, how are the other races? They have sent more people especially the human side. At first, it seemed that they were here to complete the mission, but now it seems that they have taken it seriously. It is said that a titled marshal is rushing over. A titled marshal! The Tiger King narrowed his eyes slightly. He, the Tiger King, didn't care about the other lackeys. He even dared to fight with a human marshal. However, a titled marshal of the human race was a true super strong warrior. Which titled marshal is it? We haven't found out yet. Our people don't dare to get too close to the titled marshal. The Tiger King nodded. This was understandable. If they were too close, they might be killed by the titled marshal. What about the other races? From the current information, there are strong warriors rushing over. The Tiger King nodded. It seems that barging into the Heavenly Punishment Tower has alarmed the true experts. Tiger King, our beast god general, is also on the way. He will arrive today. This was probably the only good news. If the beast god could come, then the beast race would have enough confidence. If anything happened, they would have the capital to fight. After understanding the situation of the various reinforcements, the Tiger King walked out of the tent and looked around. The various races had already set up camp. Almost all of them had set up temporary barracks. Those fellows must be discussing countermeasures in the barracks. How interesting. He was just a small thief, but he caused such a huge commotion. The Tiger King shook his head and snorted. Lei Ming, you didn't die unjustly. If the beast god can come, I hope that kid can get the treasure. That way, when he comes out, we can snatch it while he's not in the right state. Although this idea was very vague, after all. Until now, there was almost no one who really thought that Lu Chen could take away the treasure. The various races also took action to guard against the unexpected. However, many people probably had similar thoughts as the Tiger King. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. It was obviously more worth it than barging into the Heavenly Punishment Tower. After finishing the barbecued meat, Lu Chen stood up and was about to walk to the 9th level. Suddenly, he froze. Lu Yi seemed to be calling for him. Little Green. Lu Chen frowned and summoned Little Green. Boss, you finally heard me. Lu Yi seemed very anxious. I've been calling for you for a long time. This time, I had to ask Xiao Min to help me call for you. Xiao Min had been calling for Lu Chen. Of course, he could hear her. What's wrong? Don't tell me you want to help me fight the boss. The boss here isn't something you can handle. No, boss, I want to give you this. Lu Yi said anxiously. Open my backpack and take a look. Lu Yi was Lu Chen's ghost pet. There was no transaction between them. Lu Chen directly opened Lu Yi's backpack. However, once he opened Lu Yi's backpack, Lu Chen was stunned. This, Little Green, you actually got so much. Yes, it's a lot. Who asked you to buy so many materials for me? Wouldn't it be a waste if I didn't finish refining them? Lu Yi finally heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 466. Lu Yi had more than 1,000 regeneration pills in her backpack. Lu Chen was dumbfounded. Boss, hurry up and eat them. My backpack is full. There's another batch of pills coming out soon. There's no place to put them. Lu Chen slowly raised his head, his face full of shock. So Lu Yi didn't run out because she was seriously injured and was in a hurry to heal him. She just ran out because her backpack was full. Boss, don't worry about your arm. When my alchemy level increases, I can help you refine the limb regeneration pill. It had to be said that Lu Yi was really much stronger than the average heaven-grade equipment. Lu Chen felt that the mission back then was really worth it. Let's help Lu Yi clear her backpack first. Lu Chen took out a handful of regeneration pills and put them in his mouth. The regeneration pills were tender and slightly bitter. After melting in his mouth, they gradually became sweeter. After taking them, he felt refreshed, mountain strength, and the others had just watched Lu Chun go upstairs. It was quite tragic. However, that guy suddenly stopped and said something to Lu Yi. Then he lowered his head and did something. HM? What's wrong with Lunatic? Is his injury acting up? Is he asking Little Green to heal him? Let's go take a look. A group of people rushed behind Lu Chun. Lu Chun turned around, his eyes full of pleading for help. His mouth seemed to be stuffed with a lot of things. He stuttered. Damn, burp? No, I really can't eat anymore. Ah? Lunatic, what are you eating? Why is your mouth full? F***CK, that regeneration pills. As he spoke, Lu Chun stuffed another handful of regeneration pills into his mouth. You guys, don't be idle. Help me eat some. Ha! The group's eyeballs almost fell out. This guy had a bunch of regeneration pills in his hand. He was stuffing everyone with a handful, but he was still stuffing more into his mouth. It's really a regeneration pill. Wait, isn't there no more merit points? To Bashan and the others, the regeneration pill was an extremely rare resource. Back then, they could not even bear to consume it. However, Madman grabbed a handful of them and stuffed them into his mouth. Big brother, is there anyone who uses regeneration pills like you do? Where did you get so many regeneration pills? Lu Chun swallowed a few regeneration pills with great difficulty. These weren't conjured by me. They were refined by Little Green. Ah, everyone looked at Little Green in shock. Louis smiled. I'm fine. Boss bought so many ingredients for me last time, so I've been refining pills every day. In the end, my backpack is full. I can't fit them all in my backpack. Ice Bear was stunned. Big Sis, how many did you refine? 1,200 pills. There's still one more furnace that's about to be formed. I really can't put them all down. Ice Bear felt that he should not have asked that question. They had a few regeneration pills, but they kept them in the safest places in their backpacks. They were not willing to use them unless it was a critical moment. In the end, Lu Yi had refined more than 1,000 pills in a few days. This was the difference between them. What was even more infuriating was that even if she could not fit them in her backpack, she did not have to force Madman to eat so much. Madman's injuries were indeed serious, but would he not die from eating like this? Eating regeneration pills will make you bloated. Brother Madman, let's not talk about other things. If this matter were to spread, your name would definitely be carved on a stone tablet and beaten dozens of times every day. Cutthroat shook his head vigorously. This was probably the most wasteful weirdo he had ever seen. If they were not familiar with each other, he would not have been able to hold himself back. Little Green, what's your success rate? Heartless suddenly asked. Regeneration pills are of a lower grade. My success rate is 83%. 83? That can't be. People say that the success rate is at most 30%. Louis smiled slightly. The success rate was related to alchemy talent. Of course, it was also related to the medicinal cauldron. Coincidentally, she was much stronger than others in these two aspects. Heartless, now is not the time to talk about this. Madman, how are your injuries now? Now, 25% of my injuries are damaged. Heartless nodded. That's about all I can recover. Madman, your right arm is permanently damaged. No matter how many regeneration pills you eat, it's useless. Lu Chun nodded. Indeed, eating regeneration pills would not reduce the injury rate. Since it could not be reduced, then he would not eat it. Lu Chun handed the remaining regeneration pills to Mountain Lee. Brother Shan, Share these pills with everyone. I don't need them for the time being. Madman, Luchin smiled. My current state is already the strongest state I can reach. Mountainly nodded. His right arm was gone. This was a permanent injury that could not be healed by regeneration pills. Little Green, come back. Lu Chen put away Lu Yi, turned his head, and stepped into the 9th floor of the Heaven Punisher Pagoda. As soon as he entered the 9th floor of the Heaven Punisher Pagoda, Lu Chen was surprised to find that he did not receive any effects from the Heaven Punisher Pagoda. Huh. Lu Chen frowned. He did not dare to be careless, and carefully walked into the depths of the pagoda. This floor was very dark. There was only a fire in front of him. Lu Chen moved in the direction of the fire. When the Heaven Punisher Pagoda's punishment dissipated, he could see the surrounding cells and the cries for help coming from them. However, there were only walls around the 9th floor. It was terrifyingly quiet. Lu Chen turned invisible and used his clone to scout ahead. As he got closer and closer to the fire, Lu Chen found that the fire was coming from a room on the side. No wonder the fire was so dim. Wishful clone. Xiao Min, turn invisible for me. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the room. Don't clone yourself. Little guy, come in. After almost a year, Lu Chen's heart still beat faster when he heard this voice. It was Old Man Mu Xian's. Lu Chen walked directly to the corner. This was a room without a door. In the room, a person was sitting. His back was facing Lu Chen as he leisurely poured himself a cup of tea. You ate so many regeneration pills. Aren't you thirsty? 50 points of spiritual energy. Do you still like it now? Lu Chen frowned. Mu Xian. Lu Chen sat opposite Mu Xian. Mu Xian pushed a cup of tea in front of him and smiled at the stunned Lu Chen. You have a lot of questions, right? Lu Chen, who was always gluttonous, didn't even drink the 50 points of spiritual energy tea this time. He nodded. Mu Xian smiled and took a sip of his tea. The words +10 floated above his head. I heard you fought with the mountain man once. How did it feel? Lu Chen recalled and said, he was very strong. Did you learn anything from that battle? Lu Chen nodded. It let me know that there was such a terrifying existence. Mu Xian seemed to be satisfied with Lu Chen's answer. He smiled and nodded, but then stopped smiling. What I want to tell you is that the mountain man is only an itinerant immortal. Are you surprised? Lu Chen shook his head. No, you told me you were an itinerant immortal. There's still a gap between us. That's right. You're still not my match, so you can't pass this heaven-punishing tower. Lu Chen frowned. You're the guardian of the 9th floor? Mu Xian nodded. That's right. Heaven's punishment for me is to guard the heaven-punishing tower. Lu Chen's eyes widened. So, if I want to save you, I have to defeat you? Mu Xian smiled. Something like that. Chapter 467. Looking at the stunned Lu Chen, Mu Xian couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha! To be able to put Mad God in such a difficult position. I feel quite accomplished. Lu Chen's brows furrowed. Old man, you can still laugh at a time like this. Mu Xian smiled. If I did my best, you would be the one to die. If I didn't, I would be the one to die. This is indeed a difficult choice. The Heaven's Punishment Pagoda is more like your punishment. Lu Chen felt an indescribable sense of defeat. From the 1st floor to the 8th floor of the Heaven's Punishment Pagoda, he had gone through many trials and tribulations before finally reaching the 9th floor. But the result was like this. No one would be able to accept it. If the first 8 floors were filled with increasingly powerful opponents, then the 9th floor was an unsolvable choice. The difficulty of this floor wasn't about the strength of the opponents, but the inability to choose. Mu Xian looked at Lu Chen solemnly. I once heard you say that you hate choices, but the most precious right of a person is to choose. Back then, between saving you and not saving you, I chose to save you. Today, between letting you go and not letting you go, I can still choose to let you go. Even if heaven's will can threaten me, it can't decide my choice. Mu Xian stood up and sighed. Do you know why I asked you to save me when I knew that the Heaven's Punishment Pagoda would let me guard the 9th floor? Lu Chen seemed to have a premonition, and his mood was extremely low. But Mu Xian's question made him want to know the answer. He looked at Mu Xian and asked, Why? Because there's a treasure here, and I hope you can obtain it. There are treasures everywhere. I can go somewhere else. No, this treasure can't be found anywhere else. You have to come here. Lu Chen only felt sadness in his heart. Kill me and go to the top of the Heaven's Punishment Pagoda to take that treasure. No. Lu Chen pressed his lips and stubbornly said, If you hadn't blocked that attack for me, I would have already disappeared in the sea of people. I don't want to climb up by stepping on your corpse. Kid, you're not just shouldering your own fate. Mu Xian suddenly became strong. Do you see the 3rd heaven? The human race is on the verge of extinction. This is a game. Lu Chen tried his best to find an excuse. You know, this isn't just a game. But so what if I lose in Jiutian? In the real world, my right arm is still there. Even if the human race is destroyed, we can still live our lives like before. Mu Xian sighed. You're wrong. Do you think your world is very safe? Haven't you thought about it? If Jiutian can achieve quantum transfer and transfer the body from the real world to the game, then what about the reverse? A battle that you can't even imagine is happening in the 4th heaven. If you can play with life in the first 3 heavens, then you will only feel fear in the 4th. Lu Chen suddenly raised his head and looked at Mu Xian in surprise. Mu Xian continued, At level 3, you can extract your attributes. Although the upper limit is not high, it is enough to change the real world. With your intelligence, it is not difficult to guess what kind of effect level 4, 5, or even 9 will have on the real world. You must become stronger, powerful enough to deal with all variables. Don't forget, you still have a sister, friends, and family. If there was anything that could make Lu Chen risk his life, then Lu Yi was definitely the most important. Mu Xian sighed. Itinerant immortal. If you fail the tribulation, you will become an itinerant immortal. I am the same as the mountain man. In your eyes, I may be an insurmountable peak, but the upper limit has already been set. I have reached the end of the Jiutian path. But you are different. The people in the mountains, and I have watched you grow up. You still have so many possibilities. Stepping on the enemy's corpse is easy, but stepping on the corpse of your companions requires courage and boldness. Mu Xian kept looking at Lu Chen, but Lu Chen kept his head lowered. You are Lu Chen, right? Lu Chen raised his head slightly. Mu Xian took out an item and threw it to Lu Chen. Wood Mansion's Grand Elder token, Lu Chen was stunned. So, Mu Xian was from the Wood Mansion? Why didn't he think of that? If you need them, take this token and look for them. Don't be in a hurry to go to the 4th heaven. Accumulate your strength first. The mountain man fought with you to let you know that the current you has no ability to fight at the 4th heaven. The 3rd heaven has the 2nd volume of the 9 transformations of gods and demons. Find a way to find it. One more thing, Ju is my great-granddaughter. If you think it's suitable, you can take this token and propose marriage. Ha ha. Of course, this is a digression. After saying that, Mu Xian's body glowed. The light grew brighter and brighter, almost illuminating the entire 9th floor of the Heaven's Punishment Pagoda. Old man, what are you doing? Lu Chen's eyes widened in anger. I know you can't do it, so you can only kill yourself. Don't be nervous. Lu Chen's eyes were red, but he didn't know what to do. Rhubarb jumped out of the beast pen and barked at Mu Xian. Woof, 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 woof. Rhubarb, follow your new master well. Perhaps one day he will wake you up. Woo woo. The light was extremely bright, and in the end, Mu Xian's body turned into specks of light and gradually disappeared. Mu Xian's final words were left behind. Lu Chun, there's something I still want to tell you. Your father told me that you and Lu Yi are his pride. His biggest regret was that he couldn't watch you grow up. However, I'm luckier than him. I saw that guy wasn't bragging. The golden light dissipated, and Mu Xian had already disappeared. Lu Chun stood there in a daze, his entire body petrified. Mount Li and the others waited for a long time on the 8th floor, but Lu Chun didn't come out. They were worried and went up to the 9th floor. When they reached the 9th floor, they realized that there was no Heaven's Punishment Pagoda. Did Lunatic win? They hurriedly searched and finally found Lu Chun in a room. Lunatic didn't die. That meant that he had passed the 9th floor of the Heaven's Punishment Pagoda. He had passed the Heaven's Punishment Pagoda. That's great, Lunatic. You won, you won. You passed the Heaven's Punishment Pagoda. Lu Chun looked up blankly, but there wasn't the slightest bit of happiness on his face. Mount Li looked around and asked curiously, Lunatic, where's your friend? Quickly go and save your friend. Lu Chun shook his head. He's the guardian of the 9th floor. He's already dead. What? Everyone's cheers suddenly stopped. Dead. Lunatic. The people who understood Lu Chen's feelings the most were these people. During this period of time, Lunatic had wholeheartedly wanted to save his friend, but in the end, this was the result. No one could accept it. All of his hard work had only resulted in failure in the end. However, at this moment, Lu Chun took a deep breath and slowly stood up from his seat. Wait for me here. I'll go to the top floor. Lunatic. Shuang Wu grabbed Lu Chen's hand and looked at Lu Chun worriedly. Are you okay? Lu Chun frowned. I'm fine. I won't let Mu Xian die in vain. I'll find the answer myself. Chapter 468. Next to the 9th floor of the Heaven's Punishment Tower, there was a flight of stairs that led to the top of the Heaven's Punishment Tower. Lu Chun walked up the stairs. After losing his right arm, he was not used to it, but Lu Chun did not care about that. The last floor was very narrow. It was only half a floor high. In a small room, there was only a stone platform in the room, and a rectangular wooden box was floating above it. Lu Chun walked over. Is this the treasure of the Heaven's Punishment Tower? What is it? When Lu Chun approached the wooden box, a thick bolt of lightning fell from the sky, directly exploding outside the tower. Following that, bolts of lightning crazily fell. It was similar to the giant thunder ape's lightning pool, but it was much stronger than the heaven-grade spell. A cry of surprise came from outside. Lu Chun was slightly surprised. There seemed to be many people outside the tower. But Lu Chun did not have time to think about this. He walked into the wooden box and took it down. Primordial cultivation method. Colorless cultivation method. Suitable for 10,000 races to cultivate. Cultivation method. Lu Chun was a bit surprised. Speaking of which, his current cultivation method was the lowest level demonic beast breathing method. This is the treasure? I thought it was some kind of magic treasure or equipment. Lu Chun was a bit disappointed, but he still opened the primordial cultivation method. Primordial cultivation method. The beginning of all things, return to origin, defy heaven and earth, roam the universe, look down on the Jiutian with disdain. Primordial cultivation method, first layer. The beginning of all things, base spiritual energy of 100,000 points not satisfied, and at the same time possess two innate powers of opposite attributes, satisfied, can be cultivated. Lu Chen's internal injuries almost flared up. Only a spiritual energy of 100,000 points can start cultivating the beginning of all things. Is there a mistake? That was a height that even Lu Chen did not dare to think about. Mu Xian, oh Mu Xian, you didn't hesitate to sacrifice yourself so that I could obtain this mental cultivation method. But now, I still can't cultivate it. This is a bit surprising. Lu Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had just planned to use the heaven-punishing pagoda to break through the three heavens, but in the end, he received such bad news. He wasn't qualified to cultivate the Hunyuan Sutra. However, Lu Chen did fulfill the other requirement of the beginning of all things. He had the innate celestial aura and demonic aura. Speaking of which, Lu Chen had never met a person who possessed two types of innate powers at the same time. In that case, this mental cultivation method was very suitable for him. Lu Chen suddenly remembered Mu Xian's warning to him. Don't be in a hurry to go to level 4. Build a solid foundation in level 3 before going. Now, it seemed that his attributes were still not high enough. The higher the requirement, the more powerful the mental cultivation method is. Thinking of this, Lu Chen felt much more relieved. If this mental cultivation method could be learned so easily, it would be a little disappointing. Obviously, this mental cultivation method was not targeted at level 3. Putting away the mental cultivation method, Lu Chen was about to turn and leave when Rhubarb suddenly barked at Lu Chen. Woof woof. Rhubarb, you said there's something inside the stone platform? The treasure-hunting boss spoke. Lu Chen immediately became spirited. He hurriedly turned around and walked to the front of the stone platform. After searching left and right, there was no secret switch on the stone platform. However, there was a line of blurry words right above the stone platform. Lu Chen blew away the dust on the surface of the stone platform, and the words were revealed. Heavenly Works Creation Platform absorbs the spiritual energy of the heavenly punishment for 1,000 years and can create all things. Current accumulated spiritual energy can complete an advancement. After advancement, the highest level can reach is the immortal level, 90% success rate. What is it? Lu Chen was a little confused. This time, the system didn't give him any hints. From the words, it seems like this thing absorbs the spiritual energy of the heavenly punishment for a long time and is an advanced item. With many years of gaming experience, Lu Chen felt that he should put some equipment on it to try. Now, the highest quality equipment on Lu Chen was the Ksitigarbha Buddha staff given to him by the people in the mountains. It was an immortal level item, and the Heavenly Works Creation Platform seemed unable to advance any further. It said that it can be advanced to the immortal level, but it didn't say what level the material is. Then, I should use low-level equipment to advance. It should be the most profitable. Lu Chen wasn't very sure. After thinking about it, Lu Chen decided to take a gamble. After all, it was a free opportunity to advance. Forget it, I'll take you, Wishful Longstaff. After that, Lu Chen directly put the Wishful Longstaff on it. After getting the Devil's Edge and the Water Scale Sword, Lu Chen no longer used this weapon. He just transferred the special effect on it to the Water Scale Sword. However, as the equipment that had accompanied him for the longest time, Lu Chen had not thrown this weapon away. Anyway, the Heavenly Works Creation Platform could advance equipment to the immortal level. Although the 90% chance was high, it did not rule out that Lu Chen encountered the 10% chance. In that case, the Wishful Longstaff was the most suitable. If it was successful, he would see which weapon to change to. It would not be a pity if it was destroyed. The wishful long staff had been lying on the Heavenly Works creation platform as an experimental product. Lu Chen waited for the final result. After a while, the Heavenly Works creation platform lit up slightly. Then thunder roared outside the Heavenly Punishment Tower, and a large number of lightnings struck the top of the Heavenly Punishment Tower. On the Heavenly Works creation platform, all the heavenly punishment processes from the first floor to the 8th floor were simulated. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, and the black and white dual gas that Lu Chen had never seen before. That should be the original heavenly punishment on the 9th floor. The 9 major heavenly punishment took turns to temper the wishful long staff on the Heavenly Works creation platform. The color of the wishful long staff changed from purple to orange to dark gold, and then to dazzling gold. After a long time, the shape of the wishful long staff suddenly changed. There was a golden liquid metal, like the roots of a plant, wrapped around the long staff, forming a golden 9-dragon tattoo. Each dragon was lifelike, bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. After tempering for a long time, the metal on the wishful long staff had been fixed and integrated with the staff. The originally simple wishful long staff had become golden, entwined with 9 dragons, and extraordinary. As the tempering continued, the wishful long staff seemed to be unable to withstand the refining of the heavenly punishment, and the staff trembled slightly. Lu Chen was getting more and more nervous. It would not collapse in the end, right? Come on, Jingu staff, stand up. You can do it. Stand up. About 2 or 3 minutes later, the wishful long staff finally stopped trembling and exuded a faint golden light. This golden light was brighter than the dark gold equipment. According to Lu Chen's experience, it should be an immortal weapon. Advancement complete. Lu Chen hurriedly took back the wishful long staff. At this time, the item information given by the system had changed. 9 dragon pillars of heavenly punishment, immortal weapon. The attack was 30,000 to 35,000, and the attributes were increased by more than 20,000. These were secondary. The key was the effect of the 9 dragon pillars. Double critical hit chance, increased by 25%. Critical hit damage, increased by 100%. Immortal weapons do not occupy weapon and equipment slots and can be switched at any time during battle. Special effect 1. 9 dragons destroy the world. The 9 dragons of heavenly punishment materialize and attack the target area. Special effect 2. Splitting Mount Hua. After the 9 dragon pillars bombard the ground 500 meters long and 50 meters wide will be destroyed. The target hit will be damaged and stunned. When the Splitting Mount Hua is activated, the opponent will be deterred by the 9 dragon pillars. Displacement skills below the heavenly level will be ineffective, movement speed will be reduced by 50%, and physical defense will be ineffective. The skill can be stored 3 times. After one use, it will enter a cooldown time, and it will recover every 60 seconds. Special effect 3. Sure hit, passive. Normal attacks ignore evasion attributes below the heavenly level. The attack will hit. Special effect 4. Mirror image possession. Attack has a 10% chance of triggering mirror image possession. When mirror image possession is triggered, the mirror image will repeat the previous attack or technique, causing the same damage and effect. Chapter 469. The new wishful long staff had even changed its name. 9 dragon pillars of heavenly punishment. Lu Chen's critical strike had already overflowed. The 25% increase in critical strike chance was useless, but the increase in critical strike damage was definitely what Lu Chen needed. The 9 Dragons area of destruction skill should be much more powerful than the Great Ravager's area of effect and Lava Ground Fire. In the third heaven, or even higher heaven domain, Lu Chen really lacked such a powerful area of effect skill. The mountain-splitting strength was an upgraded version of the Earth Chasm. In the future, he would no longer have to worry about Lu Chen's control skills not being able to hit people. At the same time, the basic attack ignored evasion. Although Lu Chen had not encountered a basic attack evasion skill, he estimated that he would encounter it in the future. This skill would definitely be useful in the future. The last special effect of the 9 dragon pillars of heavenly punishment was definitely its essence. 10% chance to repeat the previous attack, including the basic attack or the skill. In other words, Lu Chen had a certain chance to have a skill critical strike. This was a bit scary. It's a bit strong. Lu Chen carefully put away the 9 dragon pillars. It seemed that he had another celestial level weapon. With the mixed yuan cultivation technique in hand and the wishful long staff in hand, Lu Chen could finally leave the Heaven Punishment Tower. Back on the 9th floor, Ba Shan and the others surrounded him. The first thing they saw was the golden staff in Lu Chen's hand. This is a celestial level weapon. Lu Chen smiled slightly. Yes. Then he pushed the 9 dragon pillars of heavenly punishment's attribute panel to everyone. Damn, this attribute is too strong. In one breath, it adds 30,000 attack, 23,000 strength, and 25,000 physique. It's worthy of being a celestial weapon. It's too heaven-defying. These 4 special effects. Damn, it directly suppressed all movement skills below the heaven level. Does it have to be so overbearing? The last one is mirror image possession. Does this mean that there is a chance to cause a skill critical strike? A 10% chance of mirror image possession appearing once in 10 attacks. This is a bit too much. Everyone was looking at Lu Chen's new weapon when Lu Chen suddenly said, "Someone was talking outside. Did you hear that?" Returning to the main topic, everyone became serious. Yes, I heard it. The thunder outside just now seemed to have blasted out quite a few people. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. Are they here to snatch the treasure? Mountain Strength frowned. It's possible. I sent a message to Old 5. He said that someone has been in the Heaven's Punishment Tower for more than 2 days. Now, it has attracted the attention of all the major races. Many troops are waiting here. There are at least a few thousand people outside. Old 5's original words were that the one who challenged the tower this time seemed to be a human and had already alerted the titled marshal to come over. If that fellow is valuable, the titled marshal will make a move. If that fellow obtains the heaven-punishing tower's most valuable treasure, the human must protect the treasure. Lu Chen immediately frowned. Therefore, the human titled marshal did not help him because he was a human. He wanted to protect the treasure first. Madman, what do we do now? After going through the Heaven's Punishment Tower, Lu Chen had become the backbone of the team. There was no doubt about this. Lu Chen coldly snorted, "You want to steal my treasure? You're dreaming." After saying that, Lu Chen looked at everyone. The Heaven's Punishment Tower in front should have a new guardian in place. We can't go back the way we came. We have to go out through the exit. We can't stay here for long. If the new guardian of the 9th floor comes, I won't be a match for him. The exit is at the 9th floor. I'm not in a good state right now, and I don't have the confidence to win. Follow me closely later. There might only be one chance to break out. Mountain Strength and the others nodded heavily. Standing in front of the teleportation gate on the 9th floor, Lu Chun took a deep breath and looked back at his companions. "Are you ready? Mountain strength," and the others nodded. "Let's go." Outside the Heaven's Punishment Tower, the major races had already set up camp here for a while. Originally, such a long time of waiting would have caused everyone to relax. However, the lightning and thunder from before made everyone perk up. What was the meaning of the lightning just now? Did those people get the treasure? That fellow might be coming out soon. The major races were already on standby as they stared at the entrance of the Heaven's Punishment Tower. Of course, the major races still had to be on guard against each other. Thus, the major races were arranged in a square formation with a certain distance between them. The square formations surrounded the Heaven's Punishment Tower. Everyone, stay alert. There can't be any mistakes in this matter. No matter if it's a living person or a dead person, we have to snatch it. Unbelievable. He actually stayed in the Heaven's Punishment Tower for so long. I wonder how many floors he passed. In the human army, a major general was standing behind a white-robed man with his blade in hand. The man looked to be in his 30s and looked no different from an earthling. No one knew if he was from Earth or not. His ID was hidden, and he was wearing a white outfit. No one could see his equipment level, and there was a purple gold sword in front of him. This sword was very interesting. Its body was suffused with a purple light mist. If one did not know his identity, they would definitely think that this was a purple weapon. However, those who were familiar with him knew that this guy had used this trick to deceive many people. If one looked closely, they would find that the purple gold sword emitted a purple mist that was purer and brighter than a normal purple weapon. Equipment with a color was the symbol of an immortal weapon. It was just that its color was similar to the special effect of a purple weapon. Although this person hid his ID, the other camp's experts recognized him. The human titled Marshal, Purple Lightning Marshal Wang Chuan. "Marshal, if those people come out, we..." Hung Dao asked carefully. "Look, the other races are also staring at the exit. Although your strength is unparalleled, I'm afraid it will be extremely difficult to snatch them away." Lieutenant General Yu Fei said, "Marshal, we have to save them. They have the strength to stay in the Heaven's Punishment Tower for so long. Their strength is definitely not ordinary. With a little more time, they might be able to become the strongest among us humans and defend against external enemies." Wang Chuan glanced sideways at Yu Fei. This kid looked like the kind of young man who wanted to revitalize the human race. Interesting, the two subordinates seemed to have opposite opinions. One was afraid of battle, while the other was radical. Wang Chuan's face was calm as he calmly spat out 4 words. "Wait and see." Not far away from the human army was the demonic beast army. Tiger King was also standing behind a human man. This man was dressed in green and carried a wooden zither on his back. He did not have the appearance of a demonic beast at all. He was no different from a normal person. The only difference was that if this guy was on Earth, he would definitely be a top-notch handsome young man. Too handsome. So handsome that it was a little hard to tell if he was male or female. He was handsome with long hair, but his eyes were charming. There were even signs of makeup on his face. For this person to be able to stand in front of Tiger King, his status was obviously not ordinary. Tiger King said in a low voice, "Beast God, that kid is about to come out." Beast God's lips curled up slightly, and he said in a strange voice, "Making me wait for so long? It's time for him to come out." Chapter 470. At this moment, A white light suddenly descended from the sky in front of the Heaven's Punishment Tower and landed at the exit of the Heaven's Punishment Tower. Everyone was on full alert at this moment. They had been waiting for this moment for so many days. Even though the white light was dazzling, these people still tried their best to stare at the white light. When they discovered that there were more than a dozen figures in the white light, Beast God narrowed his eyes slightly. They came out alive. To be able to come out alive from the Heaven's Punishment Tower could only mean one thing. They had passed the Heaven's Punishment Tower and obtained the treasure. All the commanders of the army almost said in unison, "Snatch them at all costs." Even Wang Chuan, who was quietly observing, realized that he had already obtained the result he wanted. Now, there was no time to hesitate. Everyone, charge! We must snatch the treasure. Facing the treasure of the Heaven's Punishment Tower, these people were like hungry beasts pouncing on the figures in the white light. All kinds of displacement skills and long-range skills pierced through the sky and surged over from all directions. At this moment, a huge stone pillar suddenly fell from the sky and smashed into the middle of the battlefield. 9 dragon pillar, 9 dragons destroy the world, a voice shouted angrily. The 9 dragon carvings on the huge stone pillar suddenly seemed to come alive. 9 huge dragons broke free from the stone pillar and rushed in all directions. 9 huge dragons, 9 different types of attacks, bombarded the surroundings. Boom, 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 boom. A series of explosions exploded in the field, and the whole place was filled with wails. Oh, my God, what kind of cultivation technique is this? Are these dragons real? Quick, avoid the attack. Is that stone pillar the treasure of the Heaven's Punishment Tower? It's an immortal artifact. Taking advantage of the chaos, Lu Chen shouted, 9 wings! Another 9-winged celestial dragon appeared. After the 9-winged celestial dragon appeared, more than a dozen figures quickly jumped onto its back. 9 dragon pillar, come back! The huge stone pillar suddenly shrunk into a normal iron rod and returned to Lu Chen's hand. However, the 9 huge dragons were still wreaking havoc in the surroundings, crazily attacking the target area. Was this the power of 9 dragons destroy the world? Now, Lu Chen's condition was very bad, but the damage of 9 dragons destroy the world was already very terrifying. Ordinary soldiers basically could not withstand it. Even for those powerhouses, it was difficult for them to get close to Lu Chen and the others immediately. Only a few super experts were able to unleash their high-level movement techniques and madly move toward Lu Chen and the others under the influence of the 9 dragons. You want to run? No way. Leave your treasures behind, and I can spare your life. Lu Chen coldly snorted. He raised the 9 dragon pillar and smashed it down. Mountain-splitting strike. The 9 dragon pillars of heavenly punishments splitting Mount Hua special effect was completely different from the wishful staff. The wishful staff transformed into a shadow to cause area damage and control, but the 9 dragon pillars of heavenly punishment was simpler and more direct. A beam of golden light descended from the sky and landed on the ground in a designated area that was 500 meters long and 50 meters wide. Why is my void transference not working? Impossible. My movement technique is a heaven-class movement technique. Why is it being suppressed? In an instant, the ground was smashed into a neat area by the golden light. Although the golden light was invisible, after being hit by the golden light, all the experts were stunned without exception. They were stunned by Lu Chen. If it were any other time, Lu Chen would have sentenced them to death. However, at this moment, Lu Chen was in a bad state. His HP and damage were greatly reduced. Coupled with the local army on the ground, They could not stay for long. Lu Chen stood on the head of the nine-winged dragon and squinted at these people. He shouted, "You want the treasure of the heavenly punishment tower? Remember my name." Solipsistic. Lu Chen finally revealed his golden ID. This ID was so conspicuous that everyone remembered it. Nine-winged dragon, let's go. The nine-winged dragon spread its wings and soared into the sky. Oh no, he's running. Chase him. Why won't my mount move? What? His mount has draconic aura. How is this possible? No one saw that Lu Chen's body could not bear the burden after using 2 immortal weapon skills consecutively. He spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed on the nine-winged dragon's back. When the experts came to their senses, they could only see that the nine-winged dragon turned into a small black dot and disappeared into the distance. No one expected that in front of the army of thousands, that group of people actually ran away in front of everyone. That guy really did get the treasure of the heavenly punishment tower. Send the order immediately to hunt down the human solipsistic. Solipsistic. How arrogant, daring to leave his ID? Very good. It's easy now that we have a target. He can run, but the temple can't. Damn it. If he didn't have that immortal weapon, 9 dragon pillars. I don't know if the heavenly punishment tower is that thing. Anyway, it should only be stronger. Great. Our Skyfiend clan must get this thing. Send the order immediately. 3 heavens to hunt down the solipsistic. Forget Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Speaking of which, that guy's train of thought was still very clear. The moment he was teleported out, he activated a powerful group attack skill, then brought people up to his mount and used group control to block them. Step by step, orderly and very calm. Why would such a person deliberately leave his ID and let others have a trace to follow? Doing so was equivalent to making it clear that all the major clans would hunt him down. When everyone was stunned just now, that guy did not show any mercy to him. He also seemed to not trust him as a human. That guy seems to have lost an arm. Yu Fei, did he have a right arm before? Yu Fei hurriedly recalled. Marshal Forget Chuan. His body was not damaged before. Forget Chuan nodded. Looks like he's also an arrow at the end of its flight. Just now should be his last gamble. I didn't expect him to successfully escape. Send the order immediately to capture the solipsistic. Yu Fei was puzzled. Marshal, are we going to capture him too? What I mean is, he's also a human. It's a good thing for us that he got the treasure. Forget Chuan smiled coldly. How can it be a good thing for an uncontrolled person to get the treasure? Send the order immediately. Although Yu Fei had doubts in his heart, he still obeyed. Frenzy fainted again. The effect of his body being damaged was far greater than imagined. Using too many skills would cause his injuries to worsen. This was the same as in reality. The immortal equipment 9 dragon pillars of heavenly punishment was extremely powerful. Using 2 skills consecutively, Lu Chen, who had 25% of his body damaged, directly affected his wounds, causing them to worsen rapidly. Not good. Frenzy's damage has reached at least 40%, and it's still worsening. Old injuries are the most taboo. Before they recover, Frenzy is covering for us. Are there any more regeneration pills? Quickly give them to Frenzy. Heartless shook his head. In such a short time, I'm afraid he'll develop a resistance to the regeneration pills. That way, the effects of the regeneration pills will be reduced in the future. We can't rush to use the regeneration pills. We need to find a place to let Frenzy recuperate for a period of time. Find a place. Chasing Cloud frowned. The name solipsistic will probably spread throughout the entire third heaven in a few days. Where can we find a place to recuperate? The world is so big. Is there a place for him? Chapter 471. Nine Wings understood human nature. After Luchin fainted, he listened to Mountain Strength's suggestion and landed by a lake deep in the mountains. After landing, everyone checked the surroundings and built a simple camp by the lake. Everyone started a fire, fetched water, and prepared ingredients. In the evening, Luchin was awakened by the fragrance of barbecue. He opened his eyes and saw everyone's busy figures. He roughly recalled what had happened and understood the situation. After running out of the Heaven Punishment Tower, Mountain Strength, and the rest should have found a safe place to camp. Frenzy, you're awake. Frost Dance ran over. Drink some water. Chasing Cloud's barbecue will be done soon. Lu Chen's voice was weak. That guy still has barbecue. Is his backpack full of barbecue? Chasing Cloud carefully checked the barbecue and said, I took out my years of savings. It's a big loss. Frenzy, you're awake. You should rest first. Ice Bear carried a pile of firewood from elsewhere and placed it beside the fire. Monkey, I'll be on duty tonight. You should rest. Everyone was busy. Luchin sat there and looked around. There was a lake about 10 meters in front of him. The surrounding area had been cleared out. Behind him was a dense forest. A few people were patrolling in all directions. Although he was in the wilderness and was seriously injured, Lu Chun felt an unprecedented sense of security. Chasing Cloud's barbecue was done. Everyone could eat their fill. Only Chasing Cloud felt heartache as he watched this group of people eat and drink. Of course, no one cared about his feelings. Chasing Cloud, another piece. Ice Bear, you're still eating. The ingredients are hard to find. You're a chef. We love your barbecue. You should be happy. I beg you, I don't like it. Seeing Chasing Cloud, who had always been cold, being insulted by Ice Bear, the group couldn't help but laugh. Lu Chen also laughed. After eating and drinking, everyone gathered around Lu Chen to discuss the next step. Frenzy, so your name is solipsistic. To be honest, your name is really appropriate. Madman, when you left the Heaven's Punishment Tower, you purposely revealed your ID. Was it to protect us? You're thinking too much. Since we're a team, we won't leave you alone. Lu Chen did have this idea at the time. He could avoid being hunted by the myriad races alone, but if his teammates became targets, they would definitely die. In reality, Lu Chen had also achieved his goal. The myriad races only issued a warrant for him, but they did not issue a warrant for Libation and the others. Brother Sean, staying here is not a long-term solution. Where do you think we should go next? Libation had been in the third heaven for the longest time and had the most experience. He thought for a while and said, There is a place, but it is a little dangerous. Where is it? Tell me first. The City of Exiles. The players in the City of Exiles are all wanted players, because wanted players cannot participate in the military rank promotion test. Even if they have enough merit points, the people there will not be able to increase their military rank. But in the City of Exiles, you can still participate in the promotion test and increase your military rank. But it's only an increase in military rank because there must be a reason for the wanted list. Just like Madman, even if he becomes a titled marshal, they will still issue a warrant for him. The bearded man shook his head. If that's the case, what's the use of increasing your military rank? Libation said, It's useful. With an increase in military rank, the treatment of the quartermaster will be different. Also, if you become a marshal, you can participate in the martial arts competition. That's the only way to reach the fourth heaven. Also, outside the City of Exiles is the myriad races battlefield. There might be opportunities in some areas. That place is full of danger, but it is also full of opportunities. Most importantly, the City of Exiles will hide all the information of the players. It will be very difficult for others to find us. Lu Chen frowned slightly. It seemed like the City of Exiles was the best place for him to train. Li Bishan thought for a while and shook his head. There is one bad thing about the City of Exiles. In the City of Exiles, players are forced to wear masks. All small teams are separated, and everyone participates in battles as individuals. If we go, we will be separated. What's the use of that? Madman is in such a bad state now. His injuries are on top of his injuries, and his right arm is gone. His combat power might not even be half of his usual. That's right. If we stay together, we can take care of each other. If we are separated, it will be meaningless. After thinking for a while, Lu Chen suddenly said, "Brother Shan, you don't have to accompany me. I will go to the City of Exiles by myself." "Ah, madman, but your current situation is very bad," Heartless said hurriedly. "Don't underestimate the injuries on your body. You used an extremely powerful technique when you were heavily injured. Your body is on the verge of collapse. It is very dangerous." "That's right. I have also checked the injuries on your body. The situation is more serious than I thought. I think it might be because you took too many regeneration pills in one go. Then you were heavily injured again. You will need at least 2 or 3 months to take a pill like the regeneration pill to recover your body." Lu Chen nodded. His body was indeed in a very bad state. Even though he had eaten Chasing Cloud's roasted meat and hadn't used any techniques, the injuries on his body were still increasing. It should be the result of his injuries worsening on their own. "Everyone, don't worry about me. Although my injuries are serious, I am confident that I can protect myself in the City of Exiles," Lu Chen said. "At most, I won't risk my life so much. I might even not carry out the mission. When my injuries recover, there will be no need to worry. Instead, I need to obtain information about the outside world. So I need your help." After everyone heard this, they fell silent. If Lu Chen could really do what he said, there was no need to be too nervous. After all, Madman's strength was obvious to all. Obtaining information was also very important to Madman. The City of Exiles was very isolated from the outside world. Entering the City of Exiles was equivalent to being cut off from the outside world. It would be good for them to gather information nearby. On the other hand, they were also safe. Madman had attracted everyone's hatred in the Heaven's Punishment Pagoda. No one cared about a few small fries like them. "Madman, are you sure there's no problem?" Lu Chen smiled and nodded. "No problem." After pondering for a moment, everyone finally agreed to Lu Chen's suggestion. After camping in the forest for 3 days, Lu Chen's situation seemed to have improved a lot. Everyone added him as a friend and left private voice transmission talismans. In order not to attract attention, Lu Chen parted ways with Mount Li and the others and headed to the City of Exiles. After walking for a short distance, Lu Chen could not help but cough up a large mouthful of blood. He looked around. Fortunately, Mount Li and the others had already gone far away. Shaking his head, Lu Chen sighed. D***, why are my injuries getting worse? The Heaven's Punishment Pagoda. Although I have passed through the Heaven's Punishment Pagoda, I lost my right arm and was seriously injured. I am wanted by tens of thousands of races. It is really terrible. As it turned out, the Heaven's Punishment Pagoda was really not that easy to pass. Even someone as strong as Lu Chen almost fell into a desperate situation. If it were not for his teammates by his side several times, he would have died several times. This was probably the worst time Lu Chen had been in the Jiutian Taking a deep breath, Lu Chun continued to head to the City of Exiles. The City of Exiles, is that the place where I can turn the tables? Chapter 472. The City of Exiles was located at the front line of the Myriad Tribe battlefield. The people here were all fugitives. They were wanted and had nowhere else to go, so they could only come to this dangerous place. This place was naturally filled with all sorts of people from all walks of life. Standing in front of the City of Exiles walls, the guards didn't even ask Lu Chen any questions and directly let him in. Did outsiders sneak in? That was impossible. Forget about outsiders trying to sneak in. There was only one outcome for anyone who tried to gather information: death. Anyone who tried to gather information here would definitely be suicidal. When Lu Chen entered the city, he noticed that the city gate was very strange. There were only people entering, but no one coming out. It was as if this was the end of the Jiutian Road for these people. There were only people who walked in, but no one continued to walk. After entering the city, Lu Chen saw that everyone's IDs were hidden. Most of them were wearing black veils. Only a few newcomers like him didn't wear masks. Since he was missing a right arm, many people around him looked in his direction. Missing an arm? He's so miserable. No wonder he came to the City of Exiles. I bet he won't last a month. He'll die on the battlefield. Why doesn't this piece of trash give up? He came to the City of Exiles to struggle at death's door for a few more days. Lu Chen followed the newcomers in a daze. Suddenly, a sergeant walked in front of Lu Chen. He didn't look at Lu Chen and said impatiently, "Follow me." Lu Chen frowned slightly. "Where are we going?" "To collect your equipment." "Of course." The man glanced at Lu Chen's broken arm and sneered. "It's very likely that it's yours." Lu Chen didn't say anything and followed the man. Not long after, the man brought Lu Chen to a military supply center. This wasn't a place to exchange military merit points for items. A staff sergeant sat inside and threw bags of coarse cloth to the newcomers. When it came to Lu Chen, the man tossed him a package. "There's an exile mask inside. If there's anything dirty on it, go wash it yourself. There's also your accommodation card. Go check it yourself. Be careful when you sleep. We won't care if you get killed." The person behind him gave Lu Chen a nudge. Lu Chen quickly took a few steps forward and came to the side of the military supply depot. He opened the packages with the other rookies. Obtained item: bloody exiled mask. This was a fashion item without any attribute bonuses. Its appearance was exactly the same as the masks on the faces of the people he had seen before. It was an expressionless face with a hint of strangeness. There were blood stains on the mask, probably left by the previous person. In addition, the mask had another attribute. After wearing it, unless one left the City of Exiles, they could not take it off. In addition to the exiled mask, there was also a wooden sign with the words "Sue Room 144, Bed 1, and a pillow. Lu Chen stood up and found the residential area. He found Sue 144. It was a small room with a long row of bunks. There was a serial number pasted on the wall in front of the bunks, and there was nothing else in the room. Lu Chen was lucky this time. Bed 1 was on the other side of the door. It was a small single bed, but that was the only good thing about it. It was a place where one could only lie down. It had nothing to do with a room. A small hotel from the 80s? Lu Chen shook his head. I can't believe I've fallen to such a state. It's tragic. If Lu Yi and the others knew about his current situation, their jaws would probably drop. He was the strongest on Earth, the strongest in the second heaven, and at the third heaven he was seriously injured and had lost an arm. He even had to live in such a shabby place. After 2 days of traveling, Lu Chun was tired. He found a water source outside the house and washed the mask clean. He put on the mask and lay on the bed to rest. Little Furball, help me keep an eye on things. I'm going to sleep for a while. Little Furball jumped out. The little thing lay on the pillow and curled up next to Lu Chun's head. Don't eat anything. Lu Chun patted Little Furball and closed his eyes to rest. With Little Furball beside him, Lu Chun slept soundly. He didn't know how long he had slept, but he was woken up by the noise around him. When he opened his eyes, Lu Chun realized that it was already evening. There were many people in the room. These people were all wearing masks and had blood on their bodies. They lay on their bunks to rest as soon as they came back. The expected boss of the prison cell didn't appear. The people here didn't seem to have the energy to find trouble with others. They simply lived their own lives. They didn't even feel that there was a new person in the room. It was as if they were used to it. Across the aisle, the old man in bed 2 leaned over and saw that Lu Chun had opened his eyes. Hey, newcomer, and you're missing an arm. Humph, that bed is indeed the bed of misfortune. Lu Chun frowned slightly. Misfortune? Yes, the previous owner of this bed was quite strong here. He's dead now. Your supplies should be that guy's. Lu Chun smiled. I've been quite unlucky recently. The old man was injured. It was a physical wound. He was probably in pain all over. He took out a regeneration pill and swallowed it. Hey, kid, how many people are you wanted by? Lu Chun frowned slightly. Wasn't this a sensitive topic? Could it be that this guy had a gap? Hey, look at you. Don't worry, there can't be any foreign races here. You can tell when you're on the battlefield. They're all risking their lives to kill the enemy. Even if it's a gap, we welcome it. You don't have to tell me who you're wanted by. Just give me a number. The people here don't have much entertainment. They usually like to compete in this. Lu Chun couldn't help but smile. If there was a gap like this, it was indeed not a bad thing. Seeing that Lu Chun still didn't speak, the old man pulled the guy next to him. What? That person was fierce. Hey, how many people are you wanted by? A second-class city. What's wrong? The old man turned his head and smiled at Lu Chun. What he meant was that he had seen it. The others didn't take it seriously. Lu Chun thought about it. This question was a bit difficult to answer. How many people were he wanted by? It was possible that he was wanted by all the races in the third heaven. Big brother, how many people are you wanted by? Me? Not many. 3 third-class cities and 1 second-class city. Those guys wanted my life. I had no choice but to come here. This topic immediately attracted the attention of the people around him. Old man, you're such a coward. I'm wanted by 3 second-class cities, and you're not afraid. If you're not afraid, why did you come to the city of exiles? You won't die. I heard that someone was wanted by a first-class city. That guy is really ruthless. So what? Have you heard of someone wanted by the 5 great powers? That's what you call a desperate situation. The group of people chatted enthusiastically. It seemed that being wanted by a higher-class city had become something to brag about. Hey, kid, you don't have to hide it. You can see it today. Who knows, maybe he will be reincarnated tomorrow. Tell me, how many cities are you wanted by? Lu Chun sat up and picked up the little fur ball, who was sleeping more soundly than him. He smiled. Not many. I'm wanted by 1 force. 1 force? 5 great powers? It can't be? Is there a ranking of forces? Roughly how many? There's no ranking. Lu Chun smiled. It's just a nameless force. That's right. Lu Chun was wanted by the entire server. Was there a ranking in the entire server? Did the entire server have a name? Obviously not. Chapter 473. On his first day in the city of exiles, Lu Chen had a relatively peaceful time. Most of the people here only cared about themselves. Some of them were unreasonable. As long as you didn't provoke them, they wouldn't come looking for trouble. The other people in the dormitory often went to the battlefield to earn military merits. Once their military ranks rose, they could stay in single rooms. If they had the opportunity to raise their military ranks, they could even leave the city of exiles and start over. Of course, that was for people who were wanted by other forces. They had the opportunity to start over, but Lu Chen obviously didn't have such an opportunity. His only chance was to become a titled marshal and participate in the martial arts competition. Currently, Lu Chen's condition was still deteriorating. Even rising from the ashes couldn't remove the damage to his body. This wasn't a special effect or a debuff. On this day, Lu Chen still didn't go to the battlefield. Seeing that there was no one in the room, Lu Chen summoned Lu Yi. "Little Green, when can you refine the limb regeneration pill?" Lu Yi replied, "I still need some time." Lu Chen nodded. It seemed that regenerating his right arm wasn't something that could be done in a short time. "Then, when do you think my body can take the limb regeneration pill?" "About 50 days. But boss, I've studied your injuries. The reason why they deteriorated so quickly, other than the fact that your old injuries haven't healed and you forced yourself to fight, is also related to the various heavenly punishments you've received. Is there a way to alleviate it?" Lu Chen frowned. "I feel that my condition is getting worse and worse. My body's injuries have already reached 55%. I can't fight at all. Boss, I have to prescribe the right medicine according to the types of heavenly punishments you've received. Give me another half a month, and I should be able to stop your injuries from worsening." Lu Chen took a deep breath. It was difficult for Lu Yi to prescribe the right medicine according to the 8 types of heavenly punishments. This wasn't an easy task. However, he didn't know how much his injuries would worsen in half a month. "Damn, this is so difficult. Boss, I still lack a few herbs. Can you get them?" Lu Chen frowned. There were no pharmacies in the city of exiles. All the resources had to be obtained from the quartermaster. "Tell me what medicine you need. I'll find a way to get it." "All right." Lu Yi wrote down the herbs she needed at the moment. She might need other herbs in the future, so she wrote down a part of it for the time being. Lu Chen directly placed the medicinal ingredients that Lu Yi had written down in the custom mission. This way, he could see it when he opened the mission. "Looks like I still have to go to the battlefield. I won't do it myself." In the afternoon, the recruitment office was crowded with people. A soldier shouted, "The front lines are in a tight situation. We need 2,000 soldiers, 2,000 spots. If you are a militia captain or above and want military merit, quickly sign up." Lu Chen was speechless. Only militia captains and above could go. He was the one who was a militia, and the other party didn't want him. Someone pushed Lu Chen away from behind. "If you don't want to sign up, then go away. Don't block the way." "He's a cripple. Get lost. Don't block me from earning military merit." Lu Chen wanted to use rapid movement to dodge, but as soon as he raised his spirit pill, his whole body was in pain. His body tilted, and he almost fell. "Ha ha ha. You still want to come to the city of exiles in this state. Without military merit, you'll starve to death. You should reincarnate soon. This guy is really struggling at death's door." Ha ha ha. Lu Chen was about to say something when he suddenly noticed that there was another recruitment office next to this long line. Compared to the long line in front of him, the other side seemed cold and cheerless. There was a wooden table there, and a few soldiers were sitting there chatting leisurely. Lu Chen walked over curiously. "Excuse me, are you also recruiting soldiers here?" Lu Chun walked up to the wooden table. The soldiers were chatting enthusiastically when they suddenly saw someone coming over. Their conversation was interrupted. They raised their heads and looked at the young man in front of them. His face was pale, and he didn't look very energetic. His right arm was missing, and he was a cripple. They looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. "Kid, we do have a mission here, and it's quite suitable for you." Lucien frowned slightly. "What's the mission?" "It's a suicide mission. A half-dead person, like you, is just right for it." Lucien ignored their mockery and asked, "What's the mission?" "Look, this cripple seems to be very interested. It seems like he's really not afraid of death. Not only did he lose his right arm, but he was also forced to come to the city of exiles. Kid, you won't have a chance to make a comeback." Lucien smiled. "You don't have to worry about making a comeback. Tell me what the mission is." At this moment, the old man in the same room happened to be in the line next door. He saw Lucien at a glance and hurriedly ran over. He grabbed Lucien's left arm and pulled him aside. "Kid, what are you doing? Don't accept the mission here." Lucien asked curiously, "Why?" "Have you heard of the Suicide Squad?" The old man said. "It's the kind that goes straight to death." Lucien frowned. "I've heard of it. The missions here are Suicide Squad missions?" "Yes, although the city of exiles is a place to stay, the longer you stay, the more hopeless you become. Some people choose to leave early, while others choose to join the Suicide Squad." The Suicide Squad missions have additional military merits as rewards, but everyone knows that no matter how many military merits you have, you'll lose everything if you die. This is the final destination for some people who can't see any hope. Lucien frowned. It turned out that the mission here was really a suicide mission. "Brother, the mission over there requires a militia captain. My rank isn't high enough, so I can only do this mission." "Then wait a little longer. Some missions can be done by the militia, but there are fewer of them. You just have to slowly accumulate military merits." Lucien shook his head. "I'm afraid I can't wait. This is the only path I can take." "Brother, thank you." Lucien's original intention was that he had to earn enough points as soon as possible to buy herbs for Little Green, but in the old man's ears, it became a farewell. Looking at Lucien's current appearance, the old man finally let go of his hand, shook his head, and sighed. "Ah, it's really the bed of misfortune. Such a good single bed, but only the dead can sleep on it. Boy, good luck." Lucien nodded and walked back to the officer. "What's the mission now?" The officer smiled contemptuously. Sure enough, this was another one who took things too hard. "It's very simple. Sneak into the undead army camp and cause as much damage as you can. Kill and burn. As long as you attract their attention, it'll be fine. If you're lucky enough, there are these people next to you. If they can arrive in time, you might be able to survive. Of course, under normal circumstances, you can already pack up your belongings and bury them in a hidden place. If you have a chance to come back, you might find them." Lucien ignored their nonsense. "How many people are going?" The atmosphere in the city of exiles hasn't been very good recently. There are very few people who take things too hard. So, if you sign up, there will only be 3. Lucien nodded. "Sign me up." Chapter 474. At night, Lucien and the other 2 men of sacrifice sneaked out of the city. The 3 of them rushed to the designated area and hid near the camp of the undead under the cover of the night. Speaking of the 2 teammates, they did not speak a word along the way. They were the ones who had given up hope and did not bother to talk to each other. According to the requirements, the 3 of them were to ambush in the east, west, and north of the undead camp at midnight. Once they succeeded in creating chaos, they would release smoke bombs, and the human army would launch a sneak attack. When they arrived near the undead camp, the other two went to their respective areas to wait for an opportunity. Lu Qin made himself invisible. Unless the enemy carefully checked this place, it would be difficult for them to find him hiding in the forest. Bored of waiting, Lu Qin summoned the furball and Sprout. Sprout, you are too big. Can you turn into the furball? As soon as he said that, Sprout had turned into a miniature version of the Radiant Moon werewolf. With a shake of his body, he completely imitated the appearance of the little furball, causing the little furball to be dumbfounded. Damn, so cute. Leaning against a tree stump, Lu Qin looked at the two little things in front of him. I'm afraid chaos, and the others are still a little weak. I may have to rely on the two of you this time. The two little mice stood side by side and listened carefully to their boss's tactical arrangements. Sneak into the undead camp in this form. They won't find you since you are so small. Then listen to my orders. Once I give you an order, you will change back to your original form immediately. You only have 10 minutes to destroy as much as you can. Then run to me. Understand? Squeak. Roar. Well, very good. Try to kill as many undead as possible and earn some military merits for me. But don't fight too much. Especially you, furball. Squeak, squeak, squeak. After being named, the little furball was very dissatisfied and complained to Lu Qin. Lu Qin shook his head with a smile and patted the furball's head. Speaking of which, Yao Lao had warned Lu Qin not to indulge the little furball in the Divine Herbalist Valley. Otherwise, the consequences would be terrible. But now Lu Qin would not do it himself, so he could only rely on the little furball and the little originator. The lesser originator could only withstand elemental attacks and heaven's wrath attacks, although there were many experts in the third heaven who could restrain the lesser originator. The lesser originator itself was very strong. This time, it was just a puppet, and Lu Qin could directly gain the lesser originator's vision. Thus, it was very easy to control and not dangerous. As for the little furball, it had eaten a lot of things during this period of time and seemed to have become stronger. It could take any attack, but the problem was that it ate everything. Lu Qin was only worried that it would not eat too many undead due to its terrifying HP regeneration and compatibility. In short, Lu Qin was very relieved to send out these two fellows. Looking at the system time, Lu Qin found that there were still 3 minutes left before the appointed time. So Lu Qin asked Furry and Originator to sneak into the undead army camp. At this time, Lu Qin was hiding in the dark and obtained the vision of the sub-originator. The two mini fellows dashed toward the camp. Then they swaggered into the camp. However, as soon as they entered, they were discovered by the guards. Lu Qin was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. What are these two fellows doing? A hunchbacked undead soldier who looked like a piece of rotten meat was patrolling when he saw the two fellows walking together. Huh, why are there mice here? Hee, I haven't eaten fresh meat for a long time. The two little field mice dashed all the way and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Damn, they got away. The soldier left resentfully. Lu Qin's eyes were full of shock. Are they F*** king sneaking in? They are F** king forcing their way in. Well, the little furball usually looked harmless and probably thought that it had seen a piece of fresh meat when it was hungry. Maybe this was how it usually saw things. They want to eat the little furball. Lu Qin was really anxious for these people. Soon, Lu Qin suddenly saw many undead soldiers rushing out of the tents toward the open space in front of the camp. 2 men of sacrifice are caught. Ha ha ha. Trash like you want to sneak up on us. Sending only 2 people. Are they here to die? Kill them! Kill them! Let the general destroy their bodies and kill his way back to the first heaven. Lu Chen was shocked when he heard the undead soldiers. The two fellows who came with him failed to sneak in and were caught. When the little furball and the suboriginator ran over, there were only two corpses on the ground, which were turning into light spots and dissipating. A 3-meter-tall non-human creature with rotten meat was licking his long knife and laughing wildly. Ha 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 ha! Who said that humans can't kill these cockroaches? If I see one, I'll kill one. If I see a city, I'll slaughter a city. Lu Chen shook his head slightly. These fellows were really ferocious. When one was wounded in battle, one's body would be damaged. However, there were two main ways to destroy the body. One was to inflict terrible damage that far exceeded the upper limit of one's HP to completely destroy the body. The other was to slowly torture the body until it was unable to heal itself. Of course, there were other methods, such as the fire god's fiery saber, the remaining power of the Heaven's Punishment Tower, or Mu Xian's self-destruction. Lu Chen hadn't figured out many of those methods yet. But why did they have to destroy other people's bodies when they were fighting? The battles in the third heaven were completely different from those in the second heaven. The smell of blood reeked in the air. Soon, the time for the quest was about to come. Lu Chen stopped thinking about random things. The undead soldiers were cheering because the two humans were killed. Now was the best time to take action. All of a sudden, two inconspicuous mice behind the undead soldiers suddenly grew in size and turned into two behemoths. The suboriginator had imitated the little furball's appearance, and it did the same when it grew up. The two huge mice were running around crazily in the camp. Are they battle pets or wild beasts? Whatever. Fight the enemy now. How dare these two mice cause trouble in my territory? Courting death. Come out, Icebone Dragon. The leader of the encampment summoned a huge bone dragon that was as big as the little furball and the little originator. The bone dragon roared at the sky, and a chilly wind blew. Half of the encampment in front of the bone dragon was frozen. Oh no, it's an elemental attack. Lu Chen frowned. Furball, suboriginator, destroy the camp. Don't fight. At the same time, Lu Chen activated the signal flare to inform the troops in the distance. The furball and the suboriginator avoided the bone dragon and ran around in the camp on a rampage, breaking the camp into pieces. Their mission was to destroy the camp. All they needed to do was to cause trouble everywhere. There was no need for them to fight the enemy head-on. However, the bone dragon was still chasing after them. It spread its wings and was faster than the furball and the suboriginator. When the time was right, the bone dragon swooped down at the suboriginator. The bone dragon seemed to know that the suboriginator was afraid of its elemental attacks. So fast, Lu Chen was so angry that his eyes almost popped out. He could only watch as the ice dragon swooped down at a high speed. Right at that critical moment, the furball suddenly jumped over the suboriginator and bit the ice dragon's neck. A mouse had bitten a dragon. The ice dragon flew up and down in pain, but the furball wouldn't let go no matter what. At a low altitude, the furball climbed onto the bone dragon's back with its amazing strength and agility. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A greedy look appeared in the little furball's eyes. It finally got a chance to have a good meal and not get scolded by its boss. Feast. The furball bit the ice dragon. Chapter 475. The little furball was no longer a silly mouse after the feast started. It grabbed the bone dragon's neck and gnawed at its body. The bone dragon had no flesh and blood, but that was not a problem for the little furball, which was never picky about food. The debuffs on the skeletal dragon's body continued to accumulate. In just a moment, it had already reached 4 or 5 stacks. At this time, its HP was dropping at a rate that could only be described as terrifying. A large chunk of the bone dragon's HP bar was gone. The group of undead soldiers looked at this scene in horror. Their ugly faces were filled with fear. Oh my God! What is that monster? What is that attack? Even a spirit general's battle pet can't survive a few bites. The bone dragon is already using its power, but that guy isn't affected at all? Why? I've never seen a bone dragon cry like that. The undead leader was even more furious. My bone dragon! What is that monster? In the distance, the human troops that had received the signal flare were rushing over. It was dark, but they could still vaguely see the bone dragon because of the icy mist in the air. The bone dragon was flying in a weird way, up and down, as if it had lost control. Is that a bone dragon, a top battle pet of the undead? I think it's of the ice attribute. It's said that it's very tough. Huh. Strange. Why is it losing control? What's going on? After struggling for a moment, the ice bone dragon fell straight to the ground and lay there motionless. The little furball wiped its mouth with its paws and was about to continue enjoying the food when it noticed that the originator was not doing well. Don't attack it with spiritual attacks. It can absorb spiritual attacks. Use elemental attacks. Mother asterisk her. Where did these 2 old books come from? Cut the crap. Kill one of them first. All the people who were at the 3rd level were experts. Even the weaker ones had mastered 1 or 2 elemental skills after such a long time. For a moment, all kinds of elemental attacks were coming from all directions. The originator wasn't good at dodging, so Lu Chen had to control it with the spirit summoning technique. The little furball saw that the originator was being attacked by the crowd. It looked back at the dying bone dragon, and a trace of reluctance flashed in its eyes. But soon, it abandoned the bone dragon and rushed to the crowd. Who would have thought that this glutton would put aside the delicacies and come to the rescue in time for the sake of the seed originator? Although little furball didn't have immunity, its defense was extremely high. At this moment, it was even more resilient than when it encountered Lu Chen. In addition, it had a terrifying health regeneration effect. The group of people took a lot of effort to deal some damage, but it was still not as fast as little furball's health regeneration. Bloodline bond. Out of nowhere, little furball used a new skill. A beam of light connected it to the sprite originator, and little furball's HP recovery effect was transferred to the sprite originator. With Hairy Ball joining the battle, the pressure on Xiao Yuan was greatly reduced. With the help of the healing wave, Xiao Yuan was full of energy again. Roar! The little furball pounced on the crowd and bit countless people. Through the bloodline bond, a large amount of HP was recovered. Now that the sprite originator had nothing to worry about, it pounced on the crowd and unleashed its skills. Lu Chen saw this battle clearly. Little furball has an extra skill. Lu Chen was dumbfounded. Maybe it has leveled up or evolved. In any case, with little furball's skill, the safety of the 2 fellows was more assured. Little furball is quite sneaky. It deliberately avoided the powerful enemies and kept killing the small fries. Lu Chen couldn't help but sigh. Speaking of which, it would be strange if little furball was not smart. That guy had been eating and drinking in the herb garden for hundreds of years. Its ability to avoid people was absolutely outstanding. Lu Chen was still paying attention to the battlefield, in case the enemy's experts surrounded the 2 fellows. Suddenly, Lu Chen, who had been invisible, seemed to notice something wrong. military merit +1, military merit +1, military merit +1. Numbers were rapidly popping up above his head. Since he was invisible, the number kept popping up on a piece of wood in front of him. Damn, these military merit points. The two fellows had killed a lot of undead militia soldiers. Although it was only increasing little by little, there were so many of them that the military merit points above Lu Chen's had kept increasing. Damn, I can earn military merit points like this. After gaining about 200 or 300 military merit points, Lu Chen saw a blurry shadow in the distance, which was moving quickly toward the undead army camp. More and more experts from the undead army were dispatched. After all, Lu Chen couldn't fight by himself. For the safety of the two fellows, Lu Chen hurriedly ordered them to retreat. After receiving the news, the two fellows retreated while fighting. Not long after, the human army was not far away. After receiving the news, the undead leader quickly ordered, "Damn it, don't chase them. The human army is attacking. Get into formation immediately." The undead leader was still unwilling to give up. Looking at the two fleeing rats, he gnashed his teeth in anger. "Damn it, if I find out who is behind this, I will make him suffer. Get into formation quickly. Are you all deaf? Hurry up." Unfortunately, the undead army had been messed up by Furry and the Originator, so it was still too late to assemble quickly. Before the undead army was fully assembled, the human army had already arrived. The human army was not limited to those from the city of exiles. There were more than 10,000 of them. At this time, these soldiers saw the messy undead army camp and the scattered undead army, and they were stunned. What's going on? Did someone launch a sneak attack here? Could it be a suicide squad? That's impossible. How many suicide squads did they send to turn the undead army upside down? At least 1,000 people. Is the city of exiles so powerful now? A suicide squad of 1,000 people? The people from the city of exiles were dumbfounded. A suicide squad of 1,000 people? How come I didn't know? Someone from the undead army shouted angrily, "Damn humans, you can't defeat us in a frontal attack, so you use such despicable means to launch a sneak attack. Speak. Who is that person?" A group of humans frowned and fell into deep thought. Who is that person? Aren't there 1,000 suicide squads? Are you asking about the one who took the lead? You're asking me? I'm the one who wants to ask you. While the humans and the undead army were engaged in a fierce battle, Lu Chen had run far away with Furry and the Originator. He didn't want to get involved in such a chaotic battle. Smoke was rising from the battlefield behind him. Lu Chen walked on the road to the city of exiles, leisurely with 2 mice standing on his shoulders. Furry seemed to be very curious about the Originator's new appearance. It kept petting the Originator, and the Originator hit it impatiently. After all, Lu Chen's pets liked to fight when they had nothing to do. Lu Chen had already gotten used to it. Lu Chen was in a good mood after completing the quest and earning a lot of military credits. Hee, you two did a good job. 273 points of military credits. I'm rich. With so many points, I should be able to buy some materials. Right, I got 10 military credits for this quest. Mosquitoes are still meat. I'll go back and turn in the quest. Chapter 476. At night, the mission officer was not around, so Lu Chen could only go back to the dormitory to rest. When he returned to the dormitory, Lu Chen found that he was the only one in the room. The others might have gone on missions. Speaking of which, were those guys at the level of militia captain or above? Lu Chen thought about it. This was not surprising. Normally, what qualifications did a militia have to be wanted? Those who could run to the city of exiles were more or less capable. Lu Chun was now a militia and could only exchange for resources once a week. There were still more than 8 hours before the exchange time, so he rested for the time being. Early the next morning, Lu Chun got up to hand in the mission and happened to see a large group of people entering the city. These people were all wearing exile masks, so it was impossible to tell who was who. They did not seem to be in good condition. Their HP was almost at a critical state, and their bodies were also damaged. The battle last night had lasted until now, which showed how tragic it was. There were many onlookers around, and at this time, many people were discussing. So many people came back from fighting the undead. It's not easy. Well, the undead are usually killed. After they are caught, they are directly tortured to death and sent back to the first level to be reincarnated. I heard that the undead army was ambushed by another army yesterday. When we went there, it was a mess. Really? Then they really made a big profit. Lu Chun frowned slightly. It seemed that they were talking about him. How did it become an army after spreading it around? Lu Chun did not care so much and walked towards the mission officer. The same few people were sitting there chatting leisurely, but when they saw Lu Chun, they were stunned. Lu Chun was missing an arm, so it was easy to recognize him even if he was wearing a mask. You are still alive? No way. The other two are dead. How can a cripple like you survive? Lu Chun sneered. I am also very surprised, but I survived. The few people were speechless by Lu Chun's words. One of them immediately thought of something. Don't be so smug. Did you happen to encounter the troops of other races attacking the undead camp? I'm warning you, if you don't contribute anything, don't even think about completing the mission. Lu Chun smiled faintly. My mission has been completed. With that said, Lu Chun pushed the Suicide Squad mission in front of them. It showed a completed status. The mission officers were once again at a loss for words as they stared at the one-armed man in shock. This guy had really completed his mission. You're just a militia. How could you possibly complete such a mission? You took advantage of the chaos to complete the mission, didn't you? You sneaked in to complete the mission while they were ambushed. That must be it. Otherwise, how could a crippled militia like you do it? These guys came up with some seemingly reasonable explanations in their minds. Otherwise, all of this would overturn their understanding of the world. Lu Chun was too lazy to talk nonsense with these small fries. He didn't know where these officers and soldiers of the City of Exiles got their sense of superiority from, but they looked down on him from the bottom of their hearts. Perhaps to be more precise, it wasn't that the officers and soldiers looked down on him, but that the chain of discrimination between military ranks was at work. They were all regular troops stationed in Mo City. Back then, Lu Chun had clearly felt that the treatment of regular troops and militia was several grades lower. Lu Chun couldn't help but sneer. Humans had almost been wiped out, but they still cared about these false titles. It was a miracle that such humans could survive until now. Military rank. Was it really that important? Lu Chun narrowed his eyes slightly. At this moment, Lu Chun suddenly felt a sense of boredom. He was tired of military ranks. Do I really want to be promoted? Then stand at the top of the false titles and look down on everyone? It seemed a little boring. Faced with the questioning of the mission officers, Lu Chun was too lazy to answer. He said coldly, "How I completed the mission has nothing to do with you. Your duty is to give our army merit points." Although these people were unwilling and jealous, they still had to give their military merit points. One of them stared at Lu Chun and pushed a wooden token to Lu Chun. What's the use of military merit points for someone who's about to die? military merit token, medium after use, 10 military merit points will be awarded. Lu Chen used the token directly. His military merit points had increased to 283 on the military rank interface. He could now participate in the military rank test. However, in view of the feelings he had just felt, Lu Chen didn't want to be promoted. As long as he could exchange for medicinal herbs, it didn't matter what military rank he had. As for the mission, it was pretty good to do this kind of easy suicide mission. Before he left, Lu Chen seemed to have thought of something. He turned around and looked at the mission officers. "Hey, do you guys still have a mission here? Like the kind I do?" The 3 mission officers were petrified. The reason why they were so free here was because they specialized in releasing suicide missions. This guy had luckily completed it in one go, but he was still not satisfied. He wanted more. "Are you crazy? You guys are too dramatic. Just answer my question." Lu Chen said coldly, Fine, you want to die, right? Don't worry, we'll inform you as soon as we have a mission here." It seemed that there were no similar missions now. Lu Chen turned around and left. Lu Chen's quartermaster was already open. He found a quiet little pavilion and began to exchange the medicinal ingredients written down by Lu Yi. Dragon tendon grass, 1 military merit point for 2 portions. Little Green wants 10 portions. Damn, that's 5 military merit points. Phoenix tail flame lotus, 2 military merit points for 1 stalk. Damn, that's so expensive. Damn, I want 3 portions. My heart hurts. It seemed that almost 300 military merit points weren't enough for him to exchange. Lu Chen followed the order of the prescription. He first collected all the medicinal ingredients for a certain pill and then exchanged them. After handing the medicinal ingredients to Lu Yi, Lu Chen thought of Little Furball. He hadn't seen this fellow's status in a long time. He didn't even know that it had gained a new skill. It has a new skill, Bloodline Bond. It can share its health recovery with its teammates. Moreover, its attributes are twice as high as before. This fellow improved so quickly. Lu Chen immediately felt the terror of Little Furball. Thinking back, he let Little Furball and the others kill monsters alone in the heart-tempering courtyard. Could it have grown at that time? When he checked the beast pen, Lu Chen found that Little Furball was still sleeping. This fellow seems to like sleeping a lot recently. Lu Chen shook his head. He picked up Little Furball and gently stroked it. When he stroked it, Lu Chen felt that Little Furball's fur wasn't as smooth as before. Why is there a scratch here? Lu Chen carefully pried open the hair on the back of the Little Furball and found 2 scabs inside. Is it injured? Lu Chen hurriedly checked Little Furball's status. At this time, Little Furball's status panel had a new status. Transformation, sleepy, in urgent need of large amounts of food. Lu Chen's eyes widened, and his face was full of astonishment. The Little Furball was going to transform. Chapter 477. Little Furball was about to transform. It needed food. Currently, it only needed 2 kinds of food, pills and other creatures. Lu Chen didn't even have enough pills for himself. Eliminating this option, there was only one other option left. No, I don't know when there will be missions over there. Lu Chen was a little anxious. The description mentioned a lot of food. With Little Furball's appetite, he didn't know how much a lot was. There seems to be a free mission area in the mission distribution area. Let's go take a look. Lu Chen hurriedly got up and rushed to the free mission area. Strictly speaking, the so-called free mission couldn't be considered a mission. Some people who were eager to earn military merits faster could accept recurring missions here. The mission requirements were high, but the rewards were low. For example, killing 100 militia-level enemies would only reward 5 military merits. Although the rewards were low, killing militia-level enemies would give military merits. These missions were a kind of benefit that rewarded more military merits. It was important to note that these missions didn't stack with other missions. Targets killed in other missions weren't counted in the recurring missions. Lu Qin only glanced at the missions and accepted all 5 recurring missions in one go. 100 militia-level enemies, 50 squadron-level enemies, 30 squadron-level enemies, 20 brigade-level enemies, and 10 corporal-level enemies. The additional reward was 5 military merits. After accepting the missions, Lu Chun needed to be teleported from a special teleportation point. He would be randomly teleported to a war zone in the 10,000 tribe battlefield and automatically join an unknown battle. Okay, little furball, wake up and get ready to eat. Lu Chun woke little furball up and followed 30 to 40 people into the teleportation point. The familiar feeling of dizziness was fleeting. When he opened his eyes again, Lu Chun was already in a military camp. There were dozens of similar teleportation portals around, and humans were teleported in from time to time. The people who came were all human soldiers in armor. They were a little confused when they were teleported out. Many people were familiarizing themselves with the environment. There were also a large number of people who had already figured out the situation and were constantly rushing to the front of the battlefield. Quick, quick, quick! Kill them for me. We don't have much of a base left. We can't lose this place. A person with a military rank shouted, "Newcomers, don't just stand there. Since you've chosen to join the battle, don't just stand there. Charge!" That person pushed a few newcomers and happened to walk in front of Lu Chun. He glanced at Lu Chun and said, "You're from the City of Exiles? How could you be a cripple? Brat, I don't care where you're from. I don't care what you've done in the past. Now is the time for you to atone for your sins." Lu Chun glanced at the man. Without further explanation, he walked towards the battlefield. After leaving the barracks, Lu Chun saw the battle in front of him. There were people everywhere, and they were from all races. A leopard-faced man pounced on a human male. Midway, his body suddenly expanded several times and pushed the human to the ground. In the distance, a black-robed wizard with a white skull could vaguely be seen. He was a necromancer. He shot a light beam of wisdom at an orc grandmaster of combat. In the distance, a huge lion roared and fought with a western fire dragon. It looked like a contest between 2 beast tamers. In the sky, there were flying puppets madly shooting hidden weapons. However, their abdomens were directly pierced by a sword aura, revealing a pile of parts. Archers, beast tamers, and archers suddenly shot arrows from somewhere and pierced through someone's armor. Grenades fell from the sky. On the hillside, a dwarf musketeer held a cigar in his mouth and aimed at someone's head, preparing to blow it off. The talisman formation masters made the most noise. Dao talismans flew everywhere, and the array was magnificent. This was a chaotic battle between hundreds of thousands of super experts. Their goal was to annihilate as many other races as possible. Here, there were 9 major professions and dozens of branches. All the major races used all their skills and threw themselves into this endless battle. Even Lu Chun was shocked when he saw such a scene for the first time. He had seen battles between tens of thousands of people, and even world wars with hundreds of millions of people. However, the players at that time were too weak and could not fully utilize the advantages of their professions. However, it was different at level 3. Even if they were just militia, they had the ability to defeat a level 2 domain boss. After going through the baptism of 2 domains, those who could reach here were not really weak. Moreover, those who dared to come here were all very confident in themselves. Everyone was here to kill, and no one was here to be killed. After a short moment of shock, Lu Chen could not help but smile. Very good. This was the place he was looking for. After leaving the human base, there were already many people from other races coming over. 3 strange-looking creatures that were neither human nor ghost had already charged over. Here comes a cripple. Haha, I can kill another one. According to the translation software, the other party's language was Cthulhu race. It was unknown what kind of creature they were. The target they chose was the only human in this group who had one arm burned. Ugly thing, go to hell. Lu Chen was speechless. In their eyes, he was actually an ugly thing. Bro, do you think that your wart-shaped face is very handsome? He really could not understand the thoughts of aliens. Lu Chen did not want to talk nonsense with them, and directly threw a furry little mouse at them. Little furball, let's eat. I hope you don't mind. The 3 Cthulhu players were also shocked by Lu Chen's strange move. Why did he throw a little mouse at this time? He really could not understand the thoughts of aliens. However, in the process of flying, the little furball's body directly enlarged. When the boss said, "Let's eat," the little furball was completely awake. Yes, it was very hungry, very hungry. Damn, this thing suddenly became so big. It's a battle pet. Don't be afraid. It shouldn't be a powerful battle pet. Lu Chen shook his head. He met this kind of people again. The last person who looked down on the little furball seemed to be the icebone dragon. He wondered if it was still alive. Roar. The little furball roared and directly rushed toward the 3 people, biting one of their arms in an instant. Minus 740,000. Debuff. Physical damage. 1 stack. Physical attributes reduced by 7%. Mobility reduced by 7%. Debuff. Physical vulnerability. 1 stack. When receiving physical attacks, receive an additional 7% damage. Debuff. Serious injury and bleeding. 1 stack. Lose 1% of maximum health every second. Lasts for 7 seconds. With another bite, all the debuffs were stacked again. Other battle pets would just take a bite, but the little furball was different. It stared at being bitten. To be precise, it was gnawing on the opponent's flesh. Coupled with its horrifying damage and undefeatable debuffs, anyone who had seen the little furball in battle would be shocked by this guy's crazy attack style. That was a fear that was above the game. With 2 bites, the little furball tore off one of the monster's tentacles and roared into the sky. Roar. The heaven and earth shook. Even the battle pets who were fighting fiercely could not help but look over. It was as if a horrifying creature was slowly awakening. Chapter 478. Originator, Tao Tai, Chaos, let's go together. Lu Chen summoned the 4 battle pets at once. After all, they wouldn't be in any danger after the bloodline bond was established. 9-winged. Lu Chen called out, and a 9-winged heavenly dragon roared out. As soon as the 9-winged dragon appeared, many people were forced to land on their mounts. Lu Chen jumped on the 9-winged dragon and looked down at the battlefield. The warriors in the distance couldn't help but look at the man on the dragon's head. Broken arm, masked face, standing on the dragon's head, and looking down at the people. It's a human being. That guy, what's his rank? A titled marshal? Why would a titled marshal be here? He hasn't taken any action yet. I can't tell how strong he is, but he doesn't seem to be easy to deal with. Damn it, how can there be such a horrifying guy? His 4 pets are too horrifying, especially those 2 rats. One of them is immune to all attacks, and the other, oh my God, what kind of attack is that? It's eating people. Those who were licking the blood on their blades were also frightened by the bloody way the furball attacked. Under the lead of the little furball, the 4 battle pets charged into the enemy's formation and started a crazy massacre. The furball's recovery rate had exceeded the upper limit, and the originator was absorbing more and more spiritual energy. Tao Tai and Chaos were cooperating with each other. One of them was responsible for group attacks, and the other was responsible for burning mana. The 4 pets had formed a relatively complete team: tank, healer, AoE, DPS, and support. The division of labor wasn't clear, but there were people in every position. The AoE attack is not good enough. The remote position is vacant. Lu Chun analyzed and decided to add another member to the team. Azure Dragon, Black Flame Dragon Emperor, it's you too. I didn't want to let you out so early, but you're already young. You can get used to it. An Azure Dragon and a Black Dragon roared out from Lu Chen's left hand at the same time. Their figures were not comparable to the 9-winged celestial dragons, but they were still youths after all. Lu Chen did not want to let them participate in the battle so early, but he saw that furball, and the others were fighting well. They were only lacking in long range and area of effect attacks, so he let these 2 little fellows move around. Little Green and Little Black had also been sullen for too long. These 2 fellows were definitely the most combative too. Now that they had the chance to fight, they were already itching to give it a try. Chaos Tao Tai? What kind of joke was this? Who did they think they were? They were always in the limelight with their master. They weren't even considered ultimate vicious beasts or divine beasts, and these 2 were the true kings of divine beasts. It wasn't easy for him to come out, so he naturally had to perform well. Roar! The 2 dragons roared furiously, as if venting the dissatisfaction in their hearts. Flames and black flames spewed from their mouths, burning the battlefield mercilessly. Lu Chen didn't know whether to be angry or amused at the same time. Were these little guys all rebellious now that they were in their youth? Her temper was so bad. Hey, you 2, don't fight randomly, cooperate. You guys follow Little Furball and the rest. They didn't have to listen to others, but they still had to listen to their boss. If their boss was unhappy and locked them back, that would be terrible. The 2 dragons obediently caught up with Little Furball and the rest. They followed behind and set fire, cooperating with the small team in battle. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. As expected of divine beasts, their ability to understand was still quite good. Military merit +1. Kill the militia, mission completion progress. 13/100 military merit +3. Kill the militia, mission completion progress. 16/100 military merit +3. Kill the militia captain, mission completion progress. 2/50 military merit +3. Kill the militia captain, mission completion progress. 4/50 standing on the head of the 9-winged sky dragon. Lu Chen's missions kept refreshing. The militia mission had the highest requirements and refreshed the fastest, followed by the militia captain mission. With the 6 war pets attacking together, even the captain-level people would find it difficult to resist. Many of the militia directly became cannon fodder. Most importantly, Little Furball was eating like crazy. More than 10 minutes later, the militia mission had been completed. This mission could be submitted on the spot. After submitting it, one only needed to choose to continue accepting it to refresh. This made things much more convenient for Lu Chen. You have submitted the militia mission. You have received 5 military merit points. Would you like to accept the new mission? Yes, Lu Chen said without hesitation. Little guys, refresh the mission. The moment Lu Chen appeared, he became the focus of the battlefield. Riding the 9-winged sky dragon, he not only suppressed all the mounts present, but he also didn't even need to do anything. He only relied on his 6 war pets to slaughter a large number of players in less than 20 minutes. The war pets under him were all divine beasts at the very least: 2 ordinary divine beasts, 2 ultimate divine beasts, and 2 large rats of unknown origin. Especially those 2 large rats. One was immune to physical and spiritual attacks, and only ate elemental attacks. That fellow also absorbed spiritual attacks, and its spiritual attacks were now very terrifying. The other had high HP and high defense, and its attacks were insane. At the same time, it also provided the entire Divine Beast squad with HP regeneration. He had ranged attackers, melee attackers, Yoi attackers, and DPS attackers. Damn it, where did that guy get all his war pets? He actually put together a Divine Beast squad that can both attack and defend. That's outrageous. Raising 4 Divine Beasts, how can that guy afford it? He got both the Azure Dragon and the Black Flame Dragon Emperor. This is the first time I've seen someone with 2 Divine Dragons. Divine Beasts aren't the most powerful in his place. I don't know where those 2 large rats came from. They're too strong. That guy's mask seems to be from the City of Exiles. Is he from the City of Exiles? This place was called the Battlefield of 10,000 Races. It wasn't a real battlefield of 10,000 races, but there was an advantage to this place. Lu Chen had killed many people, but because there were too many races there, they couldn't form a unified force to fight against him. Even a single race, such as the human race, would almost always act alone, not to mention so many races. No one would join forces to deal with him. The 6 war pets were enough. You have submitted a militia mission. You have received 5 military merit points. Would you like to accept a new mission? Yes. You have submitted a militia captain mission. You have received 5 military merit points. Would you like to accept a new mission? Yes, yes. Don't ask. Just keep doing it. Lu Chun had lost count of how many times he had submitted a new mission. His military merit points were increasing rapidly. An hour later, Lu Chun noticed that his war pets seemed to be tired. Also, the war pets had learned their lesson and ran away as soon as they saw his Divine Beast squad. As a result, he was much slower in completing missions. What? Is Furball taking a nap? Furball was the absolute core of the Divine Beast squad. It was fine that the War Pet squad was leeching off others, but the War Pet squad and the originator couldn't be leeched off. I have more than 1,300 military merit points. Furball has eaten a lot. Well, that's enough. Come back. Lu Chun told the 9-wing to land, and then put the 9-wing away. He waited for Furball and the War Pet squad to finish off the undead skeletons that had just joined the battlefield. Then he called back the 6 War Pets. All of a sudden, the battle on the battlefield came to a weird stop. In the distance, someone stared at the one-armed man nervously. They were finally relieved when he returned to the human camp. That lunatic is finally gone. Damn it! Don't let me run into him again. Chapter 479. After returning to the City of Exiles, Lu Chun exchanged for the herbs and gave them to Lu Yi. Then, he waited until nightfall to take the first batch of pills. Boss, do you feel better? Lu Yi looked at Lu Chun nervously. Yes, the deterioration of the injury seems to have slowed down a lot. That's great. Boss, the herbs you gave me are enough to refine for 3 days, but it will take some time. I will refine some more solid pills tomorrow. Lu Chun smiled. Don't worry. I don't have to do anything now. You should rest well. In the evening, Lu Chun returned to the dormitory. Seeing that Lu Chun had returned, the old man in the bed next to us got up and ran to Lu Chen's side. He whispered excitedly, Hey kid, you didn't die. He had seen Lu Chen accept the suicide mission with his own eyes. At that time, he had even tried to dissuade Lu Chen from doing so. Lu Chen looked helpless. He had just returned and was already being asked such a question. It was as if he should have died. Well, seeing that the uncle didn't have any bad intentions, Lu Chen didn't want to argue with him. My luck is good. You didn't die either. Congratulations to you. Good luck? Your luck is against the heavens. The old man simply sat beside Lu Chen's bed. However, your luck is really good. Coincidentally, there were other troops that attacked the undead camp. Not bad, not bad. It wasn't easy for you to survive. Kid, don't take things too hard in the future. Those suicide missions are not to be taken casually. Although life is hopeless, it has to go on. The old man acted as if he had been there before and brought over a bowl of chicken soup. Lu Chen smiled and shook his head. Brother, rest early. What time is it? Why are you sleeping? You're sick all day. How can you not have any energy? The old man was full of energy. Hey, let me tell you, something big happened in the city of exiles. Huh? What happened? Lu Chen asked curiously. Someone has completed 13 missions in a row in the trial battlefield, breaking Azura's record. Lu Chen thought about it for a moment. The person who continuously completed quests was most likely himself. But who was Shura, and what the hell was a record? Brother, who is Ashura? Shura is the strongest person in the city of exiles. Of course, Azura isn't his real name. It's his nickname in the city of exiles. He's the only marshal we've had recently. I reckon that he will soon be called Marshal. When that time comes, he will be able to leave the city of exiles openly. At this point, the old man's eyes were filled with yearning. That guy is the god of the city of exiles. He's our idol. Wasn't it their goal to leave the city of exiles in a dignified manner? However, someone was about to do it. Someone was telling them that the impossible could be achieved. In this hopeless place, perhaps the Azura was their only hope. And then, let me tell you, Azura once set a record of completing 12 missions in an hour in the trial field. At that time, it was already shocking. But today, when we left the city to fight, someone broke the record. Calculating the time, I reckon that at that time, before you even had time to rush back to the city of exiles, a super newbie appeared. Azura himself has released the news that he will break the record again. My God, completing more than 10 missions in an hour, that's more than 1,000 military merit points. It turned out that someone was dissatisfied with Lu Chen's results, but Lu Chen wasn't interested in it at all. He just wanted to let Furball have a good meal and train the Divine Beast Squad. He didn't want to break anyone's record. Now, everyone is looking for the person who broke Azura's record. I really want to see if he's the second Azura. Lu Chen said, bored. He won't. Why? How do you know? You're not him. Lu Chen shook his head. I guessed. The next day, Lu Chen wanted to go to the trial field. But who would have thought that there would be a sea of people there early in the morning? From the surrounding onlookers, Lu Chen learned that Azura was going to challenge the trial field today. Lu Chen frowned slightly. Sure enough, in the land of exiles, there was no other entertainment besides fighting. There were actually so many people watching. There were too many people, so Lu Chen didn't line up. He turned around and went to the mission officer. Seeing the one-armed young man walk over, the 3 mission officers looked at each other and smiled. You're here. Lu Chen walked up to the 3 of them. Do you have a mission? Yes, why wouldn't we? One of them said, sarcastically, we can't wait for you to die outside. Of course, we'll do our best to help you find missions. Lu Chen frowned slightly. These people were getting more and more annoying. Fortunately, the three of them were efficient and quickly pushed the mission to Lu Chen. This was a spy mission. A team from the Heavenly Demon Group was heading to a nearby valley. Their purpose was unknown. Lu Chen needed to follow their tracks and spy for information. The mission was originally a 5-man team mission. The reward was 25 military merit points, which was considered very generous for a mission. However, Lu Chen realized that he was the only one who had accepted the mission. At this moment, an old man walked over to Lu Chen. He looked up at Lu Chen and then at the 3 mission officers. "Didn't you say that there was no mission?" the old man questioned. "How did he get it? The mission just came. Is there a problem?" "There are still people rushing to die." "What a joke. You should thank us for letting your old bones live for a few more days." The old man seemed to be angry, but didn't dare to say anything. He could only settle for the next best thing. "Does the mission still need people?" "No." Lu Chen frowned slightly. There were still 4 spots for this mission, but they didn't give anyone else the mission. It was obvious that they wanted Lu Chen to go alone. As for the reason, it was self-evident. They wanted to use their authority to kill him as soon as possible. Lu Chen's eyes flashed with killing intent. If they wanted to kill him, he might have spared their lives if they came to him openly. However, if they used such despicable tricks, Lu Chen had already decided to kill them. "Young man, can you transfer the mission to me?" The old man turned to Lu Chen. "You're still young. Although you've lost an arm, you can exchange it for a limb regeneration pill in the future. If you really think there's no hope, I'll give you all my military merit points. It's useless to keep them anyway." Lu Chen was interrupted by the old man and temporarily suppressed his killing intent. This old man was really rare. He was actually willing to give his military merit points to a stranger. "Hey, old man, if you don't want your military merit points, you can give them to us. I promise you that the next mission will send you to your death first." The mission officer was envious. "You're giving your military merit points to him. Isn't it a waste in the end? You're really old and muddle-headed. Just give it to us." "Give it to you? Are you worthy?" The old man finally had some confidence for once. Lu Chen had a good impression of this generous old man. He said politely, "Old man, you should keep the military merit points for yourself." The old man was slightly surprised. If other people heard that someone was giving away military merit points for free, they would have been impatient. This was the most important resource in the 3rd heaven. But this kid actually rejected it. The old man looked at Lu Chen again. This young man seemed different from the others. After thinking for a while, he pulled Lu Chen to a place where there was no one. "Young man, you're different from the others." Lu Chen blinked. What did he mean? Did the old man see something? Azura could have left this place long ago. Do you know why he hasn't been promoted to a titled marshal? Lu Chen heaved a sigh of relief, but the old man's words piqued his curiosity. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.